Chapter 281. Finding Wives for the Older Singles. Xiao Jian asked with concern, with 4,000 people, can you manage it all by yourself? Li Dehammer replied, I've made some changes to the construction team, which I was just about to report to you, young master. Now, we have a 3-tiered management system: teams, squads, and brigades. Each squad manages 10 people, each team manages 100, and each brigade manages 1,000. There are 4 brigades in total. They're responsible for the construction tasks at Fairy Flat, Jinjiang City, and Huangshe Village, respectively. The brigade I lead is in charge of building the new steel mill. Zhang Chun looked at Li Dehammer and joked. The brigade leader position was snatched away. What rank do you have now? Li Dehammer laughed and said, I don't have any rank. They all just call me Old Li. Hey, I'm not even 25 yet, and I haven't found a wife. It's like I'm ancient. Zhang Chun laughed heartily. Old Li, you are quite young, still a fresh shoot, aren't you? It's just that you look a little older. They were old friends, often joking around with each other. Zhang Chun, stop making fun of me. I may be Old Li compared to you, but you're so much younger than me. Li Dehammer wasn't very good at banter. He usually lost out in their exchanges, only able to keep pace with Leopard. Xiao Jian looked at Li Dehammer. His skin was rough, like he hadn't had a good night's sleep in days. His eyes were deeply sunken. His hair was a mess, like it hadn't been tended to in ages. His clothes were covered in dirt, and he was wearing straw sandals. Xiao Jian was deeply moved. He stood up, poured him a cup of tea, and patted him on the shoulder. He said sincerely, Li Dehammer, you've worked hard. Every step we've taken has your footprints on it, your contributions. I don't know how to thank you all. Li Dehammer quickly stood up, excited. Young master, you must not say that. We're all alive because of you. We're very happy to be able to help you. Zhang Chun chimed in, young master, we haven't had a celebration in Fairy Flat yet, have we? For people like Old Li, who are getting on in age, shouldn't we be finding them partners? Xiao Jian asked, delighted. Are there any targets? Who is it? We haven't had a wedding in Fairy Flat yet. It's about time for some festivities. Li Dehammer's face turned red. His hands twisted together. He murmured, no, not yet. Zhang Chun chuckled. Li Dehammer is a blockhead. There aren't any women in the construction team. If he has to rely on himself, he'll never find a wife. We might need young master's help with this. Xiao Jian nodded, tilting his head at Zhang Chun. We did recruit several thousand women, didn't we? Zhang Chun, since you brought it up, you should take the lead on this. First, compile a list of all the older men. We'll organize a group blind date. Also, for people like Li Dehammer who have contributed a lot, you need to treat them especially well. If you can't resolve their issues, I'll hold you responsible. Zhang Chun immediately backed down, speaking in a more pleading tone. Cousin, you see, I'm not good at this sort of thing. How about we find someone else? Xiao Jian asked impatiently, who do you think is good at this? Li Dehammer? Or Leopard? Steward Zhang? Uncle Zhao? Or me? With each name Xiao Jian mentioned, Zhang Chun shook his head. When Xiao Jian said his own name, Zhang Chun nodded vigorously. Xiao Jian laughed in exasperation. You want me to do it? How did you even think of that? It's you. If you don't do a good job, I'll have all these older men bother you every single day. Li Dehammer heard that Zhang Chun was in charge of their marriages and immediately stood up, pouring Zhang Chun a cup of tea. He said ingratiatingly, Brother Zhang Chun, we're brothers, right? Our brotherly relationship is so strong. Before Li Dehammer could finish, Zhang Chun stood up, flicked his sleeves and said sternly, Humph, we were brothers before, but not anymore. Li Dehammer followed after Zhang Chun, saying, Brother Zhang Chun, don't rush off, wait for me. I have something I want to discuss with you. Zhang Chun fled, with Li Dehammer chasing after him, constantly calling him Brother Zhang Chun. Chun Wenxuan and Lu Shan, seeing Zhang Chun's disheveled state, burst into laughter. Once everyone had settled down, Xiao Jian said, Chun Wenxuan, has the Research Institute produced anything new recently? Chun Wenxuan said with embarrassment, not currently, but the microscope from the lens factory has been manufactured. It allows us to see many bacteria. Xiaoling and Chu Junyi are using it to search for bacteria every day. Xiao Jian nodded. The microscope was quite simple, so it wasn't surprising that it had been made. He was more concerned about the application of electricity. He asked, have you tested parallel generation with the generators? And have you started researching transformers? We urgently need them. Chen Wenxuan stood up and replied, parallel generation has been tested several times. Currently, The electrolytic manganese uses 3 DC generators in parallel for power. AC generators are more complicated. The primary issue is that the rotational speeds of the 2 generators need to be perfectly synchronized for them to work in parallel. Too much of a difference can even burn out the generator. We've built transformers, but they aren't functioning properly. They are getting too hot, and there is a lot of energy loss. We are trying to figure out why. Xiao Jin nodded, motioning for Chun Wen-Xuan to sit down. He analyzed, the reason transformers overheat is likely due to eddy currents in the core. Changing magnetic fields will generate an electromotive force in the core, which creates a loop, consuming electrical energy and turning it into heat. Chun Wen-Xuan took out paper and pen and started writing it all down, asking, "Young master, is there any way to prevent these eddy currents?" Xiao Jin said, "To prevent eddy currents, firstly, the core cannot be made of one solid piece. It should be made of stacked thin iron sheets. The thin iron sheets should be insulated with insulating paint, preventing the internal electromotive force from forming a loop. Secondly, the core material needs to have high resistivity, good magnetic permeability, and a fast magnetic field variation speed, without too much magnetic hysteresis." Lu Shan put down his pen and said, "Materials that are attracted by magnets are all conductive, right? How about we pulverize the iron and then use insulating paint to bind it together?" Xiao Jin shook his head, saying, "Binding iron powder will reduce the magnetic flux, and it won't be strong enough. I will tell you the production method for the core material. You can experiment with it. Use wrought iron to make iron sheets and then seal them with yellow sand for calcination. This will produce silicon steel sheets. The main component of yellow sand is silicon, which combines with the wrought iron to form silicon steel. Silicon steel is characterized by its good insulation, magnetic permeability, and low magnetic hysteresis. It's the best material for making transformer cores. You can test the specific process. In reality, it didn't necessarily have to be silicon steel sheets. The key was that the core had to be made of stacked sheets. It could be iron or cast iron. The transformers would just be a little larger and would require more copper wire. Because iron sheets and cast iron sheets are conductive, slight eddy currents will occur. The magnetic hysteresis of the core material has little effect on power-frequency transformers. Xiao Jin also explained the heat dissipation, core shape, and the wire thickness and number of turns of transformers. After they understood, he asked, "How is the gantry crane being produced for Huangshe Village's pier at the Nine Dragons Mountain Steel Mill?" Lu Shan, who was responsible for mechanical research, stood up and answered, "The gantry crane has been completed and is awaiting the return of the naval fleet to transport it to Huangshe Village." Xiao Jin shook his head. "We should install this gantry crane at the shipyard harbor first. How many steel rails for the gantry crane have been produced?" The speed at which Huangshe Village was purchasing supplies was too fast, and they had a lot of leftover money, so unloading ships at a slower rate was preferable. Chapter 282. Designing a Catamaran Warship. Lu Shan took out a record book, flipped through it, and found the entry for the gantry crane. He looked at it and said, "The steel mill produced over 500 three-zhang steel rails and also manufactured 50 steel wheels for the rail or carts. Because the track width was not specified, the or cart axles have not been produced. Ball bearings are all ready. Once the width is confirmed, the carts can be produced very quickly." Xiao Jin nodded. The width of the ore carts transporting ore to the steel mill doesn't have any special requirements. Use the width of a horse cart. However, ore carts in the mine can't be too wide, as mines are generally not that large. Make them 1.5 chi wide. The width of the railway was decided just like that. Lu Shan took out a blueprint, which was the plan layout of the steel mill. He roughly measured it on the blueprint and calculated on paper. He said, "The gantry crane's range of movement is only within the port area. The ore will ultimately have to be transported to the steel mill by or carts. The distance from the port to the steel mill is over 40 li. If we lay double tracks, it will require over 10,000 three-zhang steel rails. The Nine Dragons Mountain Steel Mill produces over 50,000 caddies of steel each day, so it won't be able to produce that many in a month." After listening, Xiao Jin frowned. "Will this affect other projects? We can't stop the production of cannons and guns. We can't stop the production of steam engines, ball mills, and other equipment either. The Black Cloud Mountain cement plant needs these. And the new steel mill we're building here needs converters, molds, or carts, and other equipment to be produced immediately." Chun Wen-Xuan calculated for a moment and said, "We still have hundreds of thousands of caddies of steel in storage, and the new steel mill and cement plant haven't started construction yet, so I think we will have enough time." Xiao Jin nodded. "Plan it so that the equipment, especially for the new steel mill, arrives in a timely manner. Once the new steel mill begins production, we won't lack steel anymore. Young master, what size is the planned construction for the steel mill here? Lu Shan was happy to hear that they wouldn't lack steel after the new steel mill was completed. Xiao Jian said, we purchased 2 iron ore mines. The output of each of these mines is much higher than the Nine Dragons Mountain mine. Adding the high-quality iron ore purchased from overseas, the new steel mill will be at least 5 or 6 times larger than the Nine Dragons Mountain steel mill. The first phase will include 5 iron smelting blast furnaces. Lu Shan stared wide-eyed at Xiao Jian and said, a single blast furnace only produces over 10,000 caddies a day. Does the new steel mill need to build 30 blast furnaces? Xiao Jian looked at everyone's astonished expressions and laughed. Is it because it seems like too many? The current blast furnaces are still too small. Once you finish the first phase of construction, you need to arrange people to research larger, more efficient blast furnaces. In addition to the high-efficiency blast furnaces, you have another important research task, which is using steam engines to pull or carts. This is not complicated. Chen Wenxuan said with a wry smile, young master, this project has already been snatched away by Chu Junyin's research department. They are designing steam-powered or carts. The Research Institute was originally planning to start this project, but was a step behind them. That Chu kid was quite ambitious, daring to compete with the Research Institute. It seemed like he had his own ideas about starting something new. Although he was from the Research Institute, he was also the director of the Intermediate Academy, and the Academy's research department was not under the jurisdiction of the Research Institute. The research department had an abundance of manpower from the students, and if they operated efficiently, they might even grow to a considerable size. Xiao Jian smiled and didn't reply. He was already secretly delighted that the Research Institute finally had a rival. He should support Chu Junyin and let the research department grow quickly, creating healthy competition with the Research Institute. It was a pity that this kid hadn't come this time. He must be busy at the academy. When Xiao Jin arrived at the shipyard dock, the shipyard manager, Wang Dongyang, was looking around at the dock. Xiao Jin hadn't come to the shipyard since he bought it. As soon as Xiao Jian and Chen Wenxuan and the others got off the boat, Wang Dongyang came up to Xiao Jian. He bowed respectfully and said with composure, I am Wang Dongyang, and I greet young Master Xiao. The first thing Xiao Jin noticed about Manager Wang was that he had lost even more hair, but his eyes were shining more brightly. He bowed in return and said, Manager Wang, you've been working hard. Wang Dongyang bowed again and said, young Master Xiao is too polite. I am no longer the owner of the shipyard. Please call me Manager Wang. Xiao Jian said with a smile, Manager Wang, don't be so modest. You are the second shareholder of this shipyard. How can you say you aren't the owner? They exchanged a few more pleasantries and began to walk towards the shipyard's material processing area. Wang Dongyang explained the situation of the shipyard to Xiao Jian as they walked. Currently, there are over 500 shipbuilding craftsmen. After you took 12 of the 50 ships you ordered, we have finished 3 more. The shipyard has not received any other orders. Xiao Jian nodded, saying nonchalantly, we have a large deficit of transport sailing ships, so the shipyard doesn't need to take outside jobs. Then he asked, if we were to build warships now, could the shipyard do it? Wang Dongyang first glanced at Xiao Jian, then said as he walked, we can build medium-sized Fuchuan ships. We built them for the Navy before. If we have the materials on hand, we can build one in half a year. Xiao Jian stopped, saying, Manager Wang, I don't know much about shipbuilding, but the Navy's Fuchuan has many flaws as a warship. Mainly, they're slow, have few gun ports, and are not very maneuverable. That's about what I know. After thinking about it, he added, could we design a new type of warship? Wang Dongyang looked at Xiao Jian with surprise and also stopped, saying, designing a new warship requires a lot of time and constant improvements. It is not an easy task. Do you have any ideas, young Master Xiao? Xiao Jian hesitated and said, I have an immature idea. What do you think about using a catamaran as a warship? This time, Wang Dongyang looked at Xiao Jian with curiosity, surprised. Young Master Xiao knows about catamarans? As far as I know, there isn't this type of ship in Great Hua, is there? Without waiting for Xiao Jian to reply, he recalled, I also heard a foreign friend mention it, but I didn't pay much attention at the time. However, as far as I know, the structure of catamarans is weak. The waves on the sea are uneven, so they are very easily damaged by twisting. Also, they have a small cargo capacity, but there are also many advantages. They are fast, very stable, and have a spacious deck, which makes it convenient to arrange cannons. Xiao Jian nodded. He still admired this Wang Dongyang. Not many people knew about catamarans, but he could point out the advantages and disadvantages. He was a talented man. Xiao Jian said, in terms of hull structure, if we use high-quality steel to make the keel, it shouldn't be a problem, right? As soon as Xiao Jian finished speaking, Wang Dongyang stopped walking altogether. He found a stone on the spot, wiped it with a towel, and then sat down on it. He looked at Xiao Jian and said seriously, "Young Master Xiao, your idea is very creative, and I really want to try it. What other ideas do you have? Just say them all at once." Chapter 283, The Future of China's Shipyard. Chen Wenxuan quickly brought over a stone. Xiao Jian dusted it off and sat down, saying, "My idea is that the warship should have multiple decks to make it easier to arrange more cannons. Also, to thicken the hull as much as possible to increase its resistance to attacks. And also sails. The area of the hard sails is too small, which is also a reason why ships are slow. Soft sails have a large wind-catching area, are lightweight, and easy to maintain, but they are a bit more complicated to operate." Wang Dongyang supported his head with his hands, thinking and muttering. The problem with the sails is easy to solve. There are also many ships in Great Hua that use soft sails. I know that the West has multi-deck warships that can carry dozens or even over 100 cannons, but then we cannot use watertight compartments. Xiao Jian was not very optimistic about the design of watertight compartments. In the future, there would be exploding shells. One shell would be able to blast a large area. How much use would watertight compartments still be? The key was to have enough cannons to win against the opponent. He said, watertight compartments have too much impact on the layout of warships. In the future, their role will become smaller and smaller. We can consider designing watertight compartments only below the waterline. Wang Dongyang didn't interrupt, looking at Xiao Jian with interest. Xiao Jian, seeing that Wang Dongyang wasn't speaking anymore, could only continue, "Manager Wang, I believe the performance of a ship is mainly determined by its shape, especially the shape below the waterline. This has a big influence on speed, stability, and maneuverability. The internal structure can be reinforced with steel, so there is no need to consider it too much. You can first make some models of different shapes and test them simultaneously on the water. This will help you find the best shape." Wang Dongyang continued to look at Xiao Jian, his eyes sparkling with an unusual light. He nodded, seriously saying, "Young Master Xiao, since I met you, I have often heard people say that your knowledge is vast, but I have always been skeptical. Today, I have truly experienced it. What you have said has benefited me a lot. Don't worry, I will definitely design a new type of warship that will satisfy you, following your ideas." Xiao Jian smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Manager Wang, don't listen to their nonsense. You are the expert in shipbuilding. I'm just offering some of my own opinions." Then he said seriously, "Manager Wang, can we use the sectional construction method when building ships in the future? That is, to divide the ship into several sections and then assemble them together. This way, the construction speed will be several times faster." Wang Dongyang stood up and bowed respectfully to Xiao Jian, sincerely saying, "Young master is truly a genius, and his words are pearls of wisdom. It really is true that there is always someone better. I believe that sectional construction is completely feasible. We have pulley systems, so weight is not an issue for us. After I get back, I'll immediately call everyone together to discuss the disassembly plan. If we succeed in sectional construction, it will disrupt the entire shipbuilding industry and be recorded in history." Xiao Jian smiled, saying plainly, "Manager Wang is flattering me. I only drew inspiration for sectional construction from assembly line operations. Our factories in Nine Dragons Mountain all use assembly line operations. Each person is only responsible for one of the processes, so everyone is very familiar with their work, which naturally improves the quality and speed." He pointed at Chen Wenxuan and the others and introduced them. "They are all from the Research Institute. This is Chen Wenxuan, the head of the Research Institute. They are all very good at this kind of thing. You can use them as advisors." Chen Wenxuan bowed to Wang Dongyang when he heard Xiao Jian introduce him, but didn't say anything. Wang Dongyang glanced at Chen Wenxuan and nodded to him. He turned to Xiao Jian, cupped his fist in greeting, and said, "Thank you for your support, young master. I am increasingly optimistic about the future of the shipyard. The best thing I have ever done in my life is selling the shipyard to you." Manager Zhang lacks vision. Xiao Jian smiled and said with certainty, "Manager Wang, you don't need to worry about the development of the shipyard. I promised Manager Wang that your 5 points of shares in the shipyard would definitely bring you more profit than the entire shipyard did before. Manager Wang, do you know why the new steel mill is going to be built here, next to the shipyard?" Wang Dongyang didn't understand what Xiao Jian meant. Did the steel mill have something to do with the shipyard? He shook his head and asked, "Oh, does your meaning imply that building the new steel mill here has something to do with the shipyard?" Xiao Jian nodded and said, "The new steel mill is just an auxiliary factory of the shipyard, and the steel it produces will be entirely used by the shipyard." Then, he added with pride, "Manager Wang, you may not know this, but the new steel mill will be the largest steel mill in Great Hua, and it will be among the best in the world." Wang Dongyang was surprised and confused, completely bewildered by Xiao Jian. "Young Master Xiao, such a large steel mill is just an auxiliary factory of the shipyard? What is the use of so much steel for the shipyard? Even if we use steel for the entire keel, we won't need that much, will we?" Xiao Jian said with a smile. "The catamaran warship I'm asking you to build is actually just a transitional product. I hope that through it, you can master the performance and parameters of catamarans. Once all the technologies are mature, the real warship will start to be built, and that is when the steel mill will play its true role." Wang Dongyang didn't understand after hearing that this was just a transitional product, saying, "Isn't the catamaran designed as a warship? Why would it be a transitional product?" Xiao Jian waved his hand and said, "The real warship I'm talking about is a steel warship made of steel. Steel warships are the direction of development for the shipyard. Imagine, when our steel warships sail into the sea, the world will change because of us. The entire world order will be dominated by us. Manager Wang, as the first director of China Shipyard, you are destined to be recorded in history and be revered by your descendants. I said before that you would not disgrace your ancestors." Wang Dongyang was first shocked by Xiao Jian's words, then his legs went weak, and he knelt down in front of Xiao Jian, tears streaming down his face. He had sold the shipyard, which had been the source of livelihood for his ancestors for generations, because of force of circumstance. He had always felt guilty about this, feeling that he was an unfilial descendant who had failed to protect his ancestors' legacy. And after Xiao Jian bought the shipyard, there had been no major developments besides the 50-ship order, which only made him feel even more discouraged. However, after hearing Xiao Jian's grand words today, he finally understood his real goal. This was a groundbreaking endeavor, a groundbreaking initiative. Wooden warships would become history, and steel warships would dominate the seas. At this moment, he finally felt relieved. He would indeed not disgrace his ancestors, and China Shipyard would stand proudly in the world. Xiao Jian bent down to help Wang Dongyang up, saying, "Manager Wang, please get up. I can understand your feelings. No matter how much China Shipyard develops, it will still have the traces left by your ancestors." Wang Dongyang did not stand up. He remained kneeling firmly on the ground. He raised his arm and wiped his tears, saying, "Thank you, young master, for giving my Wang family this opportunity." He raised one hand and said solemnly, "I swear here that no matter how the world changes, my Wang family will follow young master's footsteps and serve him." Xiao Jian pulled Wang Dongyang up again, saying, "Manager Wang, you're overdoing it. Please get up quickly. I am also deeply honored to have Manager Wang's strong support. Let us work together to create this miracle." Xiao Jian was very happy that Wang Dongyang had pledged his loyalty. Wang Dongyang might not be a qualified businessman, but he was a qualified shipyard manager. From all aspects, it was clear that he was dedicated to the shipbuilding industry and could accept new ideas, which was exactly the kind of talent that Xiao Jian needed. The group went through the shipyard's material processing area and arrived at the gate of a courtyard. At the gate, several maids and a dozen servants stood respectfully on either side. Chapter 284. The Soaring Value of the Ledger Currency. Standing at the forefront was the steward of this place, a composed, middle-aged man. Although his clothing was simple, it was neat and proper. When Xiao Jian and Wang Dongyang arrived at the gate, the steward bowed and greeted Wang Dongyang in a gentle voice. "Welcome home, master." The maids and servants also followed him, bowing respectfully, and said in unison, "Welcome home, master." Wang Dongyang, walking behind Xiao Jian, said to the steward, "Steward Zhou, this is young Master Xiao, the new owner of the courtyard and the major shareholder of this shipyard. You must serve him wholeheartedly from now on." Steward Zhou then bowed respectfully to Xiao Jian and said, "Welcome back to the manor, new master." The maids and servants also bowed to Xiao Jian in unison. "Welcome back to the manor, new master." Xiao Jian waved his hand to the maids and servants, saying, "No need for so much ceremony. Go about your business." He then said with a smile to Wang Dongyang, "Manager Wang, what is this all about?" Manager Wang replied, "This courtyard is also part of the shipyard's property. Only young master is qualified to reside here. They all work in the courtyard, not servants of the Wang family. It is up to young master to decide how to handle them." Xiao Jian shook his head and said, "The courtyard still needs people to manage and clean it. Keep them all. These servants should also be considered people from the shipyard. Otherwise, Wang Dongyang wouldn't have left them here." Xiao Jian naturally wouldn't play the role of the villain. He then said to Steward Zhou, "You are the steward here, right?" Steward Zhou said respectfully, "This lowly servant, Zhou Gui, greets young master. In response to your question, I am the steward of this courtyard." Xiao Jian nodded, saying, "You will continue to be responsible for managing the courtyard. There is no need for changes for the maids and servants. I won't be coming to the shipyard often. Manager Wang is still the second shareholder of the shipyard. Discuss things with him." Passing through the courtyard gate, there was a small square courtyard. Directly across was a screen wall, a single piece of white rock with a carving of a sailboat sailing on the water. Entering through the screen door to the left of the wall was the outer courtyard of the residential area. The servants' quarters were on the south side of the outer courtyard. Passing through the second gate on the north side of the outer courtyard, one could enter the inner courtyard. Wang Dongyang had long since moved out, and now the inner courtyard was empty and uninhabited. Entering through the screen door to the right of the screen wall, there was a large garden with a gourd-shaped pond in the center. Xiao Jian and the group walked along the edge of the pond, arriving at a two-story building facing north. The ground floor of this building had a study on the left side and a reception hall on the right, used specifically for receiving guests. Wang Dongyang and Steward Zhou had been following close to Xiao Jian. After they reached the study, Wang Dongyang introduced the place. This courtyard was built when the shipyard was established, over 100 years ago. The courtyard is divided into 5 sections. In addition to the garden that we just passed, there is also a back garden at the north end of the inner courtyard. Xiao Jian nodded, saying, "Manager Wang, it is too wasteful for me to live in this courtyard alone. Let's temporarily set aside some of the rooms for use as the shipyard's reception area." He then said to Steward Zhou, "Steward Zhou, please tidy up the second courtyard and convert all the east and west wing rooms into guest rooms. People from Ferry Flat and the new steel mill will often come here. You will be responsible for receiving them. If there is anything that needs replenishing, discuss it with Steward Zhang when he arrives." Steward Zhang is the director of all the factories. You will also be under Steward Zhang's management in the future and will follow his instructions. He said to Chen Wenchuan, "You will be here for a while. The hall on the right is quite spacious. You can work here. If you need anything, ask Steward Zhou to help you prepare it." Steward Zhang and Uncle Zhao, after settling the affairs of the mine, also arrived at the shipyard. Since the China shipyard was bought by Xiao Jian, it had not been included in Ferry Flat's management system. The two of them had come to the shipyard to take over its management. The shipyard was a crucial weapons factory and could not be left outside of the management system for long. The two of them first organized the shipyard, and then transferred over several dozen carpenters and blacksmiths and over 1,000 laborers, and appointed new grassroots managers. They adjusted the responsibilities of the management personnel. Wang Dongyang was only responsible for production and technology at the shipyard. Personnel allocation and financial expenditures were included in the overall planning. Zhang Chun also sent a few small squads to station at the shipyard to ensure its safety. After the second inner courtyard was converted into guest rooms, the remaining 2 courtyards and the back garden were taken over by Red Nyangzi's guard team. These 2 courtyards were connected to the study and hall on the right, serving as Xiao Jian's personal residence at the shipyard. He would stay here whenever he visited the shipyard in the future. While the shipyard's affairs were being organized, Zhang Dehammer's construction team had already begun work. The first task of the construction team was to build the road from the port to the new steel mill. The foundation for the rails was also being laid at the same time. The new steel mill was located over 10 kilometers from the port, separated by a small hill. To avoid low-lying areas, the road went around the side of the hill, leading into the steel mill's area. Many places on the hillside were rocky. To carve a road out of rocks, it was unimaginable to others, but the construction team was not afraid of such a project. When they were at the rocky beach, they often used explosives to deal with rocks and had sufficient experience. Uncle Zhao had transferred 5,000 people from Jinjiang City to be managed by the construction team. For a time, the entire road was filled with people, with loud explosions everywhere. Before the road was finished, over 40 sailing ships from the Navy, fully loaded with all kinds of supplies, entered the shipyard port. The Southern Fleet had returned. When Xiao Jian received the report from the guards, he quickly went to the port dock. Tainyo came down from the boat to welcome him, giving Xiao Jian a standard military salute. He said loudly, "The Navy's 45 transport ships have returned safely, awaiting young master's instructions." Xiao Jian returned the salute, saying, "Brothers, you've worked hard. What goods have you brought back this time? And did Huangshe village provide any new information?" Tainyo said, "Supervisor Chen Bihua and Goer have both sent letters." He then handed 2 letters to Xiao Jian. He also took out a piece of paper and said, "This is the list of goods we transported this time. Goods in small quantities have all been returned, including white alum, green vitriol, rubber, and a tree species called golden chicken." Xiao Jian took the list of goods and said, "You go rest now. I'll call you if I need you." Back in his study in the courtyard, Uncle Zhao, Steward Zhang, and Zhang Chun had rushed over upon hearing the news. The situation in Huangshe village was on everyone's mind. Xiao Jian looked at the letters. Chun Bihua's letter was not sealed. He pulled out 2 pages of letter paper. Her delicate handwriting came into view. The letter detailed the current situation of the ledger currency. Since the Navy fleet had departed, the Huangshe Village Bank had accumulated over 8 million ledger currency. In her letter, Chen Bihua expressed concern that the growth rate of the ledger currency was too fast. She had planned to delay the unloading process to buy time, but the foreign merchants all wanted to pre-order penicillin and hired people to unload the ships themselves. The letter also mentioned that the Huangshe village pier was crowded with seagoing vessels, and more ships were constantly arriving from the outer seas. They were setting up their own gangways inside the port to secure their place in the pre-ordering line. Chen Bihua estimated that by the time the next naval fleet returned to Huangshe village, the accumulated ledger currency would exceed 15 million. The second page of the letter was a list of goods they had currently purchased. From the list, it could be seen that the main goods purchased were ore. There was some copper, and several thousand dan of grain had been transported in the beginning. Later, however, it became negligible. Very few ships carried grain. They had also received a ship of rubber. Surprisingly, they had received 5 ships of white alum. This indicated that this product was not just found in the north. It was likely abundant in other regions as well. They received 10 ships of green vitriol. Xiao Jian suspected that much of it came from Great Hua because green vitriol was widely distributed, making it hard to determine its origin. Chapter 285, Foreign Merchant Schemes. Xiao Jian handed the letter to Uncle Zhao and said, "Take a look. They estimate it will reach 15 million, and most of it is ore, with little of the much-needed grain. This is troublesome." Goer's letter was sealed, and the seal didn't appear to have been tampered with. In the letter, Goer mainly spoke about the goods in Huangshe village. He had heard some information in Guangqing that someone was organizing a fleet to transport iron and copper, or on a larger scale. Goer was also worried about this. At the end of the letter, he also mentioned something that surprised Xiao Jian. His men had seen Huang San on a foreign warship. Regarding the special agents, Han Ling and Zhao Jins, the letter stated that they had not found any leads yet. After reading Chen Bihua's letter, Uncle Zhao passed it to Steward Zhang and then looked at Xiao Jian. He said with concern, "I feel like something is not right. Could it be some kind of conspiracy?" Xiao Jian was also unsure, hesitatingly saying, "The foreign merchants all got the news around the same time, so there should be little difference in their arrival time in Huangshe village. Concentrating around this period should be normal, right?" He then said with frustration, "The key issue is that the ledger currency is growing too fast, and our commodity production can't keep up. 15 million is already enough to give anyone a headache. If it continues to increase, what do we do? Stop purchasing? Or lower the price?" Zhang Chun was walking back and forth, deep in thought. He said, "Lowering the price, I don't think it's appropriate. The purpose of the ledger currency is to stabilize prices. Doing this would only cause the ledger currency to lose its credibility. Pausing the purchase of ore is a possibility, but we would still have to purchase all the ore that had already been transported. That also has to do with credibility." He seemed to remember something and suddenly stopped, looking up at Xiao Jian and saying solemnly, "Cousin, if there is a conspiracy, the other side would have considered all these factors. Even if we stop purchasing now, it might be too late." No sooner had Zhang Chun finished speaking, a guard came in to report that an urgent message had arrived from Jinjiang City. He handed Xiao Jian a thin strip of paper, special paper used for pigeon post. Xiao Jian unfolded the strip of paper, read it quickly, and his face turned extremely grim. He said with a wry smile, "As expected, the ledger currency in Huangshe village has exceeded 25 million. The purchase amount on the last day even reached over 8 million, and most of it was copper. We've stopped purchasing now. It seems that Uncle Zhao was right. There really is a conspiracy." Zhang Chun took the piece of paper and glanced at it, then handed it to Uncle Zhao. He slammed his hand on the table, saying angrily, "What are Goer and Lu Yingjie doing? How could they allow this to happen? Uncle Zhao shook his head and sighed. Since it's a premeditated action, Goer and Lu Yingjie must not be at the scene. They must have used a trick to lure them away. Xiao Jian frowned and said definitively, their target is our ledger currency. Uncle Zhao nodded, agreeing with Xiao Jian's assessment. He looked at Xiao Jian, saying, so, what methods will they use to destroy the ledger currency? We can try to think like them. If you wanted to destroy the ledger currency, what methods would you use? Xiao Jian said without thinking, a run on the bank, making the ledger currency completely lose its credibility. Without ledger currency, we would only be able to use silver for transactions, and they have enough silver. As long as we revert to silver transactions, they can use that silver to buy our goods. That must be their ultimate goal. Uncle Zhao asked, confused, a run on the bank? Could you explain that in more detail? Zhang Chun was also looking at Xiao Jian with a blank expression. In this era, there wasn't a true bank. The word run probably had no connection to finance yet. Xiao Jian explained, there's a large amount of ledger currency now. If they suddenly demanded settlement, we wouldn't have enough silver to pay for the goods, and thus we'd lose our credibility. That way, others wouldn't dare use the ledger currency anymore. Zhang Chun continued to pace slowly. Xiao Jian and Uncle Zhao's conversation had no effect on his pacing. When he reached Xiao Jian again, he stopped and looked at Xiao Jian, his eyes shining with intelligence. He said, cousin, I understand what you mean by a run. They are increasing their ledger currency reserves so that we won't have enough goods to pay. What if the other side also seizes our southern fleet? Hearing Zhang Chun's analysis, Xiao Jian immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't thought of the goods being transported. If someone ambushed the Navy's transport fleet at sea, the fleet would have absolutely no way to escape. If that happened, not only would the ledger currency completely fail, but they would also suffer huge losses. Uncle Zhao also suddenly stood up, his deep gaze fixed on Zhang Chun. The atmosphere in the room seemed to have solidified, so quiet that even their breathing could be heard. If the other side had planned this in advance, robbing the southern fleet was almost certain. The Navy's 40-odd sailing ships were barely capable of dealing with pirates. They would be like a dog trying to fight a lion if they were to go up against a warship. Steward Zhang had not been involved in the discussion. When he saw that everyone had stopped talking and everything suddenly became quiet, it made him feel anxious. He was capable of managing people and affairs, and he knew he wasn't good at strategy, but he hesitantly said, how about we go by land? Xiao Jian immediately shook his head and said, if we go by land, it would probably take 2 months to reach Huangshi village, and the road isn't safe. It would be hard to guarantee that the goods wouldn't be damaged. After thinking for a while, Xiao Jian looked at Zhang Chun again and asked, if the other side intercepts the fleet, where would they choose to do it? They probably wouldn't dare to blatantly intercept us at the Jinjiang harbor mouth, would they? Then he turned to Uncle Zhao and said, once we are out at sea, we can bypass them to the south or sail along the coastline separately. Wouldn't that help us avoid them? Uncle Zhao shook his head and objected, that method is still not reliable enough. This time, we are transporting too many goods, so the entire fleet would have to set sail. With over 40 sailing ships, the target is too big. As long as the other side has a lookout on the Jinjiang coast, there's no way we can escape them. Xiao Jian couldn't think of any other way. He sighed and said, it seems like we'll have to fight them. Uncle Zhao looked at Xiao Jian in shock and said, how can these sailing ships be a match for warships? A fierce light suddenly appeared in Xiao Jian's eyes, and he said through gritted teeth, if they want to devour us, I'll make sure they lose a mouthful of teeth. We'll use explosive shells to deal with them. With the element of surprise, it's hard to say who will win. Zhang Chun was also excited, his eyes gleaming, saying, their target is the goods on the ships. I think it's a risk worth taking. Uncle Zhao couldn't think of any other way either, saying, we're just transport ships. They will also have to hide their actions from other foreign merchants. They can't mobilize on a large scale, so they probably only have 3 to 5 warships. There are still risks involved. Xiao Jian, you can't go. We need to arrange for someone else to command this operation. Zhang Chun wanted to give Uncle Zhao a kiss. He was so supportive. He was just about to suggest this to Xiao Jian when Uncle Zhao said it. As long as Xiao Jian didn't go on this sea battle, his own chances of being in charge were the greatest. Chapter 286, The Women's Special Team, Flying Eagle. Xiao Jian didn't notice Zhang Chun's small schemes. He sent a message via pigeon post to Goer, ordering him to closely monitor the foreign warships docked at Guangqing. He also called over Wang Dongyang, Qin Wenxuan, and Lu Shan. He said to Wang Dongyang, Manager Wang, I need to install cannons on the sailing ships, and these cannons need to be hidden. Is that something you can do? Wang Dongyang thought for a moment and said, cannons require considerable space. We can only add another layer to the deck, and it can't be too high, otherwise it will affect the sails. Our type of sand ship has a large deck area and can hold a lot of cannons, but it has a shallow draft and poor stability. Its structure also doesn't meet warship standards. If the cannons are too big, the hull can't withstand the recoil. Xiao Jian said, you don't need to worry about the recoil of the cannons. Just give me a good gun mount. He then asked worriedly, these ships are still primarily for transport. Adding another layer to the deck won't have too much of an impact on transporting goods, right? Wang Dongyang shook his head and said with a smile, this layer of deck is only added to the middle part of the ship. It's just a cover to conceal the cannons, so it doesn't need to be very thick. The cargo holds are all below the deck, so it won't affect transport. It can also be removed afterward. Xiao Jian nodded in agreement. This cover, no matter how thick the wooden boards were, wouldn't provide any protection. Under the bombardment of the other side's cannons, not to mention the cover, the entire ship would be like a paper box, easily crushed. He asked Lu Shan, how are things here progressing? Is it possible for your mechanical team to return to Nine Dragons Mountain with me? Lu Shan thought for a moment and said, the blueprints for the blast furnaces are ready-made, and the fire bricks have been transported here. The location for building the blast furnaces has been decided, and all the preparation work has been completed. The remaining equipment, such as the steel converters, molds, steam engines, or carts, steel rails, and the gantry crane, haven't been transported yet. Returning to Nine Dragons Mountain wouldn't have any impact. Xiao Jian nodded, saying, okay, I have other things to discuss with Uncle Zhao and Steward Zhang. You should go prepare now. We'll set sail in a while. While they would fight, they still needed to find a solution to the issue of the run on the ledger currency. Xiao Jian sat down and asked Steward Zhang, how much silver can we mobilize right now? Steward Zhang carefully calculated for a while and said in frustration, about 1.5 million taels, at most. That's only because the bandits were messing with the ledger currency that we have this much silver. At the fortress market, Xiao Jian had heard Steward Zhang say that the bandits were trading goods for ledger currency and then exchanging ledger currency for silver at the market, and then using the silver to purchase saltpeter and sulfur. Xiao Jian asked Uncle Zhao, do you think it's possible for us to borrow some silver from other banks to deal with this emergency? Uncle Zhao pondered for a long time and said unsurely, I know the owner of the Hengda Bank. I'll send someone to contact him and try. However, don't get your hopes up too high. Even if they're willing to support us, they have limited silver. They won't be able to come up with too much silver in the short term. Xiao Jian nodded, saying, we'll borrow as much as we can. Think of a way to mobilize silver from other channels. How much silver is there in the Jinjiang City government treasury? Uncle Zhao said, the taxes from Jinjiang City have been sent to the capital. The treasury has about 600,000 taels left. I can transfer 50,000 to you. Although Magistrate Wang was still in charge of Jinjiang City, Uncle Zhao had been supervising government spending and revenue all along, so he was very clear about the state of the treasury. Xiao Jian nodded and said, Uncle Zhao, please explain the situation to Magistrate Wang clearly. The government silver is just being used temporarily, and we will return it as soon as the crisis is over. He then asked Steward Zhang, how many goods have we prepared? Steward Zhang calculated for a moment, saying, young master, when you went south last time, all of our goods were cleared out. It has been over 2 months now. After you came back, we increased our production volume. When the fleet that sent the troops to Fulu went south, they took a part of it. Currently, we should have about 7 million worth. Most of these goods have been transported to the Jinjiang Pier. 25 million in ledger currency, and only 7 million worth of goods was just a drop in the bucket. Now, we have to find a way to mobilize silver. Steward Zhang, send someone to contact Shangzhou City and Huzhou City and see how much silver they have. Try to get all of it. He then said to Uncle Zhao, you will stay here to oversee the operation. Steward Zhang will return to Nine Dragons Mountain with me to arrange production at the Nine Dragons Mountain factories. All factories producing goods will have 3 shifts, producing day and night. We need to produce as much as we can during this period. After discussing everything, Xiao Jian and the others first took a boat to the Jinjiang Pier, and then switched to a carriage to go to North Mountain New Village. The official road from Jinjiang City to Huzhou City was extremely busy now. The materials needed for the new steel mill had to be transported, and coal from the Black Cloud Mountain coal mine had to be sent to Nine Dragons Mountain. The goods throughput at the Crossroads Fortress Market was also very large, making the entire official road extremely crowded. Coupled with people repairing the roads everywhere, it would take at least 10 to 15 days to reach North Mountain New Village at this speed. He ordered the guard battalion to clear the way, which allowed the carriage to move faster. They were now in a race against time. The pressure in Huangshi Village was too great. The longer it dragged on, the easier it was for problems to arise. They traveled day and night, and when they reached Crossroads Fortress, Xiao Jian didn't enter the fortress. He just had the guards find Leopard and said, "Leopard, recently, it's a critical time, so you must be highly vigilant. Don't let anyone take advantage of the situation. People entering North Mountain New Village must be strictly checked. No strangers are allowed to get close to North Mountain New Village." Red Nyangzi had been following close to Xiao Jian. When Xiao Jian turned around to get into the carriage, Red Nyangzi entered the carriage first. She had just lifted the curtain of the carriage when she saw a woman sitting inside. Red Nyangzi's reaction was fast. She immediately drew the long sword at her waist. Just as her long sword was only halfway drawn, the other party lightly flicked her fingers on the hilt of her sword, and surprisingly, the sword was pushed back into its sheath. A cold voice followed, "Red Nyangzi, don't be so quick to draw your sword. Someone asked me to tell you that you are the young master's personal guard, so you must take on this responsibility. The young master's safety is related to the fate of the entire nation. Your defense is disorganized. I was able to enter the carriage, and you didn't notice anything. How are you to take on such an important task? You must undergo strict training, and I will be your instructor." Xiao Jian could clearly hear what the woman was saying outside. He said to Red Nyangzi, "Red Nyangzi, you can step back." He was about to enter the carriage when Red Nyangzi blocked Xiao Jian's path, saying urgently, "Young master, please wait. This person's identity is unknown. Young master must not take the risk." While she spoke, her hand never left the hilt of her sword, and her eyes were fixed on the other party's hand but didn't draw her sword again. The woman in the carriage moved her wrist, and just as Red Nyangzi was about to draw her sword, the woman held up a carved flower in front of her. Red Nyangzi took the carved flower and smelled it before handing it to Xiao Jian, and her eyes never left the other party. Xiao Jian took the carved flower and immediately knew that the material of the flower was low manganese steel. Xiao Jian certainly knew low manganese steel and its properties. It was very brittle. Low manganese steel was even more brittle than glass. If this carved flower were to be thrown to the ground, it would turn into powder. The low manganese steel was carved into a rose. Xiao Jian flipped the flower over and saw that the words "Flying Eagle" were carved on the back. Xiao Jian said to Red Nyangzi, "Don't be nervous. She's one of our people." As he said that, he tossed the carved flower back to her. The other party took the carved flower and immediately knelt down, saying, "This subordinate, Flying Eagle, greets young master." Xiao Jian waved his hand from a distance, saying, "No need for so much ceremony. Are you the guard instructor she sent?" When Xiao Jian saw the rose carving, he knew that it was someone from the women's special team of the intelligence department. The intelligence department was a secret unit. So many things could not be spoken out in the open. Chapter 287. The Impact Detonating Cylindrical Explosive Shell. The woman remained kneeling, simply answering, "Yes." Xiao Jian understood that this was an umbrella of protection that the intelligence department had placed beside him, and she also acted as a liaison with the intelligence department, openly acting as a guard instructor. "I understand. You can get up now?" He then said to Red Nyangzi, "She is the instructor that the special department has sent for you. You must cooperate with her." Red Nyangzi cupped her fist in salute and said, "Yes." Xiao Jian got into the carriage and asked Flying Eagle, "Do you have any important information?" The woman replied, "Recently, some outsiders have arrived in Qingsha City, Jinjiang City, and the Fortress Market. Miss has asked whether or not we should clean them out." Miss was likely Xiaohong's code name, similar to a bandit's password, to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. Xiao Jian asked, "What do you think?" Since they hadn't actively apprehended them, they must have had their own ideas. Flying Eagle said, "Someone is following them all. They can't cause too much trouble. Miss thinks we should let them ripen some more." Xiao Jian nodded, understanding their thinking. They had finally discovered the other party's claws and wanted to follow the vine to find more clues. So he said, "You handle it as you see fit, but you absolutely must not let them infiltrate North Mountain New Village and Nine Dragons Mountain. This subordinate understands." After Flying Eagle finished speaking, she got out of the carriage and disappeared into the crowd. Red Nyangzi, who had never been convinced by her, had been staring at her as she got out of the carriage and walked into the crowd, but in the blink of an eye, she could no longer find her. Xiao Jian, startled for a moment, laughed and said, Red Nyangzi, have you met your match? Red Nyangzi looked around again and said angrily, Young master, don't be fooled by her. This is a long-lost stealth technique from the martial world. In reality, she's still among these people. She just changed her clothes and her hair. The face you just saw isn't her real face, and her voice wasn't her real voice either. Xiao Jian said with astonishment, There's such a technique in the martial world? However, if you count the number of people, you should still be able to find her, right? Red Nyangzi said in frustration. Who knows if she infiltrated the group a long time ago? Maybe she's one of the people in your guard battalion. At this time, she probably has already left. The road from Crossroads Fortress to East Mountain Fortress was newly built. The road was smooth, and there were no pedestrians on the road. The convoy quickly arrived at Nine Dragons Mountain. The guard battalion had already sent people to Nine Dragons Mountain. When Xiao Jin arrived, Chu Junyan and Zhang Hong were already waiting in the conference room. Chu Junyan diligently poured tea and water for everyone. After Xiao Jin sat down, he cut straight to the point, asking, Zhang Hong, how is the research on the impact fuse going? Can it be put into use? Zhang Hong stood up and said, Young master, the impact fuse has been successfully developed. The main factors affecting its activation are the spring strength and the weight of the sliding hammer. We have adjusted these two parameters several times. The current test results show that the shell will trigger the fuse 100% of the time when it hits a 2-inch thick wooden board. If the wooden board is thinner than that, the probability of triggering the fuse decreases. The fuse will also be triggered if a shell enters water, but it needs to be several zhang deep before it activates. Xiao Jian stood up and patted Zhang Hong on the shoulder, cupping his fist in a gesture of respect. Zhang Hong, you have not disappointed me. You have done very well. You all have made a huge contribution to Fairy Flat. I thank you. Zhang Hong quickly stood up and bowed to Xiao Jian, saying, It's all because of your good guidance, young master. Our knowledge all comes from your teachings, so we dare not take credit. Xiao Jian then said to Lu Shan, Lu Shan, do we have molds for the cylindrical shells yet? Lu Shan replied, We have produced over a dozen sets of molds for cylindrical shells of various calibers. They are for the munitions team to cast experimental shells. However, these molds don't have the rifling grooves. The accuracy is not very high when firing at long distances. Xiao Jian nodded and said, This time in the sea battle, we didn't expect to attack at long distances. Rifled shells will require a lot of testing and cannot be completed in a few days, so we won't consider them for now. Under the current conditions, if we work day and night, how many cylindrical shells can we produce? Lu Shan and Zhang Hong discussed it together before answering, Young master, the springs that Zhang Hong and his team are using are mass-produced by the spring factory. There is also a large inventory. The other components all have ready-made molds. If we work day and night, we can probably produce over 100 shells. Xiao Jian nodded, saying, That's the best. Lu Shan, you will coordinate with Steward Zhang and start producing the cylindrical shells immediately. The matching impact fuses should also be produced simultaneously. Just as Lu Shan was about to stand up and leave, Chu Junyan stood up and stopped him, saying, Lu Shan, wait a moment. He then turned to Xiao Jian and said, Master, our research department has developed a high explosive, which is much more powerful than yellow explosive. Would it be okay to fill the shells with this explosive? Xiao Jian noticed that Chu Junyan specifically mentioned that it was the research department's achievement. Xiao Jian asked with surprise, What kind of explosive did your research department create? Tell me about your production process. Xiao Jian also cooperated with Chu Junyan, intentionally mentioning their research department, showing how much importance he placed on them. Our research department often conducts chemistry experiments. One time, we poured nitric acid into ammonia, and we found that a white crystalline solid formed. After testing, we discovered that this white crystalline solid will explode at high temperatures, and its power is extremely high. We compared it, and our new explosive is more powerful than the same volume of yellow explosive. Chu Junyan was also the leader of the material team. If they were to say that they had researched a new type of explosive, it should be credited to the material team. However, he could also say that it was the research team's achievement. Xiao Jian understood his intention. He wanted to promote the research team at the right time, and this was exactly what Xiao Jian wanted. Xiao Jian nodded, realizing, the crystalline solid that you obtained should be ammonium nitrate. Ammonium nitrate can indeed be used to make explosives. He then added with regret, it's also a very good chemical fertilizer. Unfortunately, We cannot produce ammonia in large quantities yet. Otherwise, we would be able to produce chemical fertilizer. Xiao Jian reached into his pocket and took out the list of goods that Qin Bihua had given him. He said, this time, Huangshe Village purchased 5 ships of white alum and 10 ships of green vitriol. That should be enough for a while. How fast can you produce ammonium nitrate? Chu Junyan said affirmatively. With ready-made nitric acid and ammonia, the production speed is very fast. However, you need to be careful when drying it because the temperature can't be too high. Otherwise, it will be easy to combust or even explode. Xiao Jian thought for a moment. Would it be too late to use ammonium nitrate as the explosive for the shells? Ammonium nitrate couldn't just be put into the shells. It had to be at high temperature and high pressure to explode. Mixing it with black powder to detonate the ammonium nitrate would definitely be fine, but they still needed to adjust the formula. Xiao Jian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to use ammonium nitrate as the explosive. He said, Lu Shan, don't load the explosives into the shells yet. You can go now. He then turned to Chu Junyan and Zhang Hong and said, you two will be jointly responsible for the formula of the ammonium nitrate explosive. I'll give you 2 days. If you haven't found the best formula within 2 days, then the shells will be loaded with mixed explosives. The mixed explosives that Xiao Jian was referring to were a mixture of yellow and black explosives, which were much more powerful than black explosives. However, they were not as powerful as ammonium nitrate, and they were also not as stable as ammonium nitrate. The speed of detonation of ammonium nitrate was very close to TNT, but the heat and gas produced were not as much as TNT. Xiao Jian reminded them, the properties of ammonium nitrate are similar to that of saltpeter, and their combustion principles are also the same. They both release oxygen first, and the oxygen burns with charcoal to produce a large amount of gas and heat. Therefore, sulfur and carbon powder also have to be added to the ammonium nitrate. You can mix ammonium nitrate, saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal to experiment with the best ratio. Chapter 288. The Firearm Recoil System. After explaining everything, Xiao Jian went to the shell factory. Lu Shan and Steward Zhang were both there testing the production of cylindrical shells. Lu Shan was checking the cylindrical shell components. The components of a cylindrical shell were mainly divided into 3 parts: the cylindrical steel body, the sharp warhead, and the impact fuse installed in the warhead. Xiao Jian picked up a cylindrical steel body and stuck his finger inside, touching a vertical groove inside. These grooves were similar to the pre-made fragments of hand grenades and were designed to produce more fragments when the shell exploded. He casually asked, is the explosive loaded into this steel body? Lu Shan stood up and said, young master, this is the shell body. The explosive is not directly loaded into the shell body. He picked up a tin bucket and said, this is the explosive container. It's made of tin. He then inserted the container into the shell body. The container was smaller than the empty space inside the shell body, leaving a very small gap. Lu Shan explained, if the explosive is loaded directly into the shell body, it will self-detonate because of the heat of the shell body. The explosive container is to provide insulation. Then, he brought some small steel balls and put them into the gap between the shell grooves and the explosive container. He put in dozens of steel balls until all the gaps were filled. He shook the container, and the explosive container was tightly stuck by the steel balls. He said, the grooves in the shell body are not only for pre-made fragments, they are also used to hold the steel balls and isolate the explosive container, which prevents heat transmission. This was an idea from the munitions team after many experiments. Xiao Jian nodded in appreciation. The shells would produce extremely high temperatures when they were fired. Because the contact area between the steel balls and the surface was very small, the transmission of heat was also the slowest. If there were no steel balls to slow down the transfer of heat, the shell would likely self-detonate in mid-flight. The shell body and warhead were all made using a hot press. Both parts had pre-made threads. Lu Shan picked up a warhead, screwed it into the opening of the shell body, and said, using screws to seal the opening, that was something that young master taught us. But back then, we didn't even have the ability to manufacture screws. He added with emotion, since we came to Nine Dragons Mountain, our technology has undergone tremendous changes. Things that we never dared to imagine back then can now be easily made. This is all the result of your guidance, young master, and your foresight. Xiao Jian picked up a warhead, and he could see many parts inside it. He said with a smile, Lu Shan, when did you learn to flatter? Your skills are still not good. It's too obvious. He then pointed at the warhead and asked, the impact fuse is installed inside the warhead, right? Lu Shan nodded and said, the structure of the impact fuse is complicated. It's assembled in another workshop. Do you want to take it apart and look at it, young master? Xiao Jian shook his head and said, I know the principles. There's no need to take it apart. I wonder how the experiments on the ammonium nitrate explosive are going. Let's go take a look. The ammonium nitrate explosive experiments were much simpler than expected. Chu Junyan and Zhang Hong first tested it using the formula for black powder. Then, they tested with other mixtures and finally discovered that the best formula was exactly the same as the formula for black powder. The ammonium nitrate in the explosive replaced saltpeter, and the ratio of sulfur and charcoal did not need to be changed. In the explosion experiments, the same volume of ammonium nitrate explosive and black powder was buried underground. The pit created by the ammonium nitrate explosive was over 5 times larger than that of the black powder. That day, Xiao Jian announced that the research department of the Intermediate Academy would be awarded meritorious service. The meritorious service was also awarded to Lu Shan's mechanical team, Chen Wenxuan's electrical team, and Zhang Heng's munitions team. Only the material team was not awarded any meritorious service. It seemed like everyone had forgotten about the material team. Xiao Jian said to Lu Shan, take some time to design several types of medals of merit. The medals should be divided into collective medals of merit and individual medals of merit. The collective medals of merit don't need to be worn. You can design them to be larger. The individual medals of merit should be suitable to be worn on the chest. The medals should be divided into gold, silver, copper, and iron, corresponding to gold, silver, bronze, and iron meritorious service, respectively. Lu Shan said excitedly, Young master, what kind of meritorious service do we get this time? Xiao Jian laughed and said, Gold meritorious service cannot be given out casually. You must have made a major contribution to be awarded gold meritorious service. You can be awarded silver meritorious service this time. If you want to get gold meritorious service, you have to continue to work hard. Growing the research department was also Xiao Jian's idea. Since the research department had achieved results, it was a good opportunity to help Chu Junyan. He said, Chu Junyan, you are leading both the material team and the research department. These two teams belong to different departments, which is very inconvenient. Let the material team be under the umbrella of the research department. In the future, you only need to manage the research department. Chu Junyan was overjoyed and immediately bowed to Xiao Jian, saying, This disciple, Chu Junyan, thanks you for your concern, master. This disciple will definitely not let you down. I will lead the research department well and strive to research more achievements. Lu Shan, standing at the side, looked at Chu Junyan with envy. He truly didn't expect that Chu Junyan would actually break away and be on his own. This was a huge responsibility. Their research institute now had a rival. After the formula for the ammonium nitrate explosive was determined, the explosive factory began to produce the new explosive and used the new explosive to fill the cylindrical shells. Xiao Jian, Lu Shan, Chu Junyan, and Zhang Heng all came to the conference room. He said, If the cannons are mounted on sailing ships, the huge recoil can shatter the ships. We need to design a gun carriage to gradually reduce the recoil of the cannons. What are your thoughts on this? Lu Shan thought and said, To reduce recoil, we need a device that gradually increases the counterforce, right? Xiao Jian nodded and said, That's right. The resistance at the starting position should be the lowest. The more the cannon recoils, the greater the counterforce applied to the cannon, ultimately forcing the cannon to stop recoiling. The longer the distance from the cannon's starting position to its stopping position, the smaller the recoil that is applied to the ship's hull. Of course, the more space it needs. Chu Junyan asked, Lu Shan, you have been to the shipyard. How wide are the decks of the current sailing ships? Lu Shan thought for a moment, saying uncertainly, the width should be less than 2 zhang, and the length is estimated to be around 7 to 8 zhang. Chu Junyan said, That means that the cannon's recoil distance is about 1 zhang. The cannon itself is about 3 qi, so the maximum recoil distance is about 1 zhang. Zhang Heng said, Make a gradually rising iron rail, allowing the gun carriage to recoil in the rail. As it recoils, it will be like climbing a steep slope. Would that be able to counteract the recoil? Lu Shan immediately agreed, saying, That's a good idea, Zhang Heng. We can also increase the rotational resistance of the wheels. That should be able to eliminate the recoil gradually. Chu Junyan also came up with an idea, saying, We can add a spring, so that during the recoil of the gun carriage, the spring is continuously compressed, ensuring that the gun carriage does not slide off the track. Xiao Jian said, Those are good suggestions. This has another benefit, which is after the gun carriage returns, the cannon's angle will not change. Just follow this plan and make a test gun carriage. Just as they were about to stand up and leave, Xiaojian said again, "Also, Zhang Heng, the next task that your munitions team needs to research is breech-loading cannons. With our current technology, manufacturing breech-loading cannons is not difficult." Zhang Heng said, "Our munitions team had mentioned that before, but recently, we have been fully focused on the impact fuse. Now that this project is considered complete, we will start researching breech-loading cannons right away." Chapter 289, Trial Production of the Cannon Recoil System. Xiao Jian said, "There are two key points for breech-loading cannons. One is the sealing issue. With screw technology, this is no longer a problem. The precision of the parts pressed by the hot press is also not a problem. If not, we can just use manual grinding. Another issue is the bullets. To facilitate the pressing of bullet casings, make the interior of the casing straight. The walls of the casing behind the bullet should be a little thicker than the front, forming a shape that's narrow in the front and wide in the back, preventing the bullets from jamming in the cannon barrel. Leave a thick rim at the bottom of the bullet to provide a limit and increase the sealing effect." Zhang Heng recorded what Xiao Jian said and stood up, saying, "Young master, please rest assured. The munitions team guarantees that it will complete the research and development task and test the breech-loading cannon as quickly as possible." After arranging the task of researching breech-loading cannons, they began experimenting with the cannon recoil system. The steel rails and steel wheels that were needed for the recoil system had ready-made molds. With the molds, manufacturing steel rails was not difficult, and they quickly built a model of the gun carriage in an open space. The total length of the gun carriage was 1 zhang, with a gradually increasing slope and a curved shape, and at the end of the gun carriage, the rail was almost vertical. The gun carriage was modified from an ore cart with a wheelbase of 2 chi. The 3 chi long infantry cannon was fixed on the ore cart. They poured propellant into the muzzle, inserted the cylindrical shell, and used a wooden rod to push the shell to the bottom of the barrel. Then, they inserted the fuse into the fire vent of the cannon, and the loading was complete. After the cannon was ignited, with a boom, the shell was fired. The gun carriage quickly recoiled and stopped as it was about to reach the top of the curved rail. After a moment, the gun carriage rushed downward again, and it shot out from the rail. In the distance, there was a loud explosion on the hillside, and a puff of white smoke rose into the air. They had used an explosive shell for the test just now. Lu Shan carefully examined the stopping position of the gun carriage and checked the brakes on the ore cart, saying, "Sai, the travel of the gun carriage is still too long. The brakes on the steel wheels have reached their limit. If we apply more pressure on the brakes, the steel wheels will stop turning." Zhang Heng looked at the gun carriage for a while and said, "It seems that we need to add a spring device to slow down the recoil speed of the gun carriage." Chu Junyan's strength was in theory, and he was not as hands-on, but this did not prevent him from discovering the problem. He said, "The gun carriage has to travel 1 zhang, so how big a spring would be needed? A spring that is 1 zhang long, even when compressed, will be 2 or 3 chi, shortening the travel distance of the gun carriage." Zhang Heng said confidently, "We can make a lever at the top of the gun carriage to push against the gun carriage. Since the gun carriage rail is curved, we can fix the lever's pivot point in the center of the curve. When the gun carriage recoils, it can compress the spring with the lever, and there won't be a problem, right?" Lu Shan nodded, saying, "Zhang Heng's idea is feasible. However, this spring must be very strong. Otherwise, we can use the shock-absorbing springs from the ore carts." After speaking, they found a few very thick springs and used screws to fix them on top of the gun carriage, and they made a lever using thick pieces of wood. The lever was pressed against the spring, and they were able to reach the end of the rail by moving it. They lifted the gun carriage back onto the rail and loaded it and fired it again. This time, the gun carriage stopped a few chi from the end of the rail. Lu Shan looked at the stopping position of the gun carriage and said, "This time, the stopping position is acceptable. I think it meets the requirements." He then looked at the gun carriage that had shot out and said, "We still need to solve the problem of the gun carriage recoiling. We can add a lock in the middle of the rail so that the gun carriage stops when it returns there, and then when the lock is released, the gun carriage can return to the firing position." Zhang Heng nodded in agreement and then looked at the spring on the lever for a while, saying, "Let's add a device to adjust the spring's force so we can adjust the travel distance of the gun carriage." Chu Junyan, seeing that the other two had their own suggestions, also got a little anxious. Their master was watching on the side, and he couldn't just stand there without giving a reasonable suggestion. So he carefully examined the gun carriage. When the cannon barrel was hot-pressed, the middle and both sides of the tail of the barrel had cannon lugs. The cannon barrel was fixed on the gun carriage with bolts using these 4 cannon lugs. Chu Junyan had a flash of inspiration, saying, "The cannon can not only fire in one direction, right? I think that this gun carriage needs to be modified to allow the cannon to change its firing angle. We can design a universal joint on the gun carriage and use a lead screw to adjust the firing angle of the cannon. When the research department was researching the steam-powered or cart, they had used the universal joint a lot, and Chu Junyan was no stranger to it. Lu Shan looked at Chu Junyan with admiration. It was not by chance that this kid had been chosen by their master and then had led the research department to rise so rapidly. He was indeed intelligent and capable. His suggestion seemed simple, and it was also easy to implement, but its effect was huge, especially on large cannons such as coastal defense guns. This showed its advantages even more. Xiao Jian looked at Chu Junyan with satisfaction and then stood up and said, I am very satisfied with your design. Start producing based on this plan. However, this type of buffered gun carriage is only suitable for light infantry cannons. It won't work for large caliber cannons. In the future, warships will also need buffered gun carriages. You have to continue researching and use a pneumatic or hydraulic method. The structure of a warship is different from that of a cargo ship. It can withstand greater recoil force. The travel distance only needs to be 4 or 5 chi. After the gun carriage design is completed, I will give the 3 of you individual meritorious service. Chu Junyan's universal joint gun mount would have a huge impact in the future and would barely qualify for a silver medal of merit. Lu Shan and Zhang Heng, you have both played an important role in the design of the gun carriage, so I'll give you both a bronze medal of merit. These were the first individual medals of merit. Zhang Heng asked excitedly, Young master, is there a limit to the weight of the gun carriage? The upgrading of the gun carriage would definitely fall to the munitions team, so Zhang Heng was more concerned about the parameters of the gun carriage. If they could successfully design it, a collective meritorious service medal was definitely within their grasp. Xiao Jian said, the situation with warships is still unclear. We will know once the warships are designed. The weight requirements for the gun carriages used on the sailing ships this time are not high. Lu Shan was a little depressed. He didn't have a project that he could truly be proud of at this time. He asked hesitantly, Young master, once the steam engine is designed, our mechanical team will be relatively idle. What should we research next? Xiao Jian said with a smile to Lu Shan, among all the research groups, your mechanical team has the most arduous tasks. Next, your mechanical team can research and manufacture machine tools. There are many types of machine tools, including lathes, drilling machines, planers, milling machines, etc. Polishing machines can also be considered a type of machine tool. Machine tools are the foundation of the entire industrial development. Once you research them all, you will all be worthy of the gold medal of merit. Lu Shan immediately smiled happily, and his mood suddenly became brighter. After listening to Xiao Jian's tips, his mind suddenly became clear, and he felt that the mechanical team had a bright future. Gold medals of merit were only awarded for making huge contributions. Perhaps, the first gold medal of merit would be awarded to the mechanical team. After finishing the trial production of the cannon recoil system, Xiao Jian found Steward Zhang, who was arranging production, and asked, Steward Zhang, are there any problems with production? Do we have enough people? Steward Zhang said, Young master, I have transferred 2,000 more people from the farms. Currently, we have enough manpower. However, they are all novices, so we still need to give them some time to adapt. Xiao Jian said, once the shells and gun carriages are produced, you need to send them to the shipyard immediately. Each ship needs to have 8 cannons, so we need to produce over 300 gun carriages. Each ship should be stocked with 40 rounds of ammunition, so we need to produce over 1,000 shells. The longer we delay in Huangshe village, the easier it is for problems to arise. You need to complete the production of gun carriages and shells as quickly as possible. Steward Zhang said, Young master, please rest assured. The production of the shells has already been arranged. We are producing day and night, and we should be able to produce over 1,000 shells within 10 days. I'm arranging the manpower for the production of the gun carriages. I don't know the production speed yet, but we will work day and night. Once they are completed, we will transport them to the shipyard. I hope it won't cause any delays. Chapter 290. Hiding Cannons on Cargo Ships. Xiao Jian nodded, saying, Okay, I don't know anything about production. Just handle it as you see fit. I'm going back to the shipyard. I also need to see the modifications of the sailing ships. When Xiao Jian returned to the shipyard, Wang Dongyang was modifying the sailing ships. The type of ship that Xiao Jian was using was a cargo sand ship, commonly known as a square stern ship. It had 5 masts, and in the middle toward the rear, there was a square cabin with sides measuring about 1 zhang and 5 or 6 chi. The height of the cabin was about 1 zhang and 2 chi, with passageways between the two sides and the ship's hull. The living quarters, including the resting area and kitchen, were inside the cabin, and the cargo holds were under the deck. When Xiao Jian walked onto the deck, he saw that Wang Dongyang was directing the craftsmen, laying wooden planks on top of the cabin. Wang Dongyang's approach was to extend the square cabin towards both ends of the ship, creating a canopy. The canopy was about 1 zhang and 5 qi wide, just enough to place a gun carriage, and the cannons on both sides had to be staggered. Xiao Jian roughly estimated that 3 cannons could be installed on one side and 6 cannons on the entire ship. 2 more could be installed at the bow and stern, basically matching his budget. Xiao Jian didn't disturb Wang Dongyang. He went through the skylight on the top and entered the canopy. The interior of the canopy was very spacious, and the left and right sides were built with wooden planks. Because there were no cannon dimensions, the wooden planks didn't have cannon windows yet. The protective ability of the wooden planks was minimal, but the canopy's supports were very sturdy and made entirely of hardwood. The wooden planks on the top of the canopy extended 2 meters longer on both sides, so the passageways outside the canopy wouldn't get wet from the rain, and when looking down from a high place, the firing windows of the cannons were hidden. Wang Dongyang had already thought everything through carefully when modifying the sailing ships, so Xiao Jian couldn't help much. He greeted Wang Dongyang and then returned to the courtyard. When Xiao Jian arrived at the study of the courtyard, only Chen Wenxuan and a few others were organizing documents. Uncle Zhao had not yet returned from the construction site. When Chen Wenxuan saw Xiao Jian, he put down the documents in his hand and came to the study, starting to report on the situation here. The road to the new steel mill has been cleared and is currently being widened. The foundation of the tracks is being compacted. The roadbed uses too many stones. We have to wait until the rock crushers arrive from 9 Dragons Mountain before we can start laying the crushed stone, wooden sleepers, and steel rails. A large number of houses need to be built at the steel mill, so brick and tile factories are being built near the steel mill. All the materials for the blast furnaces have been transported to the steel mill. The construction team is processing the foundations and will begin construction of the blast furnaces soon. Uncle Zhao's idea is that 1 blast furnace will be put into operation as soon as it is built to supply the steel needed here. Xiao Jian understood Uncle Zhao's thinking. 9 Dragons Mountain was too far, and transporting steel here would be too labor-intensive. It would take a month at most to build the new steel mill's blast furnaces, and it would probably take at least half a year to complete the construction of the entire steel mill. However, the time for the first batch of blast furnaces to start production wouldn't be more than 3 months. During this time, Zhang Chun had been following Uncle Zhao all the time. He claimed that there were too many migrant workers building the steel mill to be safe, but in reality, he was trying to curry favor with Uncle Zhao. Ever since Uncle Zhao had suggested that someone else should command this sea battle, Zhang Chun had started to have thoughts. Among all of them, only Uncle Zhao dared to say something forceful in front of Xiao Jian, and Xiao Jian respected him. If he wanted to take command of the sea battle, he could only rely on Uncle Zhao's help. It could be said that, in the entire fairy flat, Zhang Chun was the person who understood Xiao Jian's thoughts the most. He knew that, in the long term, the Navy was the protagonist of the battlefield. After Xiao Jian handed him over the Navy to manage, he often brought his standing battalion onto the ships and trained them to the standards of sailors. Although the soldiers under him still hadn't reached the standard of sailors, they had no problem operating a sailing ship. As long as he could win this sea battle, it would be a matter of course for him to transfer to the Navy in the future. Zhang Chun and Uncle Zhao were both living at the construction site. When Zhang Chun received the news that Xiao Jian had returned to the shipyard, he immediately went to Uncle Zhao. He said respectfully, "Uncle Zhao, cousin went back to the shipyard today. You have been directing operations at the construction site every day for the past few days. It's time for you to go back and rest for a few days. Why don't we go back to the shipyard today? The construction site is being managed by Zhang de Hammer's construction team. You don't have to worry." Ever since Uncle Zhao formally entered Fairy Flat's organizational structure, the higher-ups of Fairy Flat had followed Xiao Jian and started calling him Uncle Zhao, and he had gladly accepted this title. Uncle Zhao looked at Zhang Chun meaningfully and said in a roundabout way, "Zhang Chun, you want to speak to young master about something, right? There are too many people at the construction site. I'm worried that Zhang de Hammer might not be able to handle it." Zhang Chun organized his words for a long time before putting on a flattering expression, saying, "Uncle Zhao, you see, cousin is good at everything, but he wants to do everything himself. His safety is related to the fate of all of us, so we absolutely cannot let him take the risk. Do you think that makes sense?" Uncle Zhao looked at Zhang Chun with his deep eyes, and Zhang Chun was made to feel uneasy by Uncle Zhao's gaze. After fidgeting for a while, he said with a guilty conscience. I was also worried about cousin's safety, so I volunteered myself. Even if I have a little bit of interest in the Navy, that's not a mistake, is it? Uncle Zhao burst into laughter, saying, Zhang Chun, you're really a crafty monkey. If I let you command this sea battle, how confident would you be? Zhang Chun immediately perked up and patted his chest, saying, Uncle Zhao, you can rest assured. I have already made some plans. Our shortcomings are that our ships are slower than theirs, and that the training of our soldiers is not as good as theirs. Our advantages are that we have more ships than they do, they don't know us well, and they think that we are just an unthreatening transport fleet. Their target is the goods on the ship, so they won't easily destroy our ships. This creates a lot of opportunities for us. Uncle Zhao nodded and said, I think you should make more contingency plans and also let the Navy do some targeted exercises. The shells from Nine Dragons Mountain should still need time to produce, so you still have enough time to prepare. The Guard Battalion had never fought in a sea battle before. Uncle Zhao was still somewhat worried despite the boastful words of Zhang Chun. In the evening, just as Zhang Chun and Uncle Zhao arrived at Xiao Jian's study, they received information from Goer. Xiao Jian glanced at the strip of paper, handed it to Uncle Zhao, and said, They have dispatched 3 warships. Luingjia and Goer also reminded us to be careful that the other side will intercept the fleet on the way. After reading it, Uncle Zhao handed it to Zhang Chun and sighed, Sigh. Each warship has over 40 cannons. It's hard to imagine what it would be like if they were to fire at our fleet. Zhang Chun also carefully read the strip of paper. Goer said on the strip of paper that the 3 warships docked at Guangqing port had left the port one after another. He also gave a brief introduction of these 3 warships. They were all 3-masted galleons with 2 decks and over 40 cannons. On board, the caliber of the cannons was about the same as that of their infantry cannons, but they were all small bronze cannons. Zhang Chun put down the strip of paper and said, The warships left the port 3 days ago, and right now, they are waiting for us to walk right into their trap in the open sea. According to the timeline, our fleet should be departing in these few days, so they have calculated it very accurately, cousin. I would like to apply to command this sea battle. Seeing the number of cannons on the other side, Uncle Zhao became very uneasy. He absolutely couldn't let Xiao Jian command this sea battle. He supported him, saying, Zhang Chun has been in charge of the Navy and has been training on the ships. I think that letting Zhang Chun command this sea battle is the best choice. Seeing that Xiao Jian didn't respond, he continued, We need to make a decision as soon as possible. To be on the safe side, Zhang Chun also needs to lead the Navy to do exercises. We have never participated in a sea battle before, so we shouldn't make a mess of it when the time comes. Xiao Jian thought about it. Seeing that Uncle Zhao and Zhang Chun were singing the same tune, it was clear that they had planned this in advance, and he probably wouldn't be able to command this sea battle. He said, Okay, Zhang Chun will be in command. Let's discuss how we should fight this battle. Chapter 291, Transport Ships versus Warships. The 3 of them studied and discussed in the study until midnight before finally dispersing. That night, 2 sailing fishing boats left the shipyard and quickly headed out to sea, tasked with scouting the position of the enemy warships. The next day, the naval forces began learning various flag signals and the commands they represented. During the day, commands were communicated using flags of different colors, and at night, by the number of times a lantern flashed. With the glass factory built, various lighting fixtures were already in production, including stormproof lanterns. In special circumstances, skyrockets could also be used for communication. The firework factory on Nine Dragon Mountain produced fireworks in many colors, and combinations of different colors represented different commands. The guard team had already used these color combinations in actual combat, and the naval forces only needed to familiarize themselves with them. It wasn't required that everyone fully master flag signals, but at least 2 people on each ship had to be proficient. Various training exercises for dispersal and regrouping were also underway. These were just routine training for the naval forces. 3 days later, the first batch of gun carriages from Nine Dragon Mountain arrived, along with hundreds of cylindrical practice rounds. The practice rounds were directly cast and were exactly the same size and weight as live rounds. Cylindrical rounds were very different from spherical cannonballs. Without rifling or tail fins, the cylindrical rounds were even less accurate than spherical rounds. However, they had the advantage of having a larger space for propellant and a better seal within the barrel. The first batch consisted of just over 100 gun carriages. Zhang Chun distributed these 100-plus carriages, installing 2 on each sailing ship. After the carriages were installed, the naval forces practiced firing cannons without restraint. The constant roar of the cannons blended with the sounds of blasting rock for road construction, forming a continuous din. By the time Zhang Chun had used up the practice rounds, the final batch of cannonballs and gun carriages from Nine Dragon Mountain had arrived. The shipyard worked day and night to complete all the installations in 2 days. Each ship was equipped with 8 cannons, 3 on each side, and 1 at the bow and stern. Each cannon was provided with 5 rounds of ammunition. After the sailing ships were modified, the fleet returned to the Jinjiang city docks, loaded the cargo from the warehouses into the holds, and set sail for the open sea early the next morning. Xiao Jian wanted to follow the fleet south, but Uncle Zhao insisted that he not go to sea with Zhang Chun. He had to wait until after the sea battle to join them. To keep an eye on Xiao Jian, Uncle Zhao was on the same ship as him, following behind Zhang Chun's fleet. When the fleet reached the vicinity of Shangzhou City, a sailing fishing boat sent out for reconnaissance met up with them. They reported that they had spotted 3 enemy warships about 800 li, approximately 400 kilometers, from the Jinjiang estuary. At this moment, on a mountaintop south of the Jinjiang estuary, a hunched old man was watching Zhang Chun's fleet. A flash of malice crossed his eyes, which quickly reverted to a harmless, simple look as he bent down to gather firewood. As soon as Zhang Chun's fleet left the Jinjiang estuary, a column of thick smoke rose from the southern mountains. The smoke rose so high that it could be seen for hundreds of miles. Shortly after the smoke appeared, a team of 12 female soldiers on horseback galloped towards the hill. As they passed a thatched cottage, they saw an old farmer sitting in the yard, hunched over as he chopped branches into smaller pieces. The lead female soldier dismounted and walked to the old farmer, loudly asking, "Old man, have you seen any strangers around here lately?" The old man was hard of hearing and took a while to answer. "This morning, a young man came and asked me for water. Are you also looking for water, young lady?" The female soldier turned and headed towards a gully in the mountain where the smoke was coming from. The old man's hearing was poor, so she didn't say anything more to him. The female soldier walked along the dry gully, stepping on the withered weeds. Suddenly, she yelled, "Damn it, he tricked us. Go back. Capture that old man." With that, she quickly rushed back to the cottage. But the old man was nowhere to be seen. The female soldier went inside. The cottage was dusty and there were cracks in the water jar, indicating it had not been used in a while. Zhang Chun's fleet, after leaving the Jinjiang estuary by dozens of kilometers, divided into 4 columns. Each column had 11 ships, with a distance of 1 li, about half a kilometer, between each column, forming a rectangular formation as they headed out to sea. Xiao Jian and Uncle Zhao kept their distance, trailing far behind their fleet. The fleet sailed southwest for over 400 kilometers. Through his spyglass, Zhang Chun finally spotted the enemy warships, and they had also spotted the transport fleet. They were, after all, professional warships. Their speed and agility were much greater than those of the transport ships. Furthermore, the transport ships were loaded with cargo, causing them to sit deeper in the water. Their speed and maneuverability were far inferior to the enemy ships. As soon as the warships spotted the transport fleet, they quickly began to maneuver. Before the transport ships could react, the enemy had already outflanked them from the rear and gained the windward advantage. On one of the warships, the foreign merchant whom Xiao Jian had driven away from Yellowstone Village was standing in the command room. He happily shouted, "Those yellow-skinned pigs have finally arrived. We've waited for days. Charge forward and use chain shot to bring down their sails. Don't let them escape, and be careful not to hit the holds, or we'll lose a fortune if we destroy the penicillin." Seeing the warships quickly charging towards them, the transport fleet immediately panicked and completely lost their composure. They scattered in every direction except the direction of the warships. Some continued to sail straight ahead, others turned to the sides. A fleet that had been somewhat organized quickly became dispersed across the sea. The 3 warships rapidly advanced, charging towards the transport fleet in a straight line. The warships were much faster than the transport ships, and they also had the wind advantage. They quickly closed the distance. When they were about 300 meters from the transport ships, the warships began to fire their cannons. They were using bar shot and chain shot, targeting the sails and masts of the transport ships. The sails of the targeted transport ships were immediately torn apart, and the ropes on the masts were severed, causing them to lose power and slow down rapidly. Many other transport ships, after the warships approached, proactively lowered their sails to avoid being attacked. The 3 warships ignored the crippled vessels and continued to pursue the fleeing transport ships. When they first encountered the warships, the transport ships had scattered. The warship's pursuit of the transport fleet naturally took them into the transport ship's firing zone. To their sides were ships that were fleeing forward or to the flanks, while behind them were the ships whose sails they had damaged, or the ones that had proactively lowered their sails. These ships, after the warships had passed, raised their sails again, using the remaining sails to adjust their hulls so that their broadsides faced the warships. Ships that couldn't adjust their hulls were forced to use their bow or stern cannons to target the warships. The ships at the front and flanks, during their chaotic escape, adjusted their positions as well. The transport ships were equipped with universal joint cannon carriages, which allowed the cannons to be adjusted up to 60 degrees. As long as the ship's hull was at an angle to the warship, the cannons could hit it. The transport ship's adjustments did not raise the enemy's suspicion. The gun ports were not open, and the warships were much higher than the transport ships. The warships couldn't even see the sides of the nearby transport ships. When the warships boldly sailed into the transport ship's firing range, a firework suddenly shot up from Zhang Chun's flagship, exploding in the sky in a shower of red sparks. Chapter 292. Han Ling is Zhou Ling Han. Before the enemy warships could react, a volley of cannon fire erupted around them. The transport ships were only a few hundred meters away from the warships. Even with poor aim, the sailors could hit such large, two-decked vessels. All three warships were under attack at the same time. They were enveloped in flames. The leading warship was unfortunately struck in its powder magazine by a shell. The entire warship exploded like a giant firework, scattering debris everywhere. The remaining two warships were riddled with holes, and their sails were also ignited by the shells, causing thick smoke to billow out. When Zhang Chun saw that they had been sufficiently damaged, he sent up a white firework. Soon, the sounds of battle died down. Transport ships that had fled too far were now turning back, their dark cannons aimed at the two warships. With a single order from Zhang Chun, the two warships could be sunk in an instant. The commander on the warship, the foreign merchant who had been driven away by Xiao Jian, was now standing in the command room. He gaped, staring in horror at a pile of wreckage not far away. The scene of the warship exploding had not left his mind. At that moment, one of the warships raised a white flag, and the other followed suit. The terrifying power of the exploding shells and the shocking scene of the warship's explosion had left the sailors in a state of shock and fear. They no longer had any desire to resist. When Zhang Chun's men boarded the ships, they walked out of the cabins without being ordered, heads bowed, and allowed their hands to be bound. After the battle, Zhang Chun sent men to find Xiao Jian's ship, which was about a dozen kilometers away, and report the battle situation. Xiao Jian arrived on Zhang Chun's flagship, and Zhang Chun said mysteriously, "Cousin, we've struck gold." Xiao Jian wasn't particularly interested in galleons. Compared to catamarans, galleons were too slow. The future naval warships would all be catamarans. He didn't feel much excitement about Zhang Chun's talk of riches. Seeing that Xiao Jian didn't respond, Zhang Chun said mysteriously again, "Cousin, there's a lot of silver on these two warships. A lot of it." Xiao Jian's eyes immediately widened. "Really? How much?" Xiao Jian had heard from Goer in Yellowstone Village that foreign merchants had brought a lot of silver to Guang City. This silver must be part of it, so the amount would be considerable. The three of them boarded the warship together. They went to the lower deck, which was normally for ballast. Now, there wasn't any ballast. Instead, there were over 100 rectangular boxes. Zhang Chun stepped forward and opened a box. It was full of silver bars. They had been using silver for ballast. Xiao Jian immediately beamed. Xiao Jian picked up a silver bar from the box and examined it closely. There were several large English letters on the silver bar, as well as the weight of the bar, written as the number 1000 with the unit OZ. OZ was an abbreviation for ounce, and it was very close to 1 liang in China. Each box contained 50 silver bars. By Chinese measurement standards, this was 50,000 liang of silver. With over 100 boxes, there was an estimated 6 million liang of silver. Uncle Zhao was also in a good mood. He smiled for the first time in a while, asking, "Is it the same on the other warship?" Zhang Chun replied confidently, "I checked. It's the same on the other warship." Then, he added regretfully, "It's a shame that one of them sank. I wonder if we can salvage anything." Xiao Jian said, "They had enough silver that it made sense to use it for ballast." This made full use of the ship's carrying capacity. When they needed to use the silver, they could just replace it with stones. Uncle Zhao, deeply impressed, said, "Now I understand your concerns. When there is too much silver, it's just like stone." The three of them went to the compartment where the cannons were stored. There were all 3 Qi bronze cannons. Each cannon weighed at least 2,000 jin. Xiao Jian smiled at Zhang Chun and said, "We can melt these bronze cannons when we get back. We'll get a lot of bronze. It's not a small haul either." Uncle Zhao touched the bronze cannon, asking in confusion, "We've already stockpiled a lot of bronze. What do you plan to do with it?" Xiao Jian wouldn't reveal the existence of the unknown space. In fact, he was preparing a lot of the materials here for the unknown space. Of course, this world also needed a large amount of bronze. He said, "Bronze is never enough. I want to use it to make copper wire. When the generators are fully developed, we'll need copper wire to transmit electricity to various places." Uncle Zhao stared at Xiao Jian in disbelief. Using copper wire to transmit electricity to various places? How much bronze would that require? Xiao Jian returned to his own ship. Flying Hawk was sitting in the cabin, still wearing her pale gray dress. When Red Maid saw her, she grunted and looked out of the window. She was still bitter about the incident at the Crossroads Castle. Xiao Jian asked, "Is there anything you need?" Flying Hawk stood up and bowed, saying, "Young master, I would like to interrogate the people on the warships." Xiao Jian nodded and told Black Charcoal, "Go with her. Interrogate them on the warship, but don't make too much noise." The silver on the warships would be perfect for Yellowstone Village. Xiao Jian ordered Zhang Chun to transfer all the silver to the transport ships. The sailors replaced the torn sails and reattached the severed ropes. That evening, Flying Hawk came to Xiao Jian's cabin. Xiao Jian asked, "Did you get any useful information?" Flying Hawk nodded seriously. "Young master, Huang San has betrayed us and joined the South Seas Company. He is responsible for intelligence for this ambush. Han Ling has also joined the South Seas Company, but she is under the highest level of secrecy. They are not allowed to know about her. According to them, Han Ling is a Chinese, and she must have joined them last year. I suspect that Han Ling is Zhou Ling Han. I wonder if you noticed it, young master. Han Ling and Ling Han. The names are just reversed." Xiao Jian slammed his fist on the table. "That's true. Such an obvious flaw, and I didn't notice. No wonder she disappeared suddenly in Yellowstone County. She was afraid of me recognizing her." Now, there was finally a lead on Zhou Ling Han. Xiao Jian asked again, "What about Zhao Jin's? Is there any clue about her?" Flying Hawk said, "There is no lead on her. They don't even know who Zhou Lingen's father is. They also confessed some things about the South Seas Company. The top leadership of the South Seas Company has changed. The new leader who took over is very powerful. They have a technique for rapidly smelting silver, and he brought this technique with him. He also improved the method of making steel. Now the South Seas Company can produce steel on a large scale. The cannons on the warships are also being replaced with steel cannons. He also designed a musket with a long range and high precision. The musket is slow to produce, so they haven't started mass production yet. It is said that this person is very mysterious. He can accurately pinpoint the location of gold and silver mines. This person has also created many wondrous machines, including one that can rotate continuously. The other party must be using the Bessemer process for steelmaking. Xiao Jian didn't understand silver smelting techniques, so he didn't know how to improve the smelting speed. High-precision muskets must be rifled guns. A machine that can rotate by itself? Was it a steam engine? Xiao Jian was almost certain that this person was the soul-devouring spirit. The soul-devouring spirit was supported by a higher civilization. It was normal for them to provide the spirit with some technology. The future was going to be troublesome. The other party's technology might even surpass his own. According to the foreign merchant, their speed of development was not slower than his own. Xiao Jian was suddenly curious. What country was this person from? Was he Chinese or European? He asked, "Did they say what this person looks like?" Flying Hawk shook her head. They've never seen him. No one in the company has seen his appearance. Chapter 293, Mountains of Supplies. The news of the warship's capture could not be leaked for the time being. Xiao Jian ordered Zhang Chun to hide the warships on a deserted island and not to bring them back to the shipyard. He also ordered the prisoners to be carefully guarded, and none of them were to be allowed to escape. He then began his journey south to Yellowstone Village. He traveled day and night without encountering any more problems, and he arrived safely in the waters near Yellowstone Village. Xiao Jian went to the deck and looked towards the canyon of Yellowstone Village. He saw that the outer edge of the canyon was filled with ships. There were so many that he couldn't count them all. These ships were not all from foreign merchants. Most of them were Chinese sailing ships. The ships sat low in the water, probably loaded with ore. Xiao Jian said to Tainyo, "Tainyo, lead the fleet around to the south of the entrance and blend in with the ships. Don't let anyone recognize you. I will go into Yellowstone Village first." At the entrance to the canyon, several sailing ships were blocking the waterway. When Xiao Jian's fleet arrived at the entrance, a small boat approached them. A man on the boat shouted, "The cargo yard is full, and the port of Yellowstone Village is closed. Please return." As soon as he finished speaking, several more small boats arrived and blocked Xiao Jian's fleet from proceeding further. Black Charcoal walked to the edge of the ship and shouted to the people on the small boat, "Are you Lu Yingjia's men? Go back and report that the young master has arrived." The men on the small boat recognized Black Charcoal. He immediately saluted and said loudly, "It's Brother Black Charcoal. I'll tell them to move out of the way right away. Please send my best regards to the young master." When they reached the dock, Xiao Jian wondered if he had come to the wrong place. The old dock had disappeared. The entire port area was filled with temporary jetties, more than could be counted. This was a deep water port, and jetties only a few zhang, approximately 3 to 5 meters, long were all that was required to allow the cargo ships to unload. This was also the reason they decided to set up the market here. On the roadside behind the dock, there were discarded carts and wagon parts everywhere. Broken wheels and broken frames were scattered about, as if a fierce battle had taken place. The ore storage yard was piled high, almost reaching the sky. The several thousand mu, hundreds of hectares, storage area was full of ore. This was truly shooting oneself in the foot. Without the wide road and the wagon workshop, they would never have been able to unload so much, or if they had relied solely on human labor. Xiao Jian felt he had really made a mistake. Ore profits seemed low, but the sheer volume was overwhelming. This stuff didn't take up much space. Most cargo ships could carry thousands of tons. He'd been stupid to increase prices. Even with low profit margins, each ship could earn several thousand liang of silver, especially copper ore. The purchase price for a ton of copper ore was 60 liang. 1,000 tons was 60,000 liang. Xiao Jian couldn't even imagine how large the profits were. Copper was 300 liang per ton, and a ship of copper was 300,000 liang. Xiao Jian didn't know the price of copper overseas, but it was certainly very profitable. No wonder they were shipping so frantically. It seemed all the ships here had been drafted into the frantic shipping. What's done was done, and there was no use in regret. When Xiao Jian saw Chen Bihua, she was sitting motionless in a chair. He walked behind her, but she didn't even notice him. Xiao Jian put his hands on her shoulders and gently kneaded them. He said softly, "Chen Bihua, don't feel guilty. This was a premeditated event. It's not your fault." Chen Bihua turned around in a panic and realized it was Xiao Jian. She threw herself into his arms and began to cry. Lu Yingjia and Goer also rushed over when they heard the news. Only then did Chen Bihua stop crying. They all sat down together. Before Xiao Jian could say anything about the sea battle, Goer stood up and reported, "Young master, I've checked the accounts. In the last half day, 22 ships of copper, 30 ships of copper ore, and 10 ships of iron ore were unloaded. In just half a day, the accounting currency rose by over 8 million. Someone was obviously up to no good." Chen Bihua started crying again, saying, "The daily accounting was done after the evening shift. We had dozens of people responsible for weighing and accepting goods. These things were originally the responsibility of the sales department, but they have been so tired these past few days that we replaced them with a new batch of workers. These new workers did not detect any abnormalities because they were too busy. The settlement time was also delayed." Xiao Jian nodded, took Chen Bihua's hand, and patted it gently. He then turned to Lu Yingjia. Lu Yingjia said solemnly, "This was indeed a premeditated event. These new workers were transferred from my regular army. It was their first day doing the weighing and accounting. Goer and I were tricked into going to Yellowstone County, and Chen Bihua was stuck in the exhibition hall and couldn't leave. None of us were there." Xiao Jian asked, "Why did both of you go to Yellowstone County? Did something happen there?" Lu Yingjia explained, "We must have been part of a scheme to lure us away. Goer went in the morning. News had come from Yellowstone County, saying that someone had spotted Han Ling. The reason I went was that Goer was ambushed. By the time I got there with my men, the attackers had already fled." Goer looked mournful and ashamed. He said, "We found Han Ling in a village in Yellowstone County. As soon as I led 100 people into the village, we were surrounded by hundreds of people. The brothers outside saw the warning flares and returned to Yellowstone Village for reinforcements. We had over a dozen casualties." The warning flare Goer mentioned were the fireworks manufactured in Nine Dragon Mountain. They exploded in the air after being lit. Chen Bihua said, "Feeling wronged, I was surrounded by a few ruffians. They carried 2 corpses and said they had been poisoned after using penicillin. They demanded we give them an explanation. The exhibition hall was full of people, and I couldn't get away. Xiao Jian had no intention of blaming them. He patted Shin Bihua's hand again, comforting her. Okay, the situation is clear. Don't blame yourselves. On the way south, we even fought a battle against 3 warships. Lu Yingjie stood up in a panic, his eyes wide with surprise. He said, so the 3 warships that disappeared from Guang City did indeed hijack transport ships? What was the outcome? Xiao Jian smiled. I'm not missing an arm or a leg, am I? What else could the outcome have been? We destroyed all 3 warships. Xiao Jian had intended to laugh loudly, but the laughter just wouldn't come. These 3 warships were nothing compared to the problems he would have in the future. He believed that, before long, steel warships would appear. And his opponents probably didn't care much about a few wooden warships. Xiao Jian then gave a general account of the sea battle. The faces of Lu Yingjie and Goer flushed with excitement. They would never have imagined that Xiao Jian would have destroyed enemy warships. After the excitement had died down, Xiao Jian asked, how many accounting currency accounts are there right now? How many businesses have exchanged them for goods? Goer looked at a notebook. He said, more than 50 accounts. There are people from Xia, Portugal, Helan, AI, Turkey, Persia, Italy, and Russia. We excluded the British. Over 30 businesses have exchanged for goods. 5 have never exchanged. The rest just came recently and haven't had the chance to exchange. He turned the page of the notebook and continued. The new arrivals are people from Dwarven, Italy, Russia, and Persia. Xiao Jian asked in confusion. With so many nationalities, they all can't possibly have the plague, can they? Did you investigate? Goer looked up. We investigated. Only Britain, France, and Russia are currently experiencing the plague. Other regions are not affected. The plague is the most severe in Britain, followed by Russia. Xiao Jian asked again. If they don't have the plague, then why are they buying penicillin? Goer replied, I asked about it. They said that penicillin can treat many diseases, and some were specifically buying for their armies. Xiao Jian asked in confusion. The plague is the worst in Britain? They should be the most desperate to buy penicillin, right? Goer looked bewildered and shook his head, saying, I don't know about that. I asked other British people, and they all said that they need a lot of penicillin. After the last exchange, some British people were even buying penicillin at a high price. Chapter 294, Ronar's Help. Xiao Jian turned to Lu Yingjie and asked, Lu Yingjie, what do you think? Lu Yingjie thought for a moment and said, I don't think the South Seas Company's actions have much to do with the British nation. As a country, they wouldn't behave in such a way, would they? Xiao Jian nodded, agreeing with Lu Yingjie's point. He then said to Goer, divide these people into 3 categories. Those who are obviously problematic, those who are definitely not, and those who can't be confirmed as problematic. Then, tally up how much accounting currency they hold. Goer flipped through another page in his notebook and said, Young master, this has already been tallied. The problematic accounts hold a balance of over 13 million. The trustworthy accounts hold over 6 million. The remaining accounts, those that can't be confirmed, hold about 7 million. Xiao Jian asked in surprise, why do the accounts of completely trustworthy people hold so little accounting currency? Goer explained, those who are completely trustworthy have all exchanged their currency for goods. Some have even exchanged it twice, so they don't have much accounting currency left. Just as Goer finished speaking, a guard peered inside. Seeing the group discussing things, he withdrew, indicating that he had something to report. Is there something you need? Xiao Jian asked. The guard entered, saluted, and said, There's a foreign merchant looking for you, young master. He says it's urgent. In the reception room of the small courtyard, Xiao Jian met Ronar, the Portuguese merchant. When Ronar saw Xiao Jian enter, he immediately stood up and gave him a hug. He patted Xiao Jian on the shoulder and said in broken Chinese, My good friend, long time no see. Xiao Jian also said warmly, It's a pleasure to see you, Ronar. How can I help you? Ronar shook his head and said, I'm not here to ask my friend for help. I know someone is trying to harm you. As your friend, I'm here to help you. Am I not a good friend? Thank you for telling me. Do you know who wants to harm me? Xiao Jian pretended not to know, wanting to see if he could get some information out of Ronar. Ronar said without hesitation, It's the South Seas Company that wants to harm you, my friend. Do you remember the British pig you drove away last time? He was sent by the South Seas Company specifically to deal with you. I hate them. You're my friend, so I came. I want to help you deal with them. Regardless of Ronar's motives, he was the only one who had come to reveal information. It was clear that he had a conflict with the South Seas Company. The foreign merchants were not a monolithic group after all. Xiao Jian smiled happily and said, "My good friend Ronar, how do you plan to help me?" Ronar said seriously, "I have silver. I want to deposit it in your bank. I wonder if there's any interest?" Friends are friends, but the interest cannot be waived. "Thank you so much, Ronar. Do you have any other requests?" In fact, silver was no longer important to Xiao Jian, but Ronar didn't know that. That he was willing to do this was something Xiao Jian found extremely heartening. Ronar said a little awkwardly, "Friend, I also have a small favor to ask of you." He held up his pinky finger, indicating that the matter was small, and continued, "I need your weapons. Of course, I will pay for them using accounting currency." Xiao Jian asked in surprise, "What kind of weapons do you want? And how many do you need?" Since confirming that the soul-devouring spirit controlled the South Seas Company, Xiao Jian no longer cared about keeping weapons secret. No matter how much he tried to keep them secret, the other side would eventually produce these weapons. He might as well sell them as goods and obtain more resources for his own development. Ronar raised his hand and mimicked a throwing motion. He said, "The kind you light and throw, boom, 5,000 of those." Xiao Jian asked again, "Do you know about these weapons? Who are you fighting?" Xiao Jian didn't answer directly, first wanting to understand who they were fighting. If it was a conflict with the Hua dynasty's troops, he wouldn't even think about it. Ronar said, "We've captured some of these weapons before. The South Seas Company took a lot of them. They're trying to imitate them. We're at war with Ceylon. The penicillin I purchased is being shipped to Kandy in Ceylon." Ronar mentioned the South Seas Company to inform Xiao Jian that these weapons were no longer a secret. Xiao Jian was not at all surprised that the South Seas Company was imitating hand grenades. Even if he hadn't produced hand grenades, the South Seas Company would have developed them themselves. They already had an upgraded version of the impact detonation hand grenade, so the fuselet hand grenades could be sold to the foreign merchants. But he couldn't agree too readily. Friends were friends, but business profits couldn't be neglected. Xiao Jian put on a troubled expression and said, "Ronar, the sale of weapons puts me in a difficult situation. I need to discuss it before I can give you an answer." Ronar knew that weapons were indeed a sensitive topic and didn't press the matter too much. He readily said, "Okay, I'll wait for your good news. The silver will still be deposited in your bank. This is a friend's duty." Xiao Jian didn't lack silver, but he couldn't reveal that. He could only reluctantly accept Ronar's kindness. Xiao Jian called for Chen Bihua and had her help Ronar with the deposit procedures. Ronar deposited 3 million taels of silver into the bank. The next day, the foreign merchants learned that Xiao Jian had arrived at Yellowstone Village. A large group of them came to the exhibition hall, demanding to see Xiao Jian. Chen Bihua came to the small courtyard where Xiao Jian was staying and said, "Young master, many foreign merchants have come to the exhibition hall. They all want to see you." Xiao Jian asked, "Has the exhibition hall been prepared?" "The exhibition hall was prepared last night by the guard corps. I've checked it, and there are no problems. The bank is in charge of commercial matters, and the dozen or so employees of the bank are also fully prepared. The accounting currency was controlled by the bank. The commercial transactions of Yellowstone Village were essentially led by the bank. The sales department had no authority to handle accounting currency and was currently only responsible for promotion and reception in the exhibition hall." When Xiao Jian and Chen Bihua stepped out of the courtyard, Yang Yinping was already waiting at the entrance. She was the only one who could communicate with foreign merchants. When Xiao Jian was to meet the merchants, she naturally needed to be by his side. Xiao Jian nodded at Yang Yinping as a greeting and said, "Yang Yinping, are you getting used to it here?" Xiao Jian recognized Yang Yinping. She was the translator for the foreign merchants when he first met them. Yellowstone Village was short of people who could communicate with foreign merchants, so Xiao Jian had her stay in the sales department. Yang Yinping bowed and said, "Thank you for your concern, young master. I'm doing well here. Sister Chen Bihua has also been very kind to me." She smiled at Chen Bihua, indicating they were already well acquainted. Chen Bihua said approvingly, "We really lack talent like Yang Yinping. We have frequent interactions with foreign merchants now, and Yang Yinping has helped us a lot." Xiao Jian felt that it was a problem that the people in the sales department didn't know any foreign languages. He said, "Chen Bihua, set up a foreign language training class in Yellowstone Village. Specially teach everyone to learn foreign languages. People in the bank and the sales department must master at least one foreign language. Otherwise, it will become increasingly problematic in the future." Chen Bihua also felt that it was necessary to set up a training class and said, "Why don't we set up the training class in the small courtyard of the hotel? The hotel also has a lot of interaction with foreign merchants. Their people have to attend the training as well? Xiao Jian nodded and said, there's still a small courtyard available in the hotel. Discuss it with Goer and have him give you one. He said to Yang Yinping, you will be responsible for this foreign language training class. You should know some translators in Guang City. Recruit a few more translators to be teachers. Yang Yinping bowed again and said happily, thank you for your recognition, young master. I will work hard to run the training class well and will not disappoint you. Chapter 295, A Run on Accounting Currency. When Xiao Jin, Qin Bihua, and Yang Yinping arrived at the meeting hall of the exhibition hall, more than 20 foreign merchants were already seated inside. Xiao Jin exaggeratedly widened his mouth and opened his eyes as wide as possible, putting on a surprised expression as he asked, so many of you want to see me? What's going on? Yang Yinping followed at his side, translating for Xiao Jin. The first one to stand up was a white man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and sharp features. He said, hello, my name is Doppler. I just want to know how much penicillin you've brought this time and when you'll start selling it. Xiao Jin spread his hands and said helplessly, the fleet just arrived in Jinjiang City. After unloading, the penicillin will be shipped south. You aren't getting impatient, are you? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man, Doppler, sat down in disappointment. Another foreign merchant, whose nationality was unclear, stood up and said, Mr. Xiao, why did you breach the contract and stop purchasing goods? When will you resume purchasing? Who is going to be responsible for the losses we're incurring because our ships are anchored offshore? Xiao Jin frowned, pulling his eyebrows downwards as if he were worried. He said, as you can see, the ore is piled up like mountains at the mine. Where else can we put it? Yellowstone Village is only so big. It can't accommodate too much cargo. However, I can promise that when we start purchasing again, you will have priority. This foreign merchant continued, Mr. Xiao, can you designate a temporary unloading area for us? We can unload the goods from our ships first. Then, when you start purchasing, we can send them to the mine. We're losing quite a lot of money with our ships being held here. Xiao Jin felt that this foreign merchant was being sensible. He nodded and said, that could be considered. However, I need to make it clear that these goods will not be counted as accounting currency. All goods that have already arrived offshore of Yellowstone Village, we will definitely accept. Regarding when we will start purchasing again, I cannot say at this time. They had already sent the ore to Yellowstone Village, and it would damage his reputation if he were to refuse to accept them. There was a lot of open space outside Yellowstone Village. Giving them a temporary storage area was reasonable. At this moment, a middle-aged gentleman, wearing white suspenders and holding a cane, stood up in a pompous manner and walked in front of Xiao Jin. He politely nodded at the sales staff first before looking into Xiao Jin's eyes and courteously saying, it is an honor to meet you today, Mr. Xiao. I have been entrusted by everyone to ask you a few questions. I trust you won't mind? Xiao Jin curled his lip and snorted inwardly. This fellow was clearly up to no good. He was hiding daggers under a smile. He would play along for the day. He also said politely, of course, sir. Please, ask away. I will give you a satisfactory answer. The middle-aged gentleman said, Mr. Xiao, you have purchased 25 million in goods. We are all concerned about whether you have the ability to pay. Mr. Xiao, please understand us. We have deposited tens of millions in goods here. Besides recording a string of numbers on paper, we have no other valuable proof. This is our entire livelihood. If anything happens, we will be bankrupt. The room immediately became chaotic. Everyone was feeling uneasy about placing all their assets here. Now that someone had taken the lead, these people naturally followed. Xiao Jin frowned. How could this person be so clear about the amount of accounting currency? Could they really know with this level of accuracy just by counting the number of ships? Flying Hawk, who was standing behind Xiao Jin, also frowned, but immediately returned to normal. She narrowed her eyes, her eagle-like gaze sweeping over the people around her. Xiao Jin paused only for a moment before asking in confusion, Sir, we produce over 10 million per month. This amount of goods isn't even enough for our consumption for 2 months. What are you worried about? Xiao Jin estimated that this person was the leader. The questions he posed were clearly intended to stir up trouble. The gentleman waved his hand casually and said, Mr. Xiao, you cannot deny that these are not peaceful times. There is war everywhere in your Hua dynasty. How can you guarantee that your factories will not be affected? Your officials are retreating on every front. Surely, your strength isn't greater than that of the officials? Speaking of Yellowstone Village, can you say that it is impenetrable? What guarantee do you have that our assets are safe? Xiao Jin smiled confidently, not mincing his words. Whether Yellowstone Village is safe, you can try and find out. You don't need to worry about it. Whether the goods I purchased are safe has nothing to do with you. Even if all of the goods here are destroyed, you wouldn't lose a single tael of silver. We will still pay you as agreed. Xiao Jian was not actually worried about Yellowstone Village. It had over 3,000 men from Luingjia's and Lai Fu's regular armies. The port also had solid coastal defense fortifications and over 100 large-caliber coastal defense cannons. He had also brought with him a large number of cylindrical explosive shells. Anyone who tried to attack would not only have their teeth knocked out, but would also be choked to death. This gentleman persisted, "Mr. Xiao, you make a good point. We have sold the goods to you, so it's naturally none of our concern. However, I would like to know, if these goods run into trouble, what will you use to pay our payments? And how long will it take to settle all payments?" Seeing that the other party was pushing him step by step, Xiao Jian's tone began to become tough. "If you want to buy my goods, you can only wait. My production speed cannot keep up with your transport speed. I hope you all will forgive me." The gentleman stared intently at Xiao Jian and said, "Mr. Xiao, why didn't your transport fleet come with you to Yellowstone Village? Is it because you couldn't sail south? If you are unable to pay, Mr. Xiao, would we have to keep waiting? The contract stipulates that we can ask you to pay with silver. Will you still abide by this agreement, Mr. Xiao?" After going around and around, this was his real goal. He wanted to incite the foreign merchants to join him in a run on the accounting currency. Xiao Jian's eyes dodged the other party's gaze. His pupils darted back and forth, and his face turned slightly red. He hesitated for a long moment before saying awkwardly, "Sir, please don't worry. Our fleet will be sailing south soon. Aren't you here to buy penicillin? You must have faith in us. We can definitely pay off your debts with goods. If you choose to be paid in silver now, you won't be able to buy penicillin with silver in the future." Seeing that Xiao Jian was finally scared, the gentleman immediately pressed his advantage, saying loudly, "Forgive me for speaking frankly, Mr. Xiao, but you probably can't afford this payment, can you? We can buy penicillin again, but if our wealth is lost here, we won't have a chance to turn things around." He then looked up and around at the crowd and loudly said, "I now announce that I will choose to be paid in silver for all the goods I delivered here. Mr. Xiao, please process my request. I am the first to apply, so you must pay my full amount before you can pay others." What he was implying was that whoever asked first would be paid first in silver. If one were slow in asking, there might not be any silver left. Upon hearing that the other party wanted to be paid in silver, Xiao Jian immediately turned red in the face and his temples bulged. He said in a flustered manner, "Sir, you have to believe in us. You have to go to the counter over there to sign the payment documents if you want to be paid in silver. It's so troublesome. Sir, you shouldn't go. Let's discuss this further. Our fleet will be sailing south soon. Don't rush to sign." Just as Xiao Jian finished speaking, a short, stocky yellow man stood up and walked toward the counter, saying, "I also choose to be paid in silver. I am the second one, right?" Soon, more than a dozen people stood up and rushed to the counter, trying to be the first to sign the payment agreement, afraid that they would be unable to get their silver if they were too slow. Xiao Jian hopped around anxiously and shouted, "Everyone, please don't rush. We are all good friends, aren't we? You have to believe in us. We will surely be able to pay you with goods. Please wait a little longer. Don't rush to sign." Chapter 296, The Exchange Rate of Silver and Accounting Currency. The more Xiao Jian shouted, the faster the people signed. When he saw that more than 20 people had already signed at the counter, he spread his hands and mumbled, "I'm telling the truth. We can pay you with goods, but why don't you believe it? You probably haven't looked at the payment agreement carefully, have you? You will be blacklisted by Yellowstone Village." Seeing that no one else was going to the counter to sign, Xiao Jian stood on a chair and shouted to Qin Bihua, "Since these people refuse to listen and want to be incited by this old fellow, then give them the silver. If you are going to blame anyone, then blame this old man." As he said that, he pointed at the middle-aged gentleman. At that moment, a group of soldiers arrived at the exhibition hall and pulled down a curtain behind the counter. Immediately, everyone gasped. Behind the counter, there was a stack of rectangular silver boxes. Qin Bihua walked up to the counter and said to the stunned middle-aged gentleman, "Old sir, you are the first to apply for payment in silver. According to the agreement, we must first fulfill your request. Please come and get your silver, which totals 5 million taels." As she spoke, soldiers lifted 100 boxes from the silver mountain and placed them in front of the gentleman. They opened the lids, and inside were neatly stacked snow-white silver bars. Even the marks on the silver bars had not yet been erased. The gentleman dropped his cane and threw himself at the boxes. He picked up a silver bar, looked at the marks on it, and shouted, "Where did you get this silver from? This silver is not yours." Xiao Jian kicked him in the rear and said bluntly, "What do you care where my silver came from? Hurry up and count it, then get the hell out of here." The gentleman stumbled from Xiao Jian's kick, nearly falling to the ground. He turned back to look at Xiao Jian and said, "Can't I come back tomorrow to pick it up?" Xiao Jian said with a sly smile, "Old man, take a good look. This is the sales department, not the bank. You will have to pay a storage fee if you leave it here. You need at least a dozen people to watch this 5 million taels of silver, so you will have to pay a commission." The gentleman could no longer care about his gentlemanly manners. He grunted and walked out, defeated. Xiao Jian kicked the cane that had been left on the ground and shouted, "Hey, old man, take your dog-beating stick." The gentleman didn't turn his head and left. In the hall, the people who had signed the agreement began to regret it. They surrounded Qin Bihua, hoping to exchange their currency back for goods. Qin Bihua said, "I'm sorry. You have signed the payment agreement. We have to act according to it." She then said loudly to the people who hadn't signed the agreement, "Those who choose to exchange for goods, please register now. Tomorrow, you can load the goods onto your ships and leave." The blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man, Doppler, asked hopefully, "How much penicillin is there this time? Do we all have a share?" Chen Bihua nodded and said, "We brought enough goods this time to exchange for all of the remaining accounting currency. You can all get penicillin. In addition, starting from now, the silver price of all our goods will increase by 20%, while the price of the accounting currency will remain unchanged." The people who had signed the agreement were immediately dumbfounded. This was equivalent to a direct devaluation of silver. The price of penicillin on the black market tomorrow and the exchange rate of the accounting currency would definitely fluctuate in response. The people who had signed the agreement would suffer serious losses. A short, stocky yellow man, holding the payment agreement, asked angrily, "Mr. Xiao, your actions are too unfair." Xiao Jian didn't even look at him. He said loudly, "You all probably don't know, but the South Seas Company has already developed a new smelting technique. They can quickly produce large quantities of silver. With this technique, smelting silver is even easier than smelting iron. The price of silver will soon plummet. The silver in your hands will only become more worthless." There was an immediate uproar. The South Seas Company had brought in a large amount of silver, and this was no secret. Everyone there was clearly aware of it. This confirmed that the South Seas Company did indeed have advanced silver mining technology. After the room had quieted down a bit, Xiao Jian said again, "Our adjustment of the silver prices of the goods is only the first step. If silver continues to increase sharply, we will continue to adjust and may even cancel silver transactions. Of course, you can rest assured that the price of our accounting currency will not change easily." After Xiao Jian finished speaking, a foreign merchant who had not signed a silver payment agreement said excitedly, "Mr. Xiao, according to your words, the accounting currency is more valuable than silver?" The foreign merchants in the hall all looked at Xiao Jian. If the price of silver plummeted, they could use silver to purchase goods outside and sell the goods to Yellowstone Village to get accounting currency. That way, no matter how worthless silver became in the future, their assets would not shrink. Xiao Jian got up, walked to a platform, and stood there. He waved his hand, and the room immediately quieted down. He surveyed the people in the room and said loudly, "This gentleman is right. Accounting currency exists to preserve the value of your assets." Everyone held their breath. The room became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. No one wanted to miss a single word from Xiao Jian. If the price of silver plummeted, everyone here would be severely affected. If the accounting currency truly had the ability to preserve its value, it would be their lifeline. Xiao Jian continued loudly, "The Yellowstone Village Bank is now officially opening a one-way dynamic exchange rate. Now, you can exchange 1 tael of accounting currency for 1 tael and 2 chin of silver. This exchange rate will be dynamically adjusted according to market conditions. Everyone needs to pay attention to the announcements released by the bank." The room immediately exploded. All sorts of voices filled the room. There were happy laughter and frustrated cursing. Those who were happy were the ones who hadn't signed the exchange agreement. The frustrated ones were the ones holding the agreement. These people now hated that gentleman. If the gentleman had still been there, they would have probably beaten him to death. Another foreign merchant shouted loudly, "Mr. Xiao, I would like to know when you will resume purchasing goods. I would like to exchange all the silver I have for accounting currency." The room immediately became quiet. The foreign merchant's question was exactly what everyone wanted to know. Xiao Jian motioned for the foreign merchant to sit down and said, There really isn't any space to store any more iron and copper or other goods. We will resume purchasing starting tomorrow. After Xiao Jian finished speaking, he stepped off the platform and handed control of the room over to Qin Bihua. Qin Bihua stepped up to the platform and said, "This time, we've also brought a few new products that we think you'll be interested in." As she spoke, she pulled open a curtain on the side of the counter. Qin Bihua picked up a pair of binoculars and said, "These are the latest binoculars that we have developed. With them, you can clearly see places hundreds of li away. The military can use them to scout enemy positions more easily and accurately. Ships can use them to spot targets far in the distance earlier." Then, she picked up glass canned goods and biscuits and said, "These are filled with fruit. These are biscuits and instant noodles. They are foods specially prepared for the military and ships. With these, you won't need to worry about getting sick after being at sea for long periods. We also have some other new products. Everyone can come and try them out." Whether they had signed the agreement or not, everyone rushed to the counter. Their first target was the binoculars. There were only 5 pairs of binoculars and 5 monoculars at the counter. The ones who didn't get the binoculars could only focus on the food. Chen Bihua said, "All of the food here today is free to sample." After she finished speaking, sales staff came out with kettles and started making instant noodles for everyone. Everyone then rushed to try the instant noodles. Xiao Jian couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 297. Ronar sells warships. The next day, news of the devaluation of silver spread rapidly. Merchants began to dump their silver and buy various goods in large quantities. The prices of goods in Guang City skyrocketed. Grain jumped to 15 taels of silver per dan, and the black market price of penicillin doubled, from over 30 taels to over 70. After the storm over the accounting currency subsided, Ronar of Portugal came to Xiao Jian's courtyard again. From a distance, he shouted, "My friend, you're really good at hiding. You made me worry for nothing. You owe me a compensation." Xiao Jian went out to greet him and gave Ronar a hug. He said, "Ronar, what kind of compensation do you want? The matter I took care of for you. I've handled 5,000 hand grenades. But we're brothers, you know. These hand grenades are made of high-grade steel and aren't cheap." Ronar patted Xiao Jian on the shoulder and said magnanimously, "Go ahead. How much is one? Don't worry, it won't be my money. I'm just doing this for them." If Ronar knew that they were sold to Li Changhong for only 3 taels each, he would probably curse. Ronar laughed heartily. "Young Master Xiao, you are such a good friend. You are the friend I, Ronar, have been looking for." Then, he said with a worried look, "But, my friend, I don't have any more accounting currency. You have to help me out." Then, he said confidently, "Tell me, what goods do you need? Except for grain, I can't bring you any goods." As he spoke, he patted his chest with a thump. Xiao Jian frowned, asking in confusion, "Ronar, there shouldn't be a shortage of grain outside, right? What exactly happened?" Ronar spread his hands and said helplessly, "Friend, this is also aimed at you. It's no secret that the Hua dynasty lacks grain. They're using large amounts of silver to buy all the grain in the surrounding areas, and they won't allow any grain to be shipped into the Hua dynasty. As long as they see a grain ship, they send pirates to rob it halfway. The pirates have been bought by them and equipped with a large number of cannons. Their fleet wasn't in the Hua dynasty area, so it was already very gracious of the other side not to block all their ships." Xiao Jian didn't know what to do. He said, "All right, I'll solve the grain problem myself. Except for iron and copper ore, any other goods will do. You know, there's really no place to put iron and copper ore." After thinking for a while, he asked, "Ronar, can you get me some rubber? I also want rubber tree seeds." Ronar looked at Xiao Jian seriously and said, "Young Master Xiao, you're a good friend. I'll definitely help you with your matters. However, you probably don't know, do you? The production area for rubber is in Brazil. The journey there and back takes more than 2 years. If you're not in a hurry, I can help you ship a lot of rubber. However, rubber tree seeds are a bit tricky. Brazil is very strict about rubber tree seeds. Many people have failed to smuggle rubber tree seeds." Xiao Jian patted Ronar and promised, "As long as you bring me the rubber tree seeds, you can have anything you want. I also need other seeds. Please bring them all to me. I will absolutely give you a price that will satisfy you." Ronar hesitated for a moment and said, "I can't guarantee the rubber tree seeds. I can guarantee that I can help you with the other seeds." Then, he asked, "Do you want any gems? We have many gems. I can also get you alum and salamoniac." Ronar was still worried about accounting currency. The hand grenade payment was over 1 million taels. Xiao Jin thought about it. The manufacturing machines in the unknown space seemed to need diamonds to manufacture laser cannons. He said, "Diamonds. You can get me some of those. You can also bring me some other gems, but in small amounts. I will take all the alum and salamoniac that you have, but no more than half of the total can be copper." Copper was not a material he urgently needed. He couldn't allow him to use only copper to pay off the hand grenade debt. Ronar was a bit disappointed. He had diamonds, but not many. The most he had now were the rubies, sapphires, and cat's eye gems from Ceylon. He said, "The production area of diamonds is also in Brazil. You can get however many you want. I don't have that many diamonds on hand. I can only get you alum and salamoniac." As soon as Ronar left, an unexpected person came to find him. He had seen this person before, the white man who had been the first to stand up and ask questions in the meeting hall, named Doppler. After the guard had brought him in, he immediately reached out to shake Xiao Jian's hand and looked at him, saying, "Mr. Xiao, sorry to bother you. May I introduce myself?" Xiao Jian shook the hand that had been offered and said politely, "Xiao Jian, it's a pleasure to meet you again. We met in the meeting hall, didn't we?" Doppler said seriously, "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Doppler, and I am from the Kingdom of D." He actually spoke in Chinese. Only after finishing his sentence did he release Xiao Jian's hand. "No need to be polite, Doppler. Please, have a seat." Xiao Jian did not know German, so he could only speak in Chinese. After Doppler sat down, he said directly, "Mr. Xiao, I know that Ronar has ordered a batch of hand grenades from you. That's also why I'm here. Mr. Xiao, could you sell me a batch as well?" It seemed that he knew Ronar. Since the other party was being so direct, there was no need to beat around the bush. Xiao Jian said, "How long have you been in the Hua dynasty? Your Chinese is very fluent. Can you first tell me who you were fighting with?" Doppler said without any concealment, "This is my second time coming to the Hua dynasty. We are currently suppressing infidels. I was sent by His Majesty the Emperor to seek help, but the Hua dynasty has changed. Your government has no ability to help us either. Buying hand grenades is just my own idea. I think our Emperor would also approve." Xiao Jian rested his head in his hand, weighing the pros and cons. The other party was buying hand grenades as an individual, so there would be no political gain. He could only see if there were any goods he wanted. He looked up at Doppler and asked, "What materials will you use to buy hand grenades? Do you have grain?" Doppler rubbed his hands. His head, which had been held high, lowered slightly. His voice had also become quieter. "Mr. Xiao, the Kingdom of D is too far away. It's impossible to buy grain nearby. I still have 100,000 accounting currency. I would like to use it to purchase your hand grenades and ship you some copper and ore. Would that work?" If there were goods that he was interested in, selling him hand grenades would not be a problem. However, he was only using existing accounting currency, as well as ore and copper to pay. That didn't mean anything to him. After weighing it carefully, Xiao Jian shook his head and said politely, "Doppler, I'm really sorry. You know, Ronar bought a large number of hand grenades. I don't have any extra to sell to you." After speaking, Xiao Jian stood up and picked up a paper fan to fan himself. The weather was too hot. He was planning to end the discussion and go somewhere to cool off. Doppler quickly stood up and said anxiously, "Mr. Xiao, please wait. Let me think again. Perhaps I can find something you are interested in." Xiao Jian came to the window and opened it. A breeze blew in, making him feel comfortable all over. He looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window and said casually, "The Kingdom of D is a long way away. Even if you ship goods, it will take over a year. And you don't have any channels to buy goods here. What else can you provide?" Doppler lowered his head, pacing back and forth, his hands constantly rubbing together. Sweat was streaming down his forehead like a stream. He didn't even wipe it away. Over 20 years of war had ravaged the Kingdom of D. The Saxon alliance was invincible, and the Kingdom of F was also eyeing them, ready to send troops at any moment. The situation in their country was becoming increasingly dire. As long as it benefited the war, no cost was too much. He suddenly stopped, looked at Xiao Jian, and said through gritted teeth, "I can sell you warships, the kind you call galleons." Xiao Jian looked at Doppler in surprise, then turned back to pour Doppler a glass of cool tea. He then sat down and responded, "A warship that can carry more than 40 cannons. How much would one cost?" Chapter 298, Dressing Chun Bihua in a Swimsuit. Although Xiao Jian did not think much of wooden warships, he did need warships to protect his transport fleet. He did not even know if the two captured warships could be repaired. Doppler thought for a moment and quoted a reasonable price, 2-deck medium and small warships will be 2 million. I can sell you 2, but I only want penicillin and hand grenades, no other goods. Xiao Jin calculated. There were over 40 copper cannons on the warships, worth at least 600,000. A price of 2 million for one warship was quite reasonable. He said, Doppler, how about this? I don't want any of the cannons on the warships. Let's price 2 warships at 3 million. The problem is that I don't have 200,000 hand grenades to give you. It wasn't that Xiao Jian was trying to haggle. A payment of 4 million was worth 200,000 hand grenades. He still had to prepare 50,000 hand grenades for Ronar. Production might not be able to keep up, and 9 Dragon Mountain steel supply couldn't sustain it. Doppler looked at Xiao Jian. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked in confusion, You don't want the cannons? Our cannons are the best in the world. We don't sell them to anyone else. Xiao Jian wagged his index finger in front of him and laughed, shaking his head. No, I don't think much of your cannons. The cannons seized in Yellowstone County have all been melted down into copper. At first, Doppler was a bit incredulous, but thinking about Xiao Jian's hand grenades, he began to wonder. He was certain that no country in the entire Europe could produce such hand grenades. This could only mean one thing. His manufacturing level was far superior to that of Europe. Doppler looked at Xiao Jian with wide eyes. He leaned forward slightly, asking curiously, Are your cannons more advanced than ours? Xiao Jian smiled. Our cannons are made of high-grade steel. They have a long range, are lightweight, and are much more accurate than your copper cannons. Since he knew that the soul-devouring spirit controlled the South Seas Company, Xiao Jian no longer cared so much about keeping the weapons a secret. After all, the other party would produce them sooner or later. The soul-devouring spirit was not a technological civilization itself, but its backers were very powerful. Its backers would definitely provide the low-end technology. Of course, in this agricultural world that lacked an industrial foundation, higher technology could not be realized unless they could send over high-end machines and equipment directly. Doppler considered it carefully. If he had hand grenades, as well as better cannons, the situation in his country might improve. He asked, Mr. Xiao, can I see your cannons? Of course you can. Xiao Jian agreed very readily. He turned to black charcoal and said, Let Luingjie in. Luingjie and Goer and Qin Bihua were all waiting outside. After Luingjie came in, Xiao Jian said to him, Luingjie, take Mr. Doppler to see our infantry guns. Have them fire a few shots so he can see the effects. After Luingjie and Doppler left, Goer came in and said, Young master, are you planning to sell cannons? Won't this reveal our manufacturing technology? Xiao Jian hadn't told anyone about the soul-devouring spirit. He could only say vaguely, It's fine. We've already successfully developed the explosive shells. Solid shots aren't a threat to us. You need to inform the factory immediately. Expand production of the fuse-lit hand grenades. I need at least 150,000 of them within a month. Also, the production of cannons needs to be increased. The polishing machine had already been manufactured. After the gun barrels were polished, the accuracy and range had been greatly increased. The troops' cannons could be upgraded now. The replaced cannons could be sold. Doppler returned quickly. Judging from his brisk steps and the red glow on his face, he had probably gotten satisfactory results. Before he had even sat down, he said, Mr. Xiao, I want to buy your cannons. Please help me out. Xiao Jian also said directly, Our cannons are much cheaper than your copper cannons. One costs only 5,000 taels. How many do you want? Hearing the price of the cannons, Doppler smiled sincerely. This was the happiest day he'd had since coming to the Hua dynasty. A copper cannon cost over 8,000 taels, but a better quality steel cannon was only half that price. He carefully calculated and weighed the pros and cons for a long time before saying, I want 200 of the infantry guns that you're using. You also need to prepare some shells for me. I'll use the remaining money to buy hand grenades. Xiao Jian nodded and said, I don't have enough cannons in my warehouse. How about this? I'll give you 200 cannons from the army. I'll consider the ammunition as a depreciation expense and give it to you for free. Many of these cannons haven't even been fired once. How about that? Since he wouldn't be using the round cannonballs from his warehouse in the future, it didn't matter if he gave him some. Doppler said contentedly, Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Xiao. This won't be the only transaction we have. Tell me, what materials do you urgently need? I'll make sure to bring them to you next time. Xiao Jian said, The materials I need most now are rubber. Unfortunately, Europe doesn't produce rubber, does it? And also the seeds of plants from Europe and the Americas. If it's convenient, could you bring me some of those? In fact, rubber was not as important as he'd imagined. Xiao Jian needed rubber mainly to make tires. The temperature of the steam engine was very high, and aside from the sealing of the piston rod, rubber was not needed anywhere else. Also, the problem of sealing the rod had been solved. The best material for coating electrical wires was rubber, but that problem was also solved. The only remaining use was sealing pipes, but this was not a problem either. There were many solutions. He could use the highly concentrated glue they had now, or soak hemp ropes in oil and tighten them with screws. Doppler thought carefully for a moment and said, Europe doesn't produce rubber, but we are already using it. I should be able to bring you some. As for plant seeds, that's a small matter. I'll bring you a little of every variety. If it's useful, you can keep it. If it's not, you can just throw it away. He said hesitantly, however, I've heard that it's hard to get rubber tree seeds. So far, we don't have any rubber trees in Europe. This was the second time Xiao Jian had heard that rubber tree seeds were hard to get. Europe didn't have the tree species either. The place of origin must be guarding it very closely. He didn't expect Doppler to be able to get it. After that, the two discussed some details and left satisfied. After a whole day of business, it had finally become quiet. The weather in the south was muggy and hot. Xiao Jian, who was drenched in sweat, said to Qin Bihua, who was tidying up the teacups, we should build a beach here. It's always so hot, and it never rains. It's much more comfortable in North Mountain New Village. The weather isn't hot, the water in the reservoir is crystal clear, and it's very cool. Now that things here are almost done, I need to get back there soon. Qin Bihua put down what she was doing, picked up a paper fan and fanned Xiao Jian, saying, Does young master want to go swimming? The hotel has a swimming pool in the back garden. As she spoke, her face turned slightly red, seemingly having thought of something. Xiao Jian immediately became interested and said, Let's go swimming. Qin Bihua's face became even more red, like a ripe mountain persimmon. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Xiao Jian, and whispered, Yo, young master, I don't know how to swim. It's okay if you don't know how. I'll teach you. It's very simple. After he said that, Xiao Jian pulled Qin Bihua and walked toward the back garden. Qin Bihua followed Xiao Jian with her head down. She opened her mouth several times, but couldn't say anything. When they were almost to the back garden, Xiao Jian suddenly remembered. If Qin Bihua was going to swim, what clothes would she wear? Xiao Jian stopped and turned back to look at Qin Bihua, who was wearing a pink long dress. She couldn't swim in that. He said, Does the pool have swimming clothes? It doesn't seem to. Qin Bihua lowered her head even further, her voice extremely small. If there weren't any swimming clothes, there was no way they could go into the water. Xiao Jian said, How about I design a few outfits for you to wear while swimming? You can get someone to make them. What do you think? Qin Bihua raised her head, asking curiously, What do swimming clothes look like? Women were naturally sensitive to clothes. Upon hearing about beautiful clothes, she did not lower her head in shyness. You wouldn't know even if I told you. I'll draw the designs, and you can have them made. While you're at it, make a few sets of underwear. Xiao Jian had wanted to design some military uniforms for a long time. The troops did not have a set of proper uniforms. They just wore whatever they could buy. As they spoke, they returned to the study. Chapter 299. The Barbarians Capture the Capital. Qin Bihua picked up the drawings and said, The military uniform young master designed is really beautiful. When she saw the second drawing, her face flushed. She said quietly, This swimsuit is too small. I don't want to wear it. Seeing her shy appearance, Xiao Jian was suddenly overcome with an urge. He kissed Qin Bihua on the cheek with a pop and whispered in her ear, Just wear it for me, okay? Qin Bihua was even more embarrassed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. But she still said in a very small voice, so quietly that it would have been impossible to hear if the surroundings had not been so silent. Seeing that she still didn't dare to look up, Xiao Jian picked up another drawing and said, There's another one here. Do you want to see it? He then handed the drawing to Qin Bihua. Qin Bihua raised her head slightly, glanced at the drawing, and asked in confusion, Young master, what is this? Why are there two rice bowls? What Qin Bihua was holding was a drawing of a bra, and she was very confused. Xiao Jian pointed to Qin Bihua's chest and said in a serious tone, It's worn here. You can't tell? Don't underestimate this. It's very good for you women. Qin Bihua's face immediately flushed red again. As if she were holding a hot potato, she quickly put the drawing on the table and said, Young master, you're so bad. Just as Xiao Jian was preparing to tease Qin Bihua again, A guard reported that Goer had arrived and had important information to report. After Goer came in, he said, holding 2 pieces of paper, "Young master, I have 2 things. One is that the autumn harvest is over. North Mountain New Village has sent a report. Would you like to take a look?" Just tell me the results directly. I won't look at it." Xiao Jian had already braced himself for the news. After the locust plague, a reduction in production was inevitable. Goer unfolded the paper and read, 3,000 mu of paddy fields in North Mountain New Village yielded 6,000 dan of grain. The 500 mu of paddy fields in Jinjiang were badly damaged by the locusts and yielded only 200 dan. The 80,000 mu of paddy fields in Xianrenping yielded 100,000 dan of grain, and the 1,000 mu of sweet potatoes yielded 15,000 dan. After listening to the report, Xiao Jian did some calculations. He had about 40,000 people under his command to feed. That would require 150,000 dan of grain a year. He also had to save some of the sweet potatoes for planting, and the acreage for winter wheat was small. With the seeds he had to save, he was still short tens of thousands of dan of grain, and that was just based on his current population. Goer continued, reporting, "The second thing is that the barbarians have attacked the Central Plains, using a large number of cannons, firearms, and hand grenades. The soldiers couldn't withstand the fire and were retreating step by step. They've retreated to the vicinity of the capital. The imperial court has issued an edict summoning all the troops in the land to defend the capital." Xiao Jian asked in surprise, "Does that mean that the small boxes you saw on the northern docks were all full of hand grenades?" Goer nodded affirmatively and said, "That should be right. Their hand grenades are larger, and those boxes are just the right size for them." Xiao Jian then asked, "How powerful are their hand grenades?" Goer shook his head and said, "We only know that the size is more than twice that of ours. As for the explosive power, we don't have any information yet. Since the other party's hand grenades were larger than his own, it was likely they were filled with black powder. Chen Wenshuan and the others had done experiments. If a hand grenade was only filled with black powder, even if it was twice as large, its power was not as strong as one filled with a mixed powder." Xiao Jian pushed the drawings of the clothes to Chen Bihua, saying, "You should find someone to make these clothes, and also set up a garment factory. In addition to military uniforms, they can also be sold as goods. I need to go back immediately." Chen Bihua's face turned pale when she heard that Xiao Jian was leaving again. She picked up the drawings on the table several times, but couldn't arrange them neatly. In the end, she simply gave up. Anxiously, she asked, "Are you going to the north to defend the capital?" Xiao Jian placed both hands on her shoulders, looked into her bright eyes that were about to fill with tears, and said reassuringly, "Don't worry. We don't even have enough to protect ourselves. How can we care about the imperial court? I'm worried about something happening in Qingsha City." The materials that the Navy was going to transport back had already been loaded onto the ships. Luingjie, Goer, and Chen Bihua all went to the docks to see Xiao Jian off. Yang Yinping was also following behind. As the head of the foreign language training class, she could be considered a mid-level manager. When Chen Bihua saw the fleet, she remembered the incident of the warships intercepting the fleet and asked worriedly, "Young master, the South Seas Company won't send warships to intercept the fleet again, will they?" Luingjie chimed in, "I don't think so. They probably haven't even figured out what happened to their own warships. Besides, a newly established company has lost all 3 warships. That should have already seriously weakened them. How many warships do they have left?" Xiao Jian nodded, agreeing with Luingjie's assessment. He held Chen Bihua's small hand and said, "After the arms trade here is completed, you should go back too. Don't forget to have the clothes made." He then leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "I'm still waiting to see you in your swimsuit." Before Chen Bihua could react, Xiao Jian went straight to the ship. The fleet returned to the Jinjiang estuary safely, without encountering any interception. After entering Jinjiang, they were considered to be in their own territory. The fleet sailed for most of the day in Jinjiang before arriving at Shangzhou City. Shangzhou City was the only city between the Jinjiang estuary and Jinjiang City. Fleets usually stopped here to rest for a day and replenish some supplies before continuing their journey. However, today, it was unusually busy here, and not a single spot was free at the docks. On the river, naval warships and patrol boats were shuttling back and forth, inspecting passing merchant ships. Xiao Jian gave up the idea of going into the city for supplies and asked Tainyo to continue heading towards the shipyard. It was not far away from there. Just as Xiao Jian was talking to Tainyo, a shout suddenly came from the river, "The fleet! Stop for inspection!" Xiao Jian and Tainyo immediately stood up and went to the deck. There, they saw that 5 Tsongshan-class warships were following side by side with their fleet. The officers on the deck of the ship were leaning against the side, each with a musket pointed at Xiao Jian's fleet. However, they had not lit the fuses yet. The one shouting was a centurion on the lead warship. The main warships of the Hua Dynasty Navy were basically from the Fuchuan class. The Fuchuan class had 6 different ranks. The largest warships usually had 8 cannons and 40 fire cannons. The Tsongshan-class ships were the smallest warships of the Fuchuan class. They drew about 5 chi of water and were equipped with only 2 fire cannons. They were mainly used for chasing and were suitable for sailing in rivers. When Xiao Jian saw that the other party dared to point muskets at him, he immediately felt displeased. If he didn't establish his authority, his fleet would be at the mercy of others in the future. He immediately had Tainyo prepare for battle. Tainyo lit a firework, which exploded in the air with a bang in a shower of red sparks. The naval forces on the ship immediately opened their gun ports, and the deck was also filled with guards, their muskets pointed at the officers on the warships. Xiao Jian took out his regimental commander's badge and waved it at the centurion opposite him, rebuking him, "Regimental commander of Jinjiang, do you still want to inspect my fleet?" Xiao Jian's reputation was well known throughout Jinjiang. The centurion quickly nodded and bowed, saying, "So it was Regimental Commander Zhao's fleet. I'm so sorry for not recognizing you. I'll have them put away their fire sticks. Regimental Commander Xiao, please go ahead." Xiao Jian shouted again, "This fleet is carrying out military duties when it travels in Jinjiang. Tell your superiors that they must not obstruct it without a reason. Otherwise, if someone accidentally fires, it will be your own fault." As he spoke, he pointed at the dark cannon barrels that were protruding from the gun ports. In theory, a regimental commander was not qualified to yell at the formal military personnel. However, Xiao Jian's regimental commander was different. He controlled even Jinjiang City. A few hundred li upstream from here was Xiao Jian's China shipyard. The coastal defense fortifications at the entrance of the shipyard blocked the entire surface of Jinjiang River. No one dared to provoke him. In less than a day, the fleet returned to the shipyard. As soon as he got off the ship, he saw Zhang Chun running to meet him anxiously. He called out from afar, "Cousin, why did you take so long to return? Something big has happened." Zhang Chun was usually quite steady. If it were not for a big issue, he wouldn't be acting like this. Xiao Jian quickly quickened his pace to meet him. Zhang Chun was panting, his face flushed, and sweat was dripping down his face. His legs were also shaking and unsteady. Xiao Jian quickly helped Zhang Chun and said, "Don't worry, what happened? Tell me slowly." Zhang Chun took 2 deep breaths before saying, "Cousin, the capital has been captured by the barbarians. The emperor personally led the troops and died in battle. The barbarians would raid the south every autumn. The area near the capital was often ravaged, but they had never attacked the capital itself. The walls of the capital were tall, and it was not a place the barbarians dared to touch." Chapter 300, Li Changwei ascends the throne. When Xiao Jian heard this news, he was suddenly stunned. He stood there like a piece of wood, and only after a long time did he recover. Then, he grabbed Zhang Chun's shoulders with both hands, his eyes wide as he stared at him, and shouted, "Are you saying that the capital has been captured? How did that happen so quickly? How is Xiao Changhong? Did he escape?" Zhang Chun covered his face, which had turned pale, with his hands and slowly crouched down. He said with a sob, "The plague broke out in the capital, and the people inside were panicking. The barbarians also used a large number of advanced firearms. Before the troops defending the capital could even arrive, the capital was captured. All the people in the city were massacred and rivers of blood flowed." As he said this, tears flowed from his eyes. His mood calmed down slightly, and he continued, "The emperor released Li Changhong and ordered Li Changhong and Li Changwei, as well as a group of ministers, to escape the capital ahead of time and move south to Shangzhou City. The emperor personally led the troops to defend the capital. After the city fell, he committed suicide. Li Changwei has already ascended the throne in Shangzhou City." He then said uncertainly, "Li Changhong should also be in Shangzhou City, but I estimate that Li Changwei will restrict his freedom, maybe even continue to imprison him." When Xiao Jian heard that Li Changwei had become the emperor, he slumped down on a stone, his mind a blank. He said to himself, "The Hua dynasty is finished. If Li Changhong had ascended the throne, perhaps there would have been hope, but Li Changwei is short-sighted and will only harm the people." Xiao Jian had never thought of overthrowing the Hua dynasty. In the beginning, he was just struggling for survival. After meeting Li Changhong, he wanted to work with him to use technology and knowledge to subtly change the Hua dynasty. Therefore, He was very concerned about Li Changhong. One reason he went south to rescue Li Changhong was because of this. He had never thought about supporting Li Changwei. Li Changwei had sealed off Jinjiang Academy in a desperate attempt to force him to hand over the pharmaceutical factory. He had used the hundreds of teachers and students in the academy to threaten him. From that time on, Xiao Jian saw through him. This man was short-sighted, inhumane, and would use any means to achieve his goals. Xiao Jian disdained working with such a person. If Li Changhong came to Shangzhou City, that would give him an opportunity. Xiao Jian stood up and looked at Zhang Chun, asking, Zhang Chun, is it possible to rescue Li Changhong from Shangzhou City? Zhang Chun wiped away his tears, stood up, and thought for a moment. Then, he said, the imperial court hasn't moved south for long, and Shangzhou City hasn't been organized yet. It shouldn't be a problem to send a small group of people into the city. There are also many of our people in the city. Even an armed rescue isn't impossible. Xiao Jian also felt that there was a lot of room to maneuver, and his chance of success was very high. As long as he could rescue Li Changhong and support him in taking the throne, then Li Changwei could be kicked out. However, he couldn't be too hasty. The key was to figure out how to deal with the current situation. He said, there is no need to rush for now. We can plan this slowly. After the barbarians broke into the capital, did they send troops south? Zhang Chun said, the barbarians who invaded the Hua dynasty this time were mainly Manchus. After they captured the capital, the Manchus established a country in the capital called the Manchu Kingdom. After their troops reached the north bank of the Yellow River, they didn't continue south. Zhang Chun was just answering based on the information he had received. Xiao Jian stood up and walked towards the shipyard courtyard, asking as he walked, what's the situation with the refugees now? Are there any unusual activities in Shangzhou City and Huzhou City? Zhang Chun frowned and said worriedly, now, there are refugees everywhere in the north. These refugees are fleeing south. Several 100,000 people have gathered in Shangzhou City. The rogue forces are expanding rapidly and are also starting to make trouble. Their target is either Xianrenping or Qingsha City. Tens of thousands of refugees have also come to Xianrenping. According to Uncle Zhao, he's built a refugee camp in Dongshan Fortress, which is being guarded by Fu Gui's regular army. After a screening process, they'll be sent to the Black Cloud Mountain coal mine and cement factory. Xiao Jian said with a frown, this means that we're even more short on grain. When they were about to reach the shipyard courtyard, Zhang Chun said, a eunuch has come from Shangzhou City. He's been waiting for you at the shipyard for 2 days. Do you want to see him? Xiao Jian asked in surprise, a eunuch? What's the matter? Did he say? Zhang Chun shook his head and said, no, he didn't say. Let him come to the main hall. Xiao Jian was curious as to why this person was looking for him. What came in with black charcoal was a fair-skinned, clean-cut middle-aged man whose skin was as smooth as a woman's. He was tall and imposing, wearing an immaculate eunuch uniform. When Xiao Jian saw him, he had a feeling of familiarity. It felt like he had seen him somewhere before. Long time no see, young Master Xiao. Young Master probably has already forgotten this old servant. As he spoke, the eunuch took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped down the chair before sitting down. Xiao Jian suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the person by Li Changhong's side? Only his mouth was missing a row of neat whiskers. He asked in surprise, you're with Li Changhong, right? Young Master Xiao, this old servant is an imperial servant. I've always been working for the emperor. Those in the palace show me some respect and call me Eunuch Zhang. He did not mention Li Changhong. Xiao Jian was a bit confused. Who exactly had sent this Eunuch Zhang? Xiao Jian sat down and said politely, I heard that you have been waiting for me for 2 days, eunuch. I wonder what brings you to see me. Young Master Xiao, this old servant has been sent by the emperor. Young Master is considered the overlord of Jinjiang. The emperor had this servant bring a message. He wants to ask young Master if you are still a subject of the Hua dynasty. When Eunuch Zhang said, Emperor, he respectfully saluted towards Shangzhou City. Xiao Jian's face immediately fell. He snorted and narrowed his eyes, coldly laughing as he said, so, Eunuch Zhang has betrayed Li Changhong? Eunuch Zhang was stunned by the question. The words had been too direct. His eyes darted around and said vaguely, betrayed Li Changhong? This, young Master Xiao, I told you. This old servant has always just been a servant of the emperor. Xiao Jian said, you're here on behalf of your new master. Just get to the point. Xiao Jian had no interest in this Eunuch Zhang. Whether he had betrayed Li Changhong or was planted by Li Changwei, he just wanted to end this meeting as soon as possible. Eunuch Zhang stood up and adjusted his clothes. He then walked in a pompous manner in front of Xiao Jian, took out a scroll of yellow imperial decree from his sleeve. As he was about to unroll it and begin reading, Xiao Jian pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows. He shook his hand rudely and said, "Don't read any imperial decrees to me. I have no interest in listening to the flowery language inside. Just get to the point." Xiao Jian stood up and went to the window, looking out. He said, "If you find it difficult to speak, then please leave. I have no other dealings with your new master other than having fought one battle. Next time, please have Li Changhong come." Eunuch Zhang stood there, unsure of what to do. He felt lost and confused. He couldn't go back without anything being done. He calmed himself and stuffed the imperial decree back into his sleeve. He coughed awkwardly and said, "The imperial court has moved south and the treasury is empty. Xiao Jian, as a subject of the Hua dynasty, you should know how to share the burden of the court. The imperial court has issued an order to reclaim the management rights of the 9 Dragon Mountain Ironworks and the penicillin pharmaceutical factory. What you have done in Jinjiang City, the imperial court will not hold you accountable for." Xiao Jian's face slowly hardened, his cold eyes fixed on him. Is this what Li Changwei, that despicable little man, meant? Where's Li Changhong? Why isn't he coming to find me? Eunuch Zhang had also had enough. He was breathing heavily through his nostrils as if he was suffocating. His eyes, which had previously been full of smiles, shot out 2 cold beams, becoming intimidating. The emperor knew that he had met Xiao Jian a few times before, so he arranged for him to announce the decree. He was also trying to ease the tension between the two. He had not expected Xiao Jian to be so dismissive of him. He said angrily, "You dare! How dare you directly call the emperor by his name? Do you want a rebel? The traitor Li Changhong has already been executed. Do you want to follow him to hell?" Eunuch Zhang regretted his words as soon as he finished speaking. The news of Li Changhong's execution had not been made public. He had blurted it out in a fit of anger. Chapter 301. Taking control of Qingsha City's defenses. Xiao Jian's eyebrows shot up, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. His teeth ground together with a grating sound, and his gaze burned with an uncontrollable fury, like a lion that had been provoked. He turned abruptly, kicking aside the tea table. He grabbed the eunuch by his collar, dragging him closer. In a booming voice, he demanded, "What did you just say? Li Changhong is dead? How did he die? Tell me. If you dare utter a single lie, I'll flay you alive." Zhang Gonggong felt as though he were caught in an iron vice, unable to move. He was so constricted he couldn't breathe, and his face turned purple. Realizing he had blundered badly, he stammered incoherently, I don't know." Xiao Jian threw him to the ground, then stomped on his chest, his copperbell eyes boring into him as he roared, "Speak! When did this happen?" Zhang Gonggong felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him, his breaths becoming short and shallow. He felt like he was suffocating, his mind starting to spin, and he could barely speak a coherent word. On the southern migration route, he struggled to utter those few words, his voice barely a whisper. Xiao Jian felt a powerful urge to stomp the eunuch to death, but he ultimately released him. He snarled, "Get back there. Tell your master that I am sworn enemies with him. I'm not destroying him only because of the Chinese people. Tell him not to provoke me, or he'll get no good from me." Zhang Gonggong gasped for air, feeling as if he had just returned from the gates of hell. He didn't understand Xiao Jian's power, nor did he fully grasp the situation. He simply felt indignant that a mere training commander had dared to humiliate an imperial servant like himself. He stood up and glared at Xiao Jian, snarling, "Xiao Jian, do you really think the imperial court can't deal with a training commander like you? You." He wasn't content to slink away, wanting to threaten Xiao Jian with the consequences, trying to make him submit. But before he could finish, Xiao Jian lashed out with a slap, his eyes like those of a predator as he roared, "Get out!" Xiao Jian truly couldn't bear to look at the eunuch any longer. He was a man who had been close to Li Changhong, and now he had betrayed him. Xiao Jian feared he would lose control and kill him. Hayton had never seen Xiao Jian in such a rage. Hearing Xiao Jian's roar, he immediately came in with 2 guards and threw Zhang Gonggong out. Just after Zhang Gonggong was gone, Uncle Zhao, Steward Zhang, and Zhang Chun entered the room. Uncle Zhao had already heard what had happened. Xiao Jian was staring out the window, tears streaming down his face. Li Changhong had a hearty and frank personality, and they shared the same aspirations. He was Xiao Jian's only friend with whom he could truly talk, and his only partner. Jinjiang Academy had received much support from him, and Huangshe Village also owed a great deal to him. They had promised to change Dahua together, but now that hope was shattered. The three men entered and stood silently behind him, watching him without disturbing him. After a long while, Xiao Jian pulled out a handkerchief and wiped away his tears. He turned and saw the concern in their faces. He said, "I'm fine. Uncle Zhao, Steward Zhang, the Zion Rimping Intermediate Academy has 100,000 in investments from Hongxiong. Construction must begin this year." Before he could finish, his eyes, now bloodshot, welled up with tears again. He choked out, "Hongxiong, I'm sorry. I broke my promise. I said you would see the academy when you returned from the south." Uncle Zhao stepped forward and took Xiao Jian's hand. He said, "Don't be so sad. The imperial family is a heartless one. Li Changhong, as a prince, had to bear this fate. I had a premonition the moment I heard the emperor had passed, but what could we have done? You can't let this get you down. You need to pull yourself together." Uncle Zhao knew that after Zhao Jin's disappearance, Xiao Jian had neglected his duties for several months. Now his holdings were much larger, so if he fell into that kind of depression again, it could cause serious problems. "Uncle Zhao, I want to erect a stone statue of Hongxiong at the academy after it's built. It should record his life and achievements and be revered by later generations." Uncle Zhao agreed with Xiao Jian's idea. He said, "I think that is a good thing. I believe that Li Changhong would finally rest in peace if he knew that." After discussing the academy, Uncle Zhao frowned and said, "The conflict between Li Changwei and us is escalating. I'm afraid it will be difficult to maintain peace. Shangzhou City is only a few hundred miles from the shipyard, and it's also the imperial capital, posing a great threat to the shipyard. The second phase of the shipyard's coastal defenses must be started immediately." Hearing Li Changwei's name, Xiao Jian's eyes flashed with anger. He hated him with every fiber of his being. He said fiercely, "If he dares to provoke me, I'll blockade the Jinjiang waterway and stop their ships from entering the Jinjiang estuary." Zhang Chun thought for a moment, then looked up and asked, "Now, should we send the two captured warships to the shipyard for repairs?" "Yes." Xiao Jian asked worriedly, "Can those galleons enter the Jinjiang?" Zhang Chun was very familiar with sailing ships, and he replied confidently, "I've checked them out. The warships we captured are mid-sized two-deck galleons, with a draft of less than 9 feet. The galleon sails are tall and their speed is higher than cargo ships, but that won't affect navigation in the Jinjiang. We might just have to go a little slower." Xiao Jian nodded and said, "I also purchased 2 more galleons of the same size at Huangshe Village. If we can repair the 2 captured ones, we'll have 4. With our exploding cannonballs, the shipyard and Jinjiang City's waterways should be safe." Uncle Zhao was instantly energized. His biggest concern was the security of the shipyard. Now that there were these warships patrolling the Jinjiang, the imperial soldiers wouldn't dare to cause trouble there. Uncle Zhao then asked, "What about Qingsha City? Jinjiang City and Zion Renping are right in between, putting us in a very disadvantageous position." Zhang Chun agreed with Uncle Zhao's point of view. He said, "I also believe that we need to control Qingsha City. Although the imperial court was recently defeated, they could still mobilize hundreds of thousands of soldiers. If Qingsha City were to attack Zion Renping, and Shangzhou City also attacked Jinjiang City by land, we would be in a great mess." Xiao Jian sighed and said, "Alas, I've been worried about Qingsha City, which is why I rushed back. If Qingsha City were seized by bandits, we'd be surrounded on 3 sides of Zion Renping, making things even more difficult. But we only have just over 7,000 troops. We can't defend so many places. It seems we'll have to expand the army again, and we'll have a large food deficit." Uncle Zhao said, "We will only take control of the defenses of Qingsha City for now. The rest will be managed by the local officials. That way, we'll avoid a bit of trouble." After further discussion, it was decided that the 5 standing companies would all be expanded into standing regiments. Each regiment would have 2,500 men, bringing the total number of troops to over 12,500. After receiving the order, Bao Zi's standing company immediately took control of Qingsha City's defenses, and Zion Renping was handed over to Fugui for defense. Qingsha City. When the plague had hit Qingsha City, the officials had all fled. The imperial court had since appointed new officials. Among these newly appointed officials, only the provincial administration commissioner, Wu Jie, had arrived. The others had used various excuses to avoid taking their posts. The military commandery and the provincial criminal justice department remained closed all day, with nobody from those 2 offices even present. Qingsha City was practically in chaos. When Bao Zi's standing company arrived at Qingsha City, they first stationed themselves in the peninsula camp. Only a few dozen cavalrymen were brought to the city gate. The 1,000-man city guard commander was also present. Because the military commander had not arrived, the 1,000-man commander was the highest-ranking officer in Changsha City. Baozi simply informed him that tens of thousands of bandits were about to attack Changsha City and that he had been ordered to take over Changsha City's defenses. Without a word, the city guard commander took his men and moved out of the city to the barracks outside. The garrison force outside the city had been wiped out by Li Chongwei at Chala Fortress. No replacements had ever arrived, leaving the entire barracks empty. The newly appointed provincial administration commissioner, Wu Jie, quickly came to greet them upon hearing that Xiao Jian's troops had arrived to take over the city's defenses. The plague had been suppressed, but sporadic cases were still occurring. They were relying entirely on 9 Dragon Mountains penicillin to keep it under control. Chapter 302, Confrontation with the Navy. If Xiao Jian were to stop supplying penicillin, Changsha City would immediately fall into the abyss. Therefore, Wu Jie welcomed Xiao Jian taking over the city's defenses. He was not only not opposed to it, but he was sincerely grateful. This was the first time Baozi had met the new provincial administration commissioner. He was short and stout, with a dark complexion, a small mustache, and a mole on his chin. He didn't look like an official, but rather a lackey of a steward. "You must be General Bao," Wu Jie said, bowing slightly. "I am Wu Jie, and I welcome the general to Changsha City." Wu Jie was so polite, it caught Baozi off guard. Baozi quickly dismounted and returned the bow, saying, "You're too kind, sir. I am here under the orders of Commander Li to take control of Changsha City's defenses. I hope for your cooperation." Baozi had been informed that the government of Changsha City would remain unchanged, so his tone was polite. Of course. Is Commander Li not with you?" "The people asked me to thank him in person for saving their lives," said Wu Jie, attempting to get closer to Baozi as if he were a merchant. There wasn't a single hint of official arrogance. He then invited, "I've prepared a little wine at the Wangjiang Pavilion to welcome you. I hope you'll honor me with your presence." Baozi pondered. Wu Jie had been talking to him for so long because he was unsure of what was going to happen, and he wanted to understand how the young master would deal with the government of Changsha City. He cupped his hands in a gesture of courtesy and said, "Thank you for your kindness, sir, but I just arrived in Changsha City, and I still have a lot of matters to attend to. The commander also instructed me not to disrupt the existing order of Changsha City. I am only here to take over the defense to ensure the safety of Changsha City. It is my duty, please forgive me." That was exactly what Wu Jie had been waiting to hear. It seemed that Commander Li's handling of Changsha City was the same as how he treated Jinjiang City. He wouldn't interfere with the government's affairs. He finally felt relieved. The two exchanged some more pleasantries before parting ways. Baozi moved all the infantry from the peninsula into the city and took control of the city gates. He also had the 100 or so cannons they had brought moved onto the city walls. The cavalry stayed at the peninsula as backup. The defense of Changsha City was officially under their control. The news of Baozi's smooth takeover of Changsha City was delivered by Flying Eagle. At the same time, she also brought intel from the south. The Nanyang Company had occupied Siang Island and Aoko. Xiao Jian immediately pulled out a map and located Siang Island and Aoko. He drew circles around those two locations and also a circle around Guang City. The 3 circles formed a triangle. Siang Island and Aoko were located on either side of Guang City's port. Zhang Chun was beside him. After seeing the 3 circles, he said, after they occupied Siang Island and Aoko, Guang City became entirely Nanyang Company's territory. The entire area from Guang City to the coastline is under their control. The Nanyang Company's ambitions are not small. This doesn't seem like a business strategy. It seems more like a base for invading Dahua. Xiao Jian said worriedly, "Water transportation is extremely convenient at those 3 locations. Relying on land infantry is very difficult. Especially Siang Island and Aoko, which are both independent islands. No matter how many infantry we have, it won't work. With the current strength of the Imperial Navy, it is impossible to reclaim this region." Zhang Chun nodded and said, "They must have stationed a large number of coastal artillery on the islands. Added to the warships at sea, even if we fire solid cannonballs, it would be very difficult for a ship to get close. At present, we have no ability to reclaim those areas." Xiao Jian sighed and said, "Now the southern Guang City and its surrounding areas are largely occupied by foreign powers. The north is occupied by the Manchus, and Shangzhou City and Huzhou City are occupied by bandits. We have managed to control Jinjiang City and Changsha City, but Dahua is now divided into 4 parts." Zhang Chun sighed and said, "I'm afraid it's not just these areas. The imperial court's control is getting weaker and weaker. Other new powers will emerge. How could such a beautiful nation break apart so quickly? What exactly went wrong? Xiao Jian analyzed. The root cause is the natural disasters, but also the lack of emphasis on technology, which has led to weapons regressing rather than advancing. De Hua was never a match for the barbarian tribes. Firearms were De Hua's only advantage. The foreign powers supported the Manchu with firearms, and the Manchu's firearms became superior to De Hua's. That was the last straw, and it broke the camel's back. Seeing that Zhang Chun had become pensive, Xiao Jian said, thinking about this doesn't help. Even if the court knew these things, they wouldn't be able to solve the problem. How far along are we with repairing the 2 captured galleons? Zhang Chun shook his head, dismissing the disturbing thoughts, and then did some mental calculations. He said, it'll probably take another 20 days or so to finish. Repairs. The damage is mainly to the hulls. We're just patching up the holes for now. The structure of the warships was also damaged, but it won't affect their use. The cannons from 9 Dragon Mountain haven't arrived yet. The cannons on the warships are much bigger than the infantry cannons. 9 Dragon Mountain will have to redesign the gun carriages, which will take time. Xiao Jian wasn't worried about the gun carriage design. The warship's cannons were much larger than the infantry cannons used on transport ships, but the structure of warships was better and there was more space. The gun carriages used on the transport ships could be used with just a few minor adjustments. Zhang Chun thought for a moment and then said, I calculated that our steel supply may not be enough. This time, we're selling a huge number of hand grenades and cannons. The hand grenades alone will consume 300,000 to 400,000 gene of steel. 200 infantry cannons will require over 200,000 gene of steel. And the 4 warships will require 200 heavy cannons. The cannons and their gun carriages will weigh no less than 4,000 gene each, so we'll need at least 800,000 gene of steel. We've already used up half of the 1 million plus gene of iron materials we purchased. If we don't produce other equipment, and we consider the iron factory's daily output, we'll barely have enough. And if that's the case, then we won't have enough steel to make the equipment for the new iron factory. Xiao Jin frowned and said, these 2 arms deals are very important to us. For now, let's produce only 100 cannons for the warships. Let's not replace the infantry cannons we take from the troops for the time being. That way, the equipment for the new iron factory shouldn't be delayed, right? Zhang Chun did some calculations again. He said, the amount of steel required for the rails for the new iron factory is too much. Even if we do that, we will still fall short. We have tens of thousands of impact-activated hand grenades in stock. If we have to, we can modify them to use fire-based fuses. Xiao Jin nodded and said, I'll discuss this with Steward Zhang when he returns. The new iron factory had to be put into production as quickly as possible. If they were to sell weapons abroad, relying solely on the 9 Dragon Mountain Iron Factory would leave them with a serious shortfall of steel. The weapons that they were supposed to sell were quickly prepared. They converted the 80,000 impact-activated hand grenades they had in stock. Together with the 70,000 grenades produced by the gunpowder factory, they had a total of 150,000 hand grenades. 200 infantry cannons were obtained not only by taking them from the regular troops, but also from Chao Fortress, Dongshan Fortress, Huangshi Village's coastal defenses, and the shipyard's coastal defenses. 100 warship cannons and their gun carriages were also produced. The gun carriages for the warships were modified versions of the carriages used on transport ships. Once the cannons were installed on the warships, the fleet immediately set sail south. Traveling down the Jinjiang, they arrived at Shangzhou City. The number of ships at Shangzhou City's docks was even greater than before, with grain transport ships in the majority. The docks had been expanded. Downstream from the original docks, they had opened up a naval dock where 5 Type 2 Fukus were docked. The Type 2 Fuku was considered the main warship of the Navy. The moment Xiao Jin's 2 galleons appeared on the Shangzhou City River, all 5 of the Imperial Navy's warships sailed out of the dock. They sailed alongside the galleons, traveling downstream, with all the gun ports open and their black cannon muzzles pointed towards the galleons. Xiao Jin's fleet was not to be outdone. A single side of the galleon had over 20 cannons. The muzzles were also pointed towards the Navy warships. Chapter 303. The Power of Exploding Cannonballs. The galleon's warship cannons, compared to the Fuku's meager 6-piece Franco cannons, were like a grown man to a child. They were just too weak. The Navy warships had been escorting Xiao Jin's fleet. After a few kilometers, they stopped. They didn't turn around immediately and head back to the dock. The cannons mounted on the galleons were less than 5 feet long and 3 inches in diameter, twice the diameter of infantry cannons. Xiao Jian hadn't tested the power of these large cannons. Since the ammunition had been loaded, it was too much of a hassle to remove them. He decided to let them off. He ordered Tainyo to elevate the muzzles and fire at the hills on both sides of the river. Instantly, the two galleons lit up with fire. Then the trees and rocks on the hillsides were blasted into the air, falling back down into the Jinjiang. A large stone landed squarely on a Navy warship, smashing a hole in the deck. The Navy soldiers, seeing this scene, were sweating profusely. They had been sailing alongside these monsters for several kilometers. The Navy soldiers had always thought that the opposing side was only using some extra cannons. Solid cannonballs fired at a warship would at most just make a hole, and even if they sank the ship, nobody would die in the Jinjiang. Now they finally understood that the other side was firing exploding cannonballs. And these exploding cannonballs were terrifyingly powerful. If they hit their warship, a single shot could blast it to pieces. The Navy warships no longer dared to stay there, and quickly turned back towards Shangzhou. Zhang Chun was also traveling with the Navy this time. He had developed an increasing liking for the Navy. He entrusted the shipyard's defense to his subordinates, insisting on traveling south with Xiao Jian. With Uncle Zhao overseeing things at the shipyard, there were no security issues. Xiao Jian finally relented after Zhang Chun begged him. Uncle Zhao also had no objection to Zhang Chun traveling south. The trip to Huangshi village was uneventful. The Nanyang company seemed to have forgotten about Xiao Jian's fleet and made no further attempt to intercept them. As they entered the port of Huangshi village, they could see two galleons docked at the harbor. Doppler must have been waiting there for a long time. Around noon, Xiao Jian arrived at the docks, where Lu Yingjie, Qin Bihua, Goer, and Yang Yanping were waiting to greet them. Qin Bihua said, "Young master, Doppler has been waiting for over 10 days. He comes to the port every day." Xiao Jian looked at Qin Bihua, who was covered in sweat, and said worriedly, "Why didn't you wait for me at home? Why did you come all the way here? You've gotten much darker." Qin Bihua rolled her eyes. She didn't say anything, but she was happy that he was concerned about her. It was very cold in Jinjiang, but it was still extremely hot here in Guang City. Xiao Jian saw Doppler looking at him expectantly, so he waved and said, "Doppler, sorry for making you wait for so long. There were some matters at home that delayed me for a few days." Doppler quickly stepped forward, took Xiao Jian's hand and said, "Mr. Xiao, I was so worried I almost died. I was afraid something else had gone wrong." He looked at the two galleons Xiao Jian had brought, puzzled, and asked, "Mr. Xiao, did you buy 2 more galleons somewhere else?" Xiao Jian laughed and said, "I didn't buy them. They were given to me. I couldn't say no." Doppler understood what Xiao Jian meant, and he laughed and said, "No wonder there were a few less ships in Guang City. So they were given to Mr. Xiao. How generous." Xiao Jian continued, "Doppler, I've brought the goods you wanted, plus some other goods. You still have 100,000 ledger currency left, right? Would you like to exchange it for goods and take it with you?" Doppler said hesitantly, "Can I exchange all of it for penicillin? I'll increase the price by 100%. Xiao Jian was confused and looked at Qin Bihua. How did Doppler want to exchange all of it for penicillin? He should know about Huangshi village's regulations. Qin Bihua said softly, "Young master, our glass products and soap now have competitors. They're selling their goods for much cheaper." Xiao Jian took out a handkerchief to wipe off his sweat. It seemed that the other side had finally made their move. It was too hot outside, so they started to walk back to the Huangshi village hotel. In the hall, Xiao Jian said to Doppler, "Doppler, I understand what you're thinking, but I can't agree to it. That wouldn't be fair to others. I can allow you to use 100,000 ledger currency to buy penicillin, and the rest of the currency can remain in the bank. Maybe next time you visit Huangshi village, we'll have other goods that interest you." Doppler looked apologetic and said, "I'm sorry. I was too presumptuous just now and tried to break your rules. It's just that penicillin is too important to us. Please forgive me, Mr. Xiao." He thought for a moment and then asked, "If I take the penicillin, can I use the remaining ledger currency to buy your hand grenades and cannons next time?" Xiao Jian had ranked military goods just below penicillin. Penicillin must be paired with other goods, but the accompanying goods did not include military items. Military goods could be purchased separately without needing to purchase other goods. "I'm very sorry, Doppler. I can't answer that question yet. Currently, our penicillin package doesn't include weapons. You can use the 100,000 ledger currency to buy hand grenades and cannons, but I don't have them in stock right now. You'll have to wait." After he finished talking, Xiao Jian remembered the issue with glass and soap and added, "We will also be lowering the prices of glass and soap soon, so it will be the same as what they are being sold for elsewhere." Doppler hesitated for a moment, and then he decided to take the penicillin, saying, Penicillin is a must-have. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Xiao. I will follow the rules and take the accompanying goods as well. From a business perspective, no matter how high the prices of glass and soap, they were still highly profitable goods to take back. But Doppler's situation was special. He wasn't seeking profit. His goal was war. After the deal was finalized, Chen Bihua started the transaction with Doppler. Box after box of hand grenades and 200 cannons were loaded onto Doppler's cargo ships. Zhang Chun and Tainyo also checked the 2 galleons that were part of the deal. They looked brand new, with no damage to the hulls. They seemed not to have been used in naval battles. The ships had a full complement of spare sails and ropes, which were in good condition. Some of the spare equipment was brand new. It was likely that the damaged ones had been replaced. Generally, after a few months of sailing at sea, a ship's bottom would have barnacles and shipworms, but the bottoms of these 2 warships were clean. The ship cabins had also been scrubbed spotless. It seemed Doppler had maintained them properly before coming to Huangshi village. After receiving Zhang Chun's report, Xiao Jian was very satisfied with Doppler. He didn't have the arrogance of other white people. He was responsible and very honest. He was the kind of person with whom he could have a long-term partnership. As Doppler was leaving, he said to Xiao Jian, "I will leave a fleet behind to continue shipping goods for you. But it's not easy for me to get the other goods you need. I can only get iron ore and copper ore. When will you start buying them again?" After the turmoil, the buying of iron and copper ore had stopped. The other materials, such as grain, white arsenic, green vitriol, and copper materials had continued to be purchased. Xiao Jian also found this question difficult to answer. He had purchased so much, or that it would take a year for the new iron factory to process it. He hesitated for a while. High-grade iron and copper ore would not be wasted, even if he stockpiled it. He had not found these resources in the unknown space. Once the carrying capacity of the pendant space increased, he could bring the resources into the unknown space. He said, "We'll continue to buy copper and iron, or once we expand the storage area. You know, there's no place to put them now." The only things he could use from overseas were those resources. Otherwise, there was no way he could sell his goods. Xiao Jian didn't consider making money off selling goods. Doppler looked disappointed. He had no access to grain, white arsenic, or green vitriol. The only thing he could transport was ore. Ore was never worth much. That was why he had the least ledger currency in Huangshi village. It was only around 100,000. Chapter 304. The enemy has ironclad ships. Xiao Jian had a good impression of Doppler. Furthermore, since his country was at war, he was a high-quality arms client. Xiao Jian wanted a long-term partnership with him. After a moment of thought, he said, "Doppler, you're familiar with iron ore. Do you know of a type of red laterite ore? This type of ore is often found near iron deposits. It's relatively light, and it's mostly open pit, weathered on the surface into a soil-like substance, often a reddish-brown or reddish-yellow. The lower layers are red-yellow, yellow to light yellow-green. Further down is the bedrock, which is a dark green, brownish-gray, or grayish-black." Doppler pondered for a while, and his bright eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "I know what kind of red laterite ore you're talking about. I've seen it near iron ore deposits in tropical areas. It matches your description perfectly. The bedrock is indeed dark green, as you say. Ordinary yellow soil doesn't have dark green bedrock beneath it. This type of soil is also much lighter than ordinary yellow soil." Xiao Jian nodded and said seriously, "If you can find this red laterite ore, please ship it to me. The purchase price will be slightly higher than iron ore. Laterite ore is easy to mine. Other than transportation, there are no costs involved. You should be able to make some money." The red laterite ore that Xiao Jian wanted was actually lateritic nickel ore. It was very easy to mine and survey, but the reserves were limited. Once it was mined out, it would be difficult to find again. Xiao Jian planned to stockpile lateritic nickel ore for future use. "Doppler, you need to speed up the mining of laterite ore. I will start publicly purchasing it soon. You won't be able to compete with others then." Xiao Jian would give him some time before going public with the purchase to allow him to accumulate ledger currency. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the money to purchase weapons. Doppler immediately reached out to shake Xiao Jian's hand, moved and said, "Mr. Xiao, I will increase the exploration and mining efforts to ship it to you as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your help. I will always remember your friendship." After Doppler left, Zhang Chun, Lu Yingjie, Goer, and Chen Bihua gathered together to discuss the situation. Goer reported first, since the Nanyang Company occupied Siang Island and Aoko, they have been reinforcing and building fortifications. They've constructed numerous coastal defenses. Several dozen miles from the coast, they're building star forts. It looks like they don't plan to leave anytime soon. Zhang Chun asked curiously, there shouldn't be many of them here, right? This area isn't small. How many people do they have to defend it? Goer also looked puzzled and said, there are very few white people among their defense forces. They're mostly from AI, Goryeo, and Ryukyu. There are even a lot of people from Dehua. That so many people from Dehua were involved was shocking, but some bad apples were to be expected. But to have so many join their army on such a scale, it was difficult to accept. How is their weaponry and equipment? Zhang Chun asked. Goer said, we have people who have infiltrated their troops. Their muskets don't fire round bullets, but rather hollow cylindrical bullets. These muskets have a long range and high accuracy. Zhang Chun asked, how many troops do they have now? According to our calculations, they have more than 10,000 troops stationed in the Guang City region. They have more than a dozen of the warships we captured and 3 larger galleons. After he finished, Goer added, those 3 large galleons haven't been to Guang City yet. Zhang Chun fell into thought. Xiao Jian asked, where are their bases? Which country's merchants are involved? Have you investigated this? Xiao Jian asked a string of questions. They knew too little about the Nanyang Company. Goer said uncertainly, their fleets travel to Ryukyu very frequently. We estimate that they have factories and workshops there. It's said that the headquarters of the Nanyang Company are in Ryukyu. We've inquired about their internal structure, but nobody knows. Our people are trying to infiltrate Ryukyu. Zhang Chun said gravely, based on this, their geographic location, the area they control, their human resources, and their material resources are all far superior to ours. They focus on maritime transportation, so they wouldn't lack for food or minerals. But I don't understand one thing. How are they able to produce glass and soap? It's unlikely we would have leaked these secrets. Xiao Jian knew why they could also produce those items, but he couldn't say it. He could only be vague. Glass and soap don't require much skill, so it's not surprising that they can manufacture them. However, now that we've lost glass as a high-priced commodity, it will be more difficult to support Huangshe Village's ledger currency. Lu Yingjie calculated for a while before saying, if we want to maintain the credit of our ledger currency, mass sales of military goods are our only option. Xiao Jian agreed with Lu Yingjie. Aside from how difficult it would be to find a high-priced commodity like glass, even if they did, the competition would mean it would not last long. Xiao Jian said, Lu Yingjie is right. Using small commodities to maintain the stability of our ledger currency probably won't work anymore. Only military goods can maintain a high value in the long run. They can be continuously upgraded. Of course, he was thinking of more than military goods, but Nine Dragon Mountain simply couldn't produce other high-value commodities. Zhang Chun nodded and said, as long as there is war, there will be a demand for military goods. If there is no war, we can always find a way to make them start one. Isn't D country fighting a war? We can't let them stop. We have to keep an eye on the situation there. Goer said, we've also done some investigations into the war in D country. It has been going on for over 20 years. Their Majesty's army has been suffering defeats. If they don't receive outside support, they won't be able to hold on for long. Just as he finished, Flying Eagle suddenly walked up to Xiao Jian and said softly, young master, I have an important report. Xiao Jian got up and went to the inner room. Flying Eagle reported, we discovered a strange small warship on Xiang Island. This warship is made of iron. It doesn't have sails, but it's very fast. Xiao Jian turned abruptly, looking at Flying Eagle and asking, is this true? Xiao Jian was genuinely terrified. The enemy was developing even faster than he was. They were using steam engines in their warships and had even manufactured ironclad ships. Ironclad ships didn't pose much of a threat to Huangshe Village and the shipyard, which had coastal defenses. But they were an extreme threat to sailing ships. The ironclad ships were powered by steam engines. Their speed and maneuverability were much higher than sailing ships. Warship cannons had blind spots. No matter how powerful their cannons were, they would be useless if they couldn't hit the ironclads. If the enemy sent ironclad ships to intercept their transport ships, they would suffer heavy losses. Flying Eagle didn't react as strongly as Xiao Jian. She simply nodded slightly and said, it's now confirmed that their headquarters is on Ryukyu Island. We're trying to infiltrate them. What kind of organization was the Nanyang Company? Who was involved? What were their goals? Xiao Jian knew nothing. He hadn't even received any news of their military action to occupy Xiang Island and Aoko before they occurred. Xiao Jian felt like he was blind. If he didn't change the situation, he would eventually suffer great losses. Goer's information sources were too crude. Relying on gathering information here, and there was not enough. They needed to accelerate the infiltration of personnel to obtain higher-level intelligence. Xiao Jian hadn't seen Xiao Hong since she had taken over the intelligence department. Xiao Jian hadn't focused on the intelligence department. He didn't even know where their base was located. Xiao Jian had wanted to go see Xiao Hong, but he had been too busy recently. He hadn't even stopped by New Beishan village. Xiao Hong was his first woman. Although Xiao Hong had left so decisively, Xiao Jian still couldn't forget her. Xiao Jian said, "I haven't seen your young lady in a long time. Is she well? How are things going for you now? Are there any difficulties in infiltrating Ryukyu Island?" Young lady was Xiao Hong's internal codename within the intelligence department. Flying Eagle had always referred to Xiao Hong as young lady. "We only have a dozen key members, all of whom are women with special skills. But we don't have anyone who knows Ryukyu or AI languages. They're still undergoing training." Flying Eagle did not answer any of Xiao Jian's personal questions about Xiao Hong. She probably had been told not to. He would have to go and see her next time he returned. Chapter 305. Chen Bihua becomes a woman. The Ryukyu and AI languages were similar and likely from the same language family. To infiltrate Ryukyu, they needed to be fluent in both languages. The martial arts prowess of intelligence officers wasn't their main priority. What was key was the ability to obtain valuable information. The focus was on social skills. Not being able to communicate was certainly a big issue. Xiao Jian said, "Tell your young lady to speed up the training of intelligence officers. You need to infiltrate deeper as soon as possible. Pay attention to their military movements, understand their technological development, and learn about their internal structure." Flying Eagle didn't mention Xiao Hong's situation, probably because Xiao Hong had instructed her not to. He needed to go see her next time he went back. When Xiao Jian returned to the hall, it was already dark. Zhang Chun, Lu Yingjie, and Bao Zi had already left. Only Chen Bihua was still in the hall. Chen Bihua also lived in the small courtyard. Xiao Jian didn't have any maids or servants. Chen Bihua was responsible for his living arrangements. Without a word, Xiao Jian went up to Chen Bihua and hugged her tightly. The weather was still hot, and their clothes were sticking to their bodies. Chen Bihua let Xiao Jian be for a moment before pushing him away and saying, "Look at you, you're soaked? Go take a shower and change your clothes." Chen Bihua's words made Xiao Jian suddenly remember the last time they had gone swimming. He pulled Chen Bihua and ran to the back. "Let's go swimming." After taking only a few steps, Xiao Jian stopped again and said, "Oh, right, bring the swimsuits." When Chen Bihua heard Xiao Jian mention swimsuits, her face turned bright red. She looked down and stammered, That is too small." Xiao Jian kissed Chen Bihua on her forehead and coaxed, "Be good. You'll only wear it for me. We're not going to show it to anyone else." Chen Bihua shyly went into the bedroom. She quickly came back out with her head down, carrying a bundle. She didn't dare to look at Xiao Jian. The swimming pool had a dedicated changing room. Chen Bihua took out a few pieces of underwear from the bundle and handed them to Xiao Jian. Then she quickly ran into the changing room and closed the door tightly. Xiao Jian quickly changed his clothes and impatiently jumped into the water, shouting, "Chen Bihua, have you not changed yet?" Xiao Jian swam for a while. When he saw that Chen Bihua still hadn't come out, he was about to get out to check on her when Red Lady walked in. He sighed and said, "Oh no, what's happened now? Why can't you just let me have a few days of peace?" Red Lady said, "There is a beggar outside who says he came from Luzon. He's been clamoring to see you." Xiao Jian said impatiently, "It's almost dark now, isn't it? Give him some food and I'll see him tomorrow." He had to meet with a beggar himself. Even if he split himself in two, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Red Lady looked at the changing room and then left. Xiao Jian pushed open the door to the changing room. Chen Bihua was staring blankly at the swimsuit she was wearing. The entire swimsuit was made of silk. The top was a white, midriff-bearing halter top with a silk ribbon tied around the waist. The shoulders were completely exposed, and the top pushed her chest up. The bottom was a pair of black shorts, leaving most of her thighs exposed. Girls in this era wore very conservative clothing, and their skin was rarely exposed to the sun. She was as white as solidified grease, and it looked like it would break if you blew on it or flicked it. Xiao Jian was stunned for a moment, taking in the sight. Chen Bihua dared not leave the changing room in that outfit. When she saw Xiao Jian walk in, Chen Bihua screamed in panic and quickly turned away. Xiao Jian stepped forward and gently hugged her from behind. Chen Bihua's body trembled slightly. Xiao Jian whispered in her ear, "You won't let me look? Then I'm leaving." He then let go of her. Chen Bihua thought that Xiao Jian was angry. She quickly said, "You, young master, I'm afraid." Xiao Jian grabbed her shoulders, turned her around, and Chen Bihua's face was as red as a cherry. Xiao Jian joked, "If a man is doing well, he'll slick his hair back. If a woman is doing well, she'll wear less clothing." Chen Bihua glared at Xiao Jian in a spoiled manner and then quickly lowered her head. Xiao Jian took Chen Bihua's hand and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm not a good person." Chen Bihua couldn't help but laugh, punching Xiao Jian's chest with her fist. Xiao Jian took advantage of the moment and picked her up, saying, "You've changed. You still need to soak in the water for a while." He carried Chen Bihua to the swimming pool. As soon as she entered the water, Chen Bihua shrieked in terror, her face turning pale. Her hands instinctively grabbed at Xiao Jian's neck, and her long legs tightly wrapped around his waist. "Chen Bihua, get down now. You can't do this. You're tempting me to commit a crime." Chen Bihua was making Xiao Jian's mind spin. She was wearing a thin, smooth silk swimsuit and was constantly rubbing against his body. Xiao Jian's primitive desires rose sharply, and his eyes started to turn red. Chen Bihua's actions were a natural reaction to her panic. She didn't realize how tempting it was for a young man. She didn't understand what Xiao Jian meant. She twisted her upper body and asked, "What are you saying? What crime?" As she twisted, her chest gently brushed across Xiao Jian's chest. Xiao Jian lost all self-control. He gasped and said, "You did this to me." He immediately embraced her tightly, tearing off her shorts and touching her body in a reckless way. Seeing Xiao Jian's violent actions, Chen Bihua realized something was wrong. But the few pieces of clothing she was wearing had already been torn off. Xiao Jian's reaction grew stronger and stronger. He was breathing heavily, his chest heaving dramatically, and his eyes were frighteningly red. There was even blood coming from his nostrils. He hugged Chen Bihua tightly, his hands gripping her buttocks, and pressed her against his abdomen. She felt a dull ache in her buttocks. Chen Bihua was frightened by his appearance. She felt like Xiao Jian had gone mad. She reached out to wipe the blood from his nose and stroked his hair, her heart aching as she said, "Young master, don't be rash. Slow down. You've torn my clothes. I'm already your woman. You can do whatever you want. There's no need to be in such a hurry." She then pressed her lips gently to his. She wanted to soothe Xiao Jian's manic state. Chen Bihua's gentle actions brought back some of Xiao Jian's reason. But at this point, there was no turning back. In the end, he made Chen Bihua into a woman in the swimming pool. After the storm had passed, the redness in Xiao Jian's eyes slowly faded, and his emotions returned to normal. Looking at the limp Chen Bihua in his arms, he stroked her hair and said softly, "I'm sorry. I lost control just now. Do you regret it?" Chen Bihua was weak and exhausted. She looked into Xiao Jian's eyes, shook her head gently, and didn't say a word. As long as Xiao Jian was okay, no matter what she had to sacrifice, she would be fine. Xiao Jian was the sky for everyone in Xianrenping, and he was also her sky. Xiao Jian held Chen Bihua and sat on the steps of the swimming pool. Chen Bihua had fallen peacefully asleep. Xiao Jian didn't want to wake her. She was naked, and he couldn't just carry her back like that. He could only sit there and wait for her to wake up. He didn't know how much time had passed. A breeze came by, and Xiao Jian shivered. It was already the middle of the night, and sitting by the water was a little cold. Chen Bihua was also awakened by the breeze. She opened her eyes, looked around, and said, "Young master, why are we still in the swimming pool?" Then she stood up. A wave of coldness washed over her, and she realized she was completely naked. She instinctively used her hands to cover herself and said shyly, "Young master, don't look." Xiao Jian got up and picked Chen Bihua up. He kissed her on the lips and walked towards the changing room, saying possessively, "You're my woman. I can look at you whenever I want. Is that your business?" The next morning, when Xiao Jian woke up, Chen Bihua had already prepared breakfast. He ate quickly and said, "You don't need to go out today. Rest at home for a few days. I'm going to see that person from Luzon." Chen Bihua felt a little uncomfortable when she walked. It was a little embarrassing to go out like that. She rolled her eyes at Xiao Jian and said in a spoiled manner, "It's all your fault." After she finished, she went to the kitchen to clean up. Chapter 306, The Massacre on Luzon Island. The person who had come from Luzon was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a long silk robe that was so dirty that it was impossible to tell its original color. Half of one of his sleeves was missing. His eyes were noticeably swollen, his spirit was weak, and he had a foul odor about him. He probably hadn't bathed in some time. When the man entered, he first held onto the doorframe and looked inside. He was startled when he saw Xiao Jian. He then walked carefully to Xiao Jian and bowed respectfully, saying, I am Su Wenji from Luzon. My family is from Fengzhou of Dehua. I greet young Master Xiao. He spoke in a strange way, and it felt more awkward than when a foreigner spoke Chinese, with a strong Manan accent. He looked exhausted, as if he had been on the road for days, not sleeping for several nights, and was swaying on his feet. Xiao Jian pointed to a chair in front of the tea table and said, Mr. Su, please sit down and talk. What is the reason for your visit? Su Wenji didn't sit down. He was afraid that he might dirty the chair and offend the other party. He still stood there with a bowed body, cupping his hands and saying, I escaped from Luzon to Dehua. The Xia people are massacring the Chinese people in Luzon. I begged the young master to speak to the imperial court and save the Chinese in Luzon. Towards the end, he was crying. He then suddenly knelt down and covered his face with his hands. He didn't want anyone to see him cry so he wouldn't bother those in power. Su Wenji didn't know much about Xiao Jian. In his view, Xiao Jian, who was powerful, must have powerful backers in the imperial court. Xiao Jian didn't explain anything and asked, how many Chinese people are there in Luzon? This was a chaotic world, so the death of a few people was commonplace. Luzon was at least 1,300 kilometers from the mainland. Even if they wanted to help, it was a case of distant water not quenching a nearby fire. Su Wenji continued to kneel on the ground, looking up at Xiao Jian with tears full of hatred. There are several 100,000 Chinese people living on the islands around Luzon. I lived in Manila City on Luzon Island. More than 10,000 women, children, and elderly people in the city were killed by them. Of my family of more than 20 people, only I escaped because I was out at the time. After they killed everyone in the city, they also killed over 20,000 Chinese people outside the city. After he finished speaking, he put his hands over his face again, and his body trembled slightly, tears flowing through his fingers. Chen Bihua was coming out with tea and water at that moment. She heard that the Xia people had killed tens of thousands of women and children in Luzon. The glass teacup fell from the tray and smashed on the floor. Xiao Jian's eyes were also flashing with a murderous glint. He was shaking with anger. He had thought it was just a personal vendetta, but he didn't expect it to be a genocidal massacre. He stood up abruptly and said through gritted teeth, Tell me the details. According to Su Wenji, the Xia people had 3,000 troops stationed in Luzon, plus over 4,000 Xia merchants and sailors. The majority of the people living in Luzon were Chinese. To weaken the Chinese, the Xia people joined forces with local natives to ruthlessly exploit and abuse the Chinese merchants. Not only did they impose harsh taxes, they also forced them to perform heavy labor, and many Chinese merchants were tortured to death. When the Chinese merchants could no longer bear it and rebelled, the Xia people immediately mobilized their army to encircle them and used cannons to flatten the entire Chinese district. The once prosperous Chinese district was reduced to ashes in an instant, and more than 10,000 people were buried in the flames. Then, they launched a massacre throughout Luzon Island, tricking Chinese merchants into going to courtyards, where they would be mass shot. Even the elderly and children were not spared. The massacre lasted for more than 3 months. More than 34,000 Chinese people were killed. After hearing this, Xiao Jian was furious. He violently smashed the teacup in his hand to the floor. He had met Xia merchants in the exhibition hall. They had seemed friendly and generous. He hadn't expected that they were such beasts. Xiao Jian helped the sobbing Su Wenji up and comforted him. Please be strong. Don't worry, I'll avenge the Chinese of Luzon. I will make them pay double. You go and rest first. He shouted to the outside, Hey Tan, take Mr. Su to rest. Find some clean clothes for him. Also, tell Zhang Chun, Luingjia, and Goer to come to the hall to discuss matters. Chen Bihua cleaned up the broken glass from the floor and poured Xiao Jian another cup of tea. After he sat down, she gently massaged his shoulders and said softly, Young master, don't hurt yourself. If you're going to avenge the Chinese of Luzon, you must take the long view. Zhang Chun, Liingjia, and Goer then entered the hall one after another. After everyone sat down, Goer noticed Xiao Jian's dark expression and asked, Young master, what happened? Xiao Jian took a deep breath, looked around at everyone and said, The Xia people massacred the city of Luzon and killed tens of thousands of Chinese. I can't swallow this anger. What do you think we should do? Xiao Jian's words shocked everyone. They all knew a bit about the Xia people, but they had never imagined that they could be so depraved. Zhang Chun got up and paced back and forth. He said, There aren't many Xia people here in Guang City. We can't do anything to them if they stay in the city. There aren't many Xia troops stationed in Luzon, but taking over Luzon will probably not be easy. Lu Yingjie pondered for a long time before saying, I've been in Huangshi village for quite some time, and I know a little about Luzon. There are many islands near Luzon, and there are many pirates. Can we find a place to settle down near Luzon first, and then slowly move forward? Zhang Chun's eyes lit up. He said, we can also become pirates near Luzon. We can specifically target the merchant ships of the Nanyang Company and the Xia people. Xiao Jian felt that acting as pirates to rob merchant ships was not necessary. He couldn't rob any valuable resources. Ships transporting grain were rare. Even if they robbed a lot of silver, there would be nowhere to spend it. Grain was a thorn in Xiao Jian's side. There was a serious shortage of food in Dahua, and he didn't want to buy the little life-saving grain that remained in Dahua. Even if he bought more of it, he would only be feeding his own people and leaving others to starve. He didn't want others to starve because of him, and he also didn't want to betray his agreement with Li Changhong. At that time, they had agreed to purchase grain from overseas to make up for the food shortage in Dahua. There were still too few troops at his disposal. The factories also required a large workforce. Relying on the grain output of Xian Rimping alone was not enough. He said hopefully, Luzon Island is in the tropics. The grain output should be very high, right? Goer, who had been in Huangshi village, had also been involved with purchasing resources. He knew the origin of various resources better than everyone except Chen Bihua. Goer shook his head and said, Young master, Luzon has never shipped grain to Huangshi village. The first few grain ships came from Ryukyu, and the last one came from Dayue. I also heard that Luzon Island is high in the middle and low on the sides. The terrain is very uneven, and the area of the plains suitable for growing rice is limited. Not much rice is grown. Seeing that Xiao Jian looked disappointed, he added, Luzon is rich in copper. Most of the copper, or that Huangshi village has received, comes from Luzon. Oh, yes, and its gold production is also said to be very high. Xiao Jian nodded. Although there was not much grain, copper, or was still an important resource. After silver lost its monetary value, a gold standard would soon come into place. It would be valuable if they could store some gold. Ryukyu was abundant in grain, but the Nanyang Company was located on Ryukyu Island. Xiao Jian didn't want to clash with them just yet. Their main base was like his Nine-Dragon Mountain. It was definitely not something that could be taken down easily. Lu Yingjie said, Young master, I think we can't keep staying on the mainland. Ryukyu would be most suitable, but the Nanyang Company is there, so we probably can't get in. Luzon Island is an isolated area, and the Xia people are only outsiders. It may be a good choice. Everyone already knew that the headquarters of the Nanyang Company was in Ryukyu. Chapter 307, The Mysterious Devil Island. Xiao Jian nodded and said, Let's do as you say. First, find an island near Luzon to settle down, and then we'll slowly make our plans. I need to go there in person. Zhang Chun immediately objected, Cousin, you can leave this to me. You absolutely cannot go. We can't do without you here. Lu Yingjie also strongly opposed it. Xiao Jian had no choice but to compromise. In the end, it was decided that Zhang Chun would lead 2 warships and Lai Fu's standing company south. At this moment, Heiten came in to report that Su Wenji from Luzon had been waiting outside for a long time. Although they had decided to send troops to Luzon, none of them were familiar with the region. It would be good to learn some information from him. Xiao Jian asked Heiten to invite him in. Su Wenji had already changed into a clean set of clothes and had rested for half a day. He looked much more energetic. When Xiao Jian asked him to sit down, he did not refuse this time, but he was still somewhat restrained. He sat on the edge of the chair, his hands clasped together, in a position as if he were ready to get up and reply at any time. Xiao Jian poured him a cup of tea and said, Mr. Su, don't be so nervous. I just want to learn some more about Luzon. You grew up on Luzon Island. You must know a lot about the surrounding areas, right? Su Wenji immediately stood up and bowed. He said, To answer the young master, I have been living at sea for many years, so I am familiar with the situation around Luzon. Xiao Jian asked, What are the major pirate forces around Luzon? Tell us everything you know. Su Wenji described the situation around Luzon Island in detail. In his words, there were countless pirates around Luzon Island. The largest pirate force on the surface was One Idly from Lishan Island. One Idly was from AI, and he had over 10,000 men and over 100 ships. There were also 5 smaller pirate gangs on the islands south of Luzon Island. Many of these surface pirates were Chinese. The hidden pirates were some of the countries along the coastlines. For example, Shilua was a loose political alliance, rather than a nation like Dehua with a strong central government. There were also the three oddities of Dagong and the Ma family kingdom on the north shore of the Ma family strait. These countries were made up of several pirate groups, and these were just the pirates near Luzon Island. There were even more large pirate gangs after the Ma family strait. Xiao Jian was getting a headache. There were pirates everywhere. Sea trade was truly not easy. Su Wanji's information dump was a bit overwhelming. Goer was also a little confused and asked, "Can you draw a nautical chart of Luzon and its surrounding areas?" Su Wanji said, "I can, but it won't be very accurate. There are many islands that I've only heard of from my elders. I only know their approximate locations." After he finished, he drew an extremely complex nautical chart on a piece of paper. Xiao Jian took a look at it. The chart was full of circles and dots, some large, some small, some oval, and some round. Xiao Jian pointed to a relatively large circle near the mainland and asked, "What is the name of this island?" "It is very close to the coastline." Su Wanji looked at the circle Xiao Jian was pointing to and said, "This is Dehua's Coconut Island. It's under the jurisdiction of Coconut Prefecture. The island is about the same size as Ryukyu Island and it's far from Luzon, roughly the same distance as here to Luzon." Zhang Chun also came over and looked at the chart. He asked, "Where is the largest pirate force you mentioned?" One-eyedly, Su Wanji pointed to a small circle directly south of Coconut Island and said, "That's Lishan Island. It takes a day to sail from Coconut Island to Lishan Island under normal conditions. Their island is not large. It has many volcanoes. It's very close to Shilua. You can see the coastline of Shilua when the weather is clear. This group of pirates uses Lishan Island as their base. They also occupy other islands and have strongholds in Shilua." Lu Yingjie stretched his head in and looked at the chart full of circles and dots. He asked curiously, "You've drawn almost 100 of these circles. Are there people on all of them?" Su Wenji explained that most of these islands did not have fresh water, so people could not live there. And there were so many reefs that people unfamiliar with the area didn't dare to go in easily. He then emphasized, there are only two main shipping routes in this sea area, the mainland coastline and the Luzon Island coastline. The area between the two routes is a dangerous area. I've never heard of anyone crossing it. Seeing that everyone still looked confused, he explained, there are countless islands in there. I'm just drawing what I can according to records passed down from my elders. He pointed to the area between the two shipping routes and said, especially the area in the middle. It might be very inaccurate. There are also many islands that I don't know about. In fact, no one fully understands that area. Zhang Chun sighed and said, this place is truly a paradise for pirates. He then asked in confusion, if people are constantly active in this sea area, after a while, they would be able to understand the situation, wouldn't they? Why is it that no one understands it? Su Wenji shook his head and said seriously, you must never enter this area. Many people who have gone in have never come back out. Countless people have died there. Zhang Chun, Lu Yingjie, and Goer all stared at Su Wenji in astonishment, not saying another word. Was there some kind of mystery here? Su Wenji paused for a moment and then looked outside, as if afraid that someone might overhear. He lowered his voice and said, according to what the elders say, this area is the burial ground of a demon and was cursed by the demon tribe. The terrain and the shipping routes inside will change for no reason. Things might be fine when you go in, but when you try to come out, the shipping route might suddenly disappear. There might be a mountain or a reef blocking the way. Don't disbelieve me. Many people have encountered this inside. In private, we call this sea the Devil Sea. Everyone stared at Su Wenji with wide eyes, holding their breath. People in this era had great respect for gods and ghosts. There was no wind, no sound of insects. The room became extremely quiet. At this moment, a dark cloud blocked the sun, and the sky suddenly darkened. Qin Bihua moved closer to Xiao Jian and grabbed his arm. Su Wenji hesitated for a moment and then said mysteriously, actually, I went in there once. I did encounter a change in the shipping route. Fortunately, a new route appeared on the other side, and I was able to escape. Then, he lowered his voice, as if he was whispering a secret and said, I'm telling you, there will be huge waves without any wind, especially in the dead of night. You can even hear laughter from hell, mixed with cries and screams that make your hair stand on end. Qin Bihua hugged Xiao Jian's arm tightly, shrinking back against his body and trembling uncontrollably, staring wide-eyed at Su Wenji, not daring to move. Xiao Jian gently put his arm around Qin Bihua, and she was released from her fear. He didn't believe at all in any demonic burial grounds. These illusory legends about gods and ghosts were all fabricated and imagined by people who didn't understand the cause. Su Wenji finally returned to his normal tone. He said longingly, "This is also a treasure land. According to the elders, only the bravest people can find a place to live there. Over the millennia, I don't know how many ships have sunk in the Devil's Sea. Sometimes, these sunken ships will surface without warning. There are also many pirate dens in the Devil's Sea. When pirates die, their treasures are left in caves unclaimed." A neighbor of mine, who had borrowed money for gambling and was forced to do something desperate, went to the Devil's Sea and had a stroke of good luck. He discovered a pirate treasure, and he became rich overnight. Lu Yingjie stared at the Devil's Sea area on the map and suddenly said to Zhang Chun, "Zhang Chun, why don't we switch places? This Devil Sea is too dangerous. I'm also frequently on ships, and I'm a better fighter than you. I'm certainly brave enough to go into the Devil's Sea." Zhang Chun immediately turned on him and snarled, "Get out of here." Xiao Jian looked at Zhang Chun and Lu Yingjie with surprise. It seemed that they both sensed something. Chapter 308, 7th Entry into the Unknown Space. Xiao Jian ignored their argument. He said to Su Wenji, "Mr. Su, we've decided to send troops to Luzon, but we need to make our plans slowly. First of all, we must have a place to settle down. This time, we will send 2 warships south. We'll need you to navigate." Su Wenji bowed again, excitedly saying, "Thank you, young master, for standing up for the Chinese of Luzon. It's my honor to be able to serve you." He then asked, "Should we travel along the coastline, or go directly to Luzon via Ryukyu Island?" Xiao Jian thought for a moment. Going through the Ryukyu Island route was definitely not possible, and Xiang Island had already been occupied by the Nanyang Company. He asked, "Will the route along the mainland coastline pass through Xiang Island?" Su Wenji drew a straight line on the nautical chart. The line started from Huangshi Village and ended at Coconut Island. He said, "You'll have to pass 200 miles off the coast of Xiang Island. That's the shortest route from here to Coconut Island. Most merchant ships go in a straight line. Some ships also go to Xiang Island to resupply." Xiao Jian looked at the route. It was very wide at the point where it passed the outer sea of Xiang Island. The Nanyang Company wouldn't be able to seal off such a large area, so he decided, "We'll take the route along the mainland coastline." Su Wenji nodded and added, "The route along the coastline is safer than the Ryukyu Island route, but it's much longer to get to Luzon." Xiao Jian didn't offer further explanation. He asked Tan to take him back to rest. The things they had to discuss next were not appropriate for Su Wenji to be involved in. Zhang Chun, Lu Yingjie, and Goer were gathered around the chart, studying and discussing it animatedly. Xiao Jian asked, "Have you reached a decision?" Goer was still staring at the chart and said casually, "After Coconut Island, there is a region where pirates are rampant. It's going to be difficult to find an uninhabited island with fresh water in that area." The 3 of them studied it for a while longer. Zhang Chun looked up and said, "I think we should first take a look near Coconut Island. Coconut Island is still under the control of Dehua, so we shouldn't have any problems finding a place to settle there. But Coconut Island is too far from Luzon. We'll need to find several transfer stations to gradually get closer to Luzon." Lu Yingjie got up and said, "Zhang Chun's plan is to advance step by step, but the problem is that every camp needs to be defended by troops. Won't that lead to our forces being too dispersed?" Zhang Chun said gravely, "The geographic location of Coconut Island is very important. If the Nanyang Company occupies it, we will be in big trouble. Coconut Island is a must-pass for coastal shipping routes." Xiao Jian also went to look at the nautical chart. Coconut Island was a projection far out from the coastline of the mainland. If they sailed along the coastline, they had to pass by Coconut Island. The Nanyang Company had already occupied Ryukyu Island, Xiang Island, and Aoko. If they occupied Coconut Island as well, both routes would be within its sphere of influence. The entire southward route would be completely blocked off. Seeing this situation, Xiao Jian broke out into a cold sweat. If Zhang Chun could think of this, then surely the Nanyang Company could too. They had to seize Coconut Island before the Nanyang Company could. Xiao Jian got up and said, "Lu Yingjie, transfer some coastal artillery to Zhang Chun." He then said to Zhang Chun, "Take some infantry cannons from the transport fleet's sailing ships. Also, take all of the remaining rebar and cement. After finding a suitable port near Coconut Island, immediately build coastal defenses. We absolutely cannot lose Coconut Island." Zhang Chun said worriedly, "What will happen to Huangshi Village after I take the coastal artillery? Lai Fu is also going with me, so won't the defenses be too weak?" Lu Yingjie said confidently, "It won't be easy for you to get more cannons after you go south. Huangshe village has 80 coastal cannons. You can take 50. 30 is enough for me. Luingjia had supervised the construction of the coastal defenses in Huangshe village, so he had complete confidence in Huangshe village's defenses. Besides, the transport fleet only traveled to and from the shipyard in a 20-day cycle. Nine Dragon Mountain should have already produced a lot of cannons. It wouldn't be long before they could make up for the shortfall here. Xiao Jian then asked Qin Bihua, how much silver is there in the Huangshe village bank? Qin Bihua quickly replied, 3 million that was deposited by Ronald, over 10 million that we seized last time, and after the run on the bank, we had just over 1 million left. Steward Zhang transferred over 3 million later. We also received over 1 million from selling goods, so we have a total of over 8 million taels. Xiao Jian nodded and said to Zhang Chun, these taels won't be used in Huangshe village. After you arrive at Coconut Island, you will need to interact with the local government. Take 3 million taels with you. Try to settle things with money at the Coconut Island camp. Don't make the local government too angry. After the meeting, the transport fleet gave 5 sailing ships to Zhang Chun, and they dismantled 100 infantry cannons. That, plus 50 coastal cannons and the several dozen infantry cannons from Lai Fu's standing company, meant Zhang Chun had over 200 cannons. Tainyo would also be going south with Zhang Chun this time. He arranged for a subordinate to lead the remaining transport ships and 2 unequipped galleons back to the shipyard. That night, the troops were busy for most of the night, removing all of the cannons onto the ships. Before dawn, the 2 fleets set out, one south and the other north, toward their respective destinations. In Xiao Jin's mind, the progress bar suddenly popped up. It was time to go to the unknown space again. In the unknown space, Xiao Jin woke up in the base of the swamp plantation. The 100 or so people led by the Beastmaster had already planted a large area of wheat at the plantation. The pipeline laid down from the Nanshan mountain cave was also basically complete. Now, they were developing canals and digging reservoirs. As soon as Xiao Jin left the base, his terminal box beeped twice. He opened it and saw it was a message from Garbage King. Brother Xiao Jin, something bad has happened. The 2 people who were patrolling the wind cave were attacked. Xiao Jin was stunned. The wind cave was the activity area of the soul-devouring spirits. Hadn't the soul-devouring spirits stopped appearing after he had killed them several times? He asked in confusion, what happened? Were they attacked by the soul-devouring spirits? Garbage King replied, it doesn't seem like it. The message they sent says that there were robots hidden in the wind cave. They were carrying a type of weapon that emits light. This weapon is very strange. Just a beam of light cut one of them in half. A weapon that emitted light? Xiao Jian immediately thought of a laser gun. If there was fog, the beam emitted by a laser gun would be visible. Xiao Jian then asked, what about the other patrolman? Did he come back? He wanted to ask the patrolman to understand more about the robots. Garbage King replied, I think the person who sent the message is also dead. He sent the message when he was retreating. The last message was a scream. Xiao Jian frowned. The wind cave was the activity area of the soul-devouring spirits. Could the robots have been created by them? The wind cave was to the west of the mine. The closest wind cave to the mine was about half an hour away for the robots. Xiao Jian suddenly woke up. The target of these robots was the miners at the mine. Garbage King, immediately withdraw everyone from the mine back to the base. Garbage King didn't reply immediately. Xiao Jian kept pacing back and forth in the base's main hall, waiting for Garbage King. The unease in his heart was increasing. After a long while, Garbage King sent a message saying, Brother Xiao Jian, it's too late. The robots have blocked the mine entrance. Over 100 people are trapped inside. Seeing this message, Xiao Jian felt confused. The robots had laser guns. They could kill over 100 people in an instant. Instead of killing them, they were blocking them. What was their goal? Xiao Jian asked, Garbage King, are you sure they're just blocking the mine and not massacring them? What do they want? This time, Garbage King replied immediately, Brother Xiao Jian, those robots, it seems they're coming for you. Just as Xiao Jian was about to reply to the message, Garbage King sent another message, his tone very urgent. Oh no, Brother Xiao Jian, since they are coming for you, there must also be robots heading to the swamp area. Xiao Jian reacted. If the patrolman hadn't found them in the wind cave, the robots would probably not have attacked the mine yet. It seemed like they were waiting for something. Chapter 309. Combat robots appear. They were waiting to launch a simultaneous attack here at the swamp area. If the patrolman hadn't discovered them, they would have continued hiding in the wind cave, instead of revealing themselves. Otherwise, Once he became aware of the danger and hid, it would be difficult for them to find him again. After he had completely removed the infection source from the chat channel, the soul-devouring spirits could no longer obtain the coordinates of his base and could not track him. They could not be sure if he was at the mine or at the swamp area, so they had to launch an attack on both locations simultaneously. There must be robots heading here. Thinking of this, Xiao Jian immediately headed to Warner's base. At this moment, Warner was walking out of the base. When she saw Xiao Jian, she immediately jumped into his arms and burst into tears. "Brother Xiao Jian." "Wah." Warner's eyes were red and swollen. Her delicate doll face looked unusually pale and haggard. She hugged Xiao Jian tightly, her body trembling violently. It seemed that during the time they were apart, she had not had Xiao Jian's comfort, and the demons in her heart had risen again. "Brother Xiao Jian, I'm sorry." "Wah." She still had other men in her heart, which made her feel ashamed of Xiao Jian. But the man who had touched her body was imprinted on her soul, like a stain that couldn't be removed. Warner didn't know why. She was clear that she liked Xiao Jian, but that man always appeared in her heart. She always felt that he was her man. Whenever that man appeared, she would think of his death, and she would feel a pang of pain in her heart, as if someone she was close to had left her. Xiao Jian would not blame Warner, of course. Warner had a special purine body. He had learned this from the base's data. As long as someone touched her body, they would leave an imprint on her soul. And the more perverse the man was, the deeper the imprint would be. None of this was Warner's fault. It was caused by her purine body. Xiao Jian gently patted her back and wiped away the tears on her face. He said with a pained expression, "Warner, don't cry. It's just a demon in your heart. We'll be able to remove it." "Okay." Warner nodded and replied softly. At that moment, her soul seemed soothed, and her body gradually became calm. Xiao Jian took Warner's small hand and went to the plantation. He found the Beast Master and said, "Master, you need to immediately evacuate the plantation. Find a safe place to set up camp." He smoothed Warner's slightly messy hair and said to her, "Warner, you go with the Beast Master. Leave the plantation. I'll be back soon." The Beast Master was confused. They were still digging reservoirs and developing canals at the plantation. Why did they suddenly have to leave? He asked, "Brother Xiao, has something happened?" Xiao Jian frowned and said solemnly, "The soul-devouring spirits. They don't know where they got robots from. They've already occupied the mine. This place is definitely going to be attacked by the robots, too." The Beast Master immediately ordered the people beside him to notify those who were still working and then asked, "Brother Xiao, aren't you evacuating with us?" Xiao Jian shook his head and said, "I need to go to the mine. Over 100 miners are trapped there." The Beast Master accompanied Xiao Jian toward the base and said, "Brother Xiao, let me go with you to the mine." Xiao Jian patted the Beast Master on the shoulder and said, "No, you just take care of the people here. Don't let the robots find you." After he finished, he put away his base, mounted Ugly Horse, and waved to the Beast Master and Warner before galloping west. The land west of the plantation was a flat plain. To the south of the plain was a mountain range that ran from east to west. The place where Xiao Jian dug up the green grass roots was at the west end of this mountain range. Xiao Jian sat on Ugly Horse's back, observing the plain along the way. The terrain of the plain gradually sloped downward towards the west. The 100 or so people brought by the Beast Master were digging a canal here. When the canal was complete, crops could be grown on the plain. Xiao Jian glanced back at the plantation. The Beast Master and Warner had already stored their base and were moving toward Nanshan. As Ugly Horse reached the west end of the mountain range and was about to turn south, it suddenly stopped. Xiao Jian's body leaned forward, and he almost fell off its back. GAA, PEO, people. Xiao Jian looked up toward the south, and he saw a thin figure, leading over a dozen robots, heading toward him. Every step the robots took splashed up mud. They left deep footprints on the ground. He could hear their rumbling footsteps even though they were still far away. Their appearance was distinctly different from the robots that Xiao Jian had seen at the industrial ruins. Their bodies were taller and thicker, and they weren't holding swords. The robot at the front was carrying a cylinder as thick as a calf, and he didn't know what kind of weapon it was. The other robots were carrying a rectangular, tube-shaped weapon. The tube had 2 handles, and the robot's hands were on the 2 handles. Seeing this, Xiao Jian's heart skipped a beat. These were laser guns, and their laser guns were clearly bigger than his. The cylinder that the robot at the front was carrying was very similar to the laser cannon in the manufacturing machine. It was very likely a laser cannon. Xiao Jian jumped down, took cover behind a rock, and watched the robot's movements. This place was not too far from the plantation. The Beast Master and his people were still evacuating. He couldn't let the robots go to the plantation. He needed to hold them off for at least a little while. At that moment, the robots also discovered Xiao Jian. They all looked toward him, and their laser guns were moving towards him. Their gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the rock. It was pointless for him to hide. Xiao Jian quickly pressed the laser guns button. A beam of red light, barely visible in the fog, struck one of the robots and rose in a cloud of blue smoke. The robot that had been hit shook its body, dodged the light beam, and did not seem to have been seriously hurt. It instantly adjusted its laser gun and pointed it at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian was a bit stunned. What kind of metal were these robots made of? How come the laser gun could not penetrate them? He had tested the robots in the industrial ruins before. Laser guns could penetrate those robots. But the laser gun seemed useless against these robots. Gah. Ugly Horse had been paying attention to the robots' movements. Seeing that the robots' weapons were aimed at Xiao Jian, it felt that Xiao Jian was in danger. Its body suddenly leaped up and collided with Xiao Jian. The laser gun's light beam arrived immediately, sweeping across Ugly Horse's arm, and a cloud of blue smoke appeared. Ah! Ugly Horse cried out in pain. One of its arms, as if chopped off by an axe, was neatly severed by the light beam and fell to the ground. Xiao Jian was knocked away by Ugly Horse. He landed on the ground in a dirt pit. His neck barely avoided the laser beam. He only felt a wave of heat go past his head, and a lock of long hair was cut by the beam, flying away in the wind. He broke out in a cold sweat. If Ugly Horse hadn't knocked him over, his head probably would have been separated from his body. Ugly Horse, come back. Xiao Jian did a tumble to get behind the rock. Hearing Xiao Jian's cry, Ugly Horse did not even have time to pick up its severed arm. It held its wound and squatted down behind the rock. Chapter 310. Ugly Horse is seriously injured. The rock that they were taking cover behind was square. Xiao Jian leaned against the rock and began to think about his next move. Fortunately, the robots were large, and they moved clumsily. Their reaction speed was slow. Otherwise, he and Ugly Horse would have died here. The metal on their bodies was clearly different from the robots he had seen before. The laser gun could not deal much damage to them. Xiao Jian activated his insight ability and looked through the rock. At this moment, more than a dozen robots had all aimed their laser guns this way. The most terrifying thing was that the robot at the front, carrying the cylinder, was also aiming it at the rock they were hiding behind. Run! Xiao Jian didn't have time to think. He shouted and pulled Ugly Horse to its feet and jumped aside. Boom! The moment they left the rock suddenly exploded as if a large bomb had detonated. Large chunks of broken rock flew everywhere. Black smoke, mixed with flying dust, shrouded Xiao Jian and Ugly Horse. Ah! A piece of rock smashed into Xiao Jian's back and knocked him flying into a dirt pit. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Gah. Ugly Horse jumped to protect Xiao Jian. Large rocks immediately fell on Ugly Horse. Its single arm held the ground. Its body trembled with each rock that landed. Suddenly, a rock landed directly on Ugly Horse's head. Oh whoa! Ugly Horse screamed in pain. Its whole body suddenly trembled, and its eyes opened wide like copper bells, blood oozing from the corners of its mouth. Ugly Horse! Xiao Jian shouted, but Ugly Horse didn't respond. Its eyes began to look lifeless, and the arm that was holding it up also gave way. It fell on top of Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian's heart was twisted in pain. Even Ugly Horse's strong physique couldn't withstand the impact of these rocks. If those rocks had fallen on him, he would have been crushed into a pulp. Through the smoke and dust, he could vaguely see the robots running towards them. If the robots found them, they would have no chance of survival. Furthermore, both he and Ugly Horse were injured. If they didn't get medical treatment soon, they would bleed to death. The destructive power of the laser gun against metal was limited. It was almost impossible to destroy the robots with the laser gun alone. Fortunately, they had fallen into a dirt pit. This dirt pit was one that he had left when he dug up the green grass roots. After being exposed to the sun and rain, the dirt pit had collapsed, forming a ditch on the side. The robot's line of sight could penetrate rock, but not the thick surface of the ground. Xiao Jian struggled to his feet. His back was hurting, and he couldn't straighten his waist. He peeked out at Ugly Horse's severed arm. A robot with a laser gun was searching in that direction. Xiao Jian shook his head weakly. In his current physical condition, there was no way to get Ugly Horse's severed arm back. His eyes filled with tears. His heart was full of shame. If it hadn't been for saving him, Ugly Horse wouldn't have been hurt like this. He dragged Ugly Horse toward the ditch on the side. The end of the ditch was a mountain wall that could block the robot's view. There was a cave under the mountain wall. Xiao Jian dragged Ugly Horse into the cave and hid in a crevice. It would take some time for the robots to search this far. He immediately entered the pendant space and tore off a bunch of leaves from the cyan sapling. Leaving the pendant space, he scattered all the leaves on Ugly Horse. The leaves from the cyan sapling immediately decomposed into firefly-like spots of light, dancing around Ugly Horse. In the darkness, it was as brilliant as a sky full of stars. Some light spots drilled into Ugly Horse's body through its mouth. Even Xiao Jian's injured back was covered in light spots. Xiao Jian had only broken his spine and had not suffered any internal injuries. He lay flat on the ground, and he quickly healed completely. Ugly Horse's back was a bloody mess from the rocks. Not only had its spine been broken, its internal organs had also been severely damaged. It would not fully recover in a short period. Xiao Jian got up and used his insight ability to crawl slowly toward the cave entrance, observing the situation outside the cave. The dozen or so robots outside were searching this way. The skinny spirit was also holding a laser gun, following closely behind the robots, carefully looking around. It went to the place where Xiao Jian had first hidden, picked up Ugly Horse's severed arm and looked at it, and then threw it on the ground. It shouted to the robot in front, who was carrying the cylinder, that human is still useful. Don't destroy his body. As it said that, it raised the laser gun in its hand and fired it at Ugly Horse's severed arm. The severed arm immediately turned into a cloud of blue smoke and disappeared. Xiao Jian clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes staring at the skinny spirit. This skinny spirit was very timid. It would run away as soon as it felt danger. He had fought it many times, but he had never been able to capture it. This time was the same. It was always hiding behind the robots. Even if he rushed out of the cave, it would be very difficult to kill it. Just as Xiao Jian was staring at the skinny spirit seemed to sense something. It looked up in the direction of Xiao Jian. A dazzling yellow light flashed in its eyes. Yellow light. Xiao Jian's heart involuntarily trembled. An invisible pressure hit him, and it felt like his soul was about to leave his body. He frowned. Why would the skinny soul-devouring spirit emit this yellow light? And it was so soul-shaking. Had it been upgraded? Xiao Jian was hiding in the cave, observing the outside with his insight ability. The skinny soul-devouring spirit could only see the rock wall of the mountain ridge. But the sinister look in its eyes made Xiao Jian's heart jump in fear. He felt that it was completely different from before. Xiao Jian immediately got up, walked deeper into the cave, and came to Ugly Horse. Ugly Horse's external wounds were no longer bleeding, but its arm had not returned to normal. The leaves from the cyan sapling could treat its wounds, but they could not magically grow a new arm. Xiao Jian put Ugly Horse on his lap, stroked its severed arm, and choked out, Ugly Horse, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I was useless, and you lost an arm because of me. At this moment, Ugly Horse slowly woke up. It raised its only arm, wiped away the tears on Xiao Jian's face, and waved its claw. It said haltingly, Don't cry. Ugly, still have. Xiao Jian hugged it tightly and said, We have to leave. They'll be searching here soon. After he finished speaking, Xiao Jian carried Ugly Horse on his back. The light spots on Ugly Horse had not disappeared. Its internal wounds were still healing. He couldn't let it walk. They could not stay in this cave for long. The robots were not far from the cave entrance. Xiao Jian had left many bloodstains along the way when he entered the cave. They would find this place sooner or later. From deep inside the cave, he could feel a breeze, not the kind of swirling wind that they had in the wind cave. This wind was coming from the south side of the cave. Xiao Jian carried Ugly Horse on his back and headed toward the depths of the cave against the breeze. There were many forks in the cave. After turning left and right, Xiao Jian finally found a cave exit. He stood at the cave exit and looked south. He was surprised to discover that it was directly opposite the mine, and the cave exit was at the foot of the tall mountain to the north of the mine. Xiao Jian put Ugly Horse down, let it lean against a rock, and then entered the pendant space to get some green grass for it. Chapter 311. Rescuing the Miners. Ugly Horse had fully recovered from his injuries. He was no longer in danger, though he was still quite weak. Just then, his terminal beeped twice. Xiao Jian opened it to find an anonymous message. Xiao Jian, you should know who I am, right? If you don't come out, the 100+ miners in the mining field will pay the price for you. Xiao Jian immediately understood. This message was from the emaciated, soul-devouring spirit. This bastard probably didn't just want to kill him. It was likely eyeing his body. They probably already knew about his ability to perceive, his power of insight. Xiao Jian couldn't recall when he had exposed this ability, nor how they'd come to know about it. Before, when it used Wanner as bait and trapped him with that large net, the person who kidnapped Wanner had said they would turn him into a soul-devouring spirit as well. Before that, they must have already known about his special physique. No wonder they went to such lengths, using Wanner as bait to capture him. Wanner, after all, possessed a pure body capable of strengthening souls. Soul-devouring spirits were essentially souls themselves. Wanner's physique was undoubtedly valuable to them. It seemed that his special physique was even more enticing to them than Wanner's pure body. While Xiao Jian hesitated about how to respond to the emaciated spirit, Garbage King sent another message. Brother Xiao Jian, they killed a miner publicly at the entrance to the mining field and threatened to kill one every hour to force you to show yourself. You absolutely must not come out. Meanwhile, the chat channel was in an uproar. Xiao Jian, why should we pay the price for the trouble you caused? Spirit Lord, Xiao Jian is the one who opposes you. We have not offended you. The emaciated soul-devouring spirit openly stated in the chat channel, I am the soul-devouring spirit you speak of. As long as Xiao Jian appears, I will spare you. Otherwise, I will kill one person every hour. Xiao Jian, get out here. Perhaps Lord will still leave half your soul so that your original body can awaken. The emaciated spirit's lips curled into a sinister smile. Haha, they think I'd let Xiao Jian off? That's absolutely impossible. Otherwise, it wouldn't have used that purine body as bait. The first time it saw Xiao Jian, it noticed something special about his body. Originally, it had intended to possess Xiao Jian. But alas, it couldn't catch him, and had to report the situation to its master. Now, its master had taken a liking to Xiao Jian, and was waiting to possess his body. Its master had entered this space by taking up residence in its mind. Only its soul had entered, without a physical body. It had to possess a body here to leave this space successfully. Of course, its master could possess anyone, but after returning, its cultivation would drastically decrease. Although possessing Xiao Jian would also cause a drop in cultivation, his special body made it worthwhile. What it feared most was that if it failed to capture Xiao Jian, its master might take over its body and devour its soul. This was because only possession between their kind wouldn't cause a decrease in cultivation, and it might even increase it. This was also why it had been hesitant to let its master deal with Xiao Jian personally. At this moment, the chat channel continued to condemn Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian, you're a coward. Are you trying to kill us all? Some even offered suggestions to the soul-devouring spirit. Spirit Lord, Xiao Jian is definitely in the marsh, right? His woman should be there too. As long as you capture his woman, he won't be able to hide. These people had no idea that the emaciated spirit had just returned from the marsh. The planting area was already empty. The robots were powerful, but slow. If Xiao Jian insisted on hiding, the emaciated spirit would have no way of finding him. Now, it had no choice but to use the 100+ miners in the mining field to force Xiao Jian out. As for Xiao Jian's woman, it couldn't find her either. The emaciated spirit wasn't sure if Xiao Jian cared about these people, but if he didn't want this space to be abandoned, he'd have to give in. It could kill all of these people, leaving behind an empty shell. Even if Xiao Jian survived, he would be unable to develop the place. Of course, Xiao Jian wouldn't abandon this place. Even if it was derelict, the technological base here was incomparable to his immortal flat. Not to mention the future technical support from the base, his manufacturing machine and the industrial ruins in the Greenlands were beyond what the immortal flat could achieve. Moreover, this was a mobile, independent space. No matter where he went, this space would follow him. Xiao Jian ignored the attacks in the chat channel. Though he despised these trash talkers, he had to rescue the miners trapped inside by the robots. As long as they could get into the base, they'd be safe, and with his pendant space, escaping the robots wouldn't be difficult. He directly sent a message in the chat channel, Little monkey, Grandpa is nearby. Release those miners, and I'll wait for you here. Let's see who kills who. The emaciated spirit immediately replied, All right, as long as you set up the base nearby, I will release these people. The emaciated spirit didn't know that Xiao Jian had a pendant space. Its only worry was that Xiao Jian would hide and never come out, and it wouldn't be able to find him. The areas near the mining field were all open. As long as Xiao Jian showed himself, it didn't believe he could escape. The emaciated spirit relied on its 20+ combat robots. Xiao Jian told Ugly Horse to stay in the cave and removed the pendant from his chest, placing it in a concealed spot. Then, he jumped out of the cave and came to an open space. He threw the base ring on the ground, and the base immediately expanded. He stood before the base, looking at the emaciated spirit at the entrance, and yelled, "Grandpa is going all out today to destroy you. You monkey, come at me." As he said this, he raised his gun and shot at the emaciated spirit. The emaciated spirit quickly dodged, just managing to hide behind a robot. A laser beam swept past its neck, and its head fell off with a thud, rolling into a dirt pit. The robot carrying the cylinder also raised its hand and shot at Xiao Jian's leg. Xiao Jian's power of insight predicted the beam's trajectory. Before the robot even fired, he leapt aside, and the beam flashed past under his feet. The emaciated spirit wanted to possess him, so they couldn't kill him. Xiao Jian was certain that they wouldn't shoot at his upper body. At this moment, the fallen emaciated spirit was shrouded in a yellow light. Though its head was missing, its limbs were still moving freely. It crawled into the pit and grabbed its head, connecting it to its body and starting to recover. The pit was more than 3 meters deep. Xiao Jian's insight could see what it was doing, but his laser gun couldn't reach it. The robots abandoned the mining field. The 20-plus robots all ran towards Xiao Jian. The miners swarmed out of the entrance and ran towards their base. Xiao Jian breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't leave. He had to ensure everyone was inside before he retreated. Otherwise, a laser sweep from the robots would kill many of them. The robots completely ignored the miners. Their laser guns kept firing at Xiao Jian's legs, forming a net in the air. Xiao Jian dodged left and right, and his laser gun didn't stop either. He aimed for the robots' eyes. While this didn't destroy them, it could temporarily blind them, disrupting their aim. Chapter 312, Destroying the Robot System. Xiao Jian fought while retreating. As he stepped back into the base, a beam of light swept across his leg. He grunted and fell into the base. Xiao Jian turned and closed the base's door. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. His severed leg, however, had fallen outside the base. If he didn't retrieve his severed leg, he wouldn't be able to use the leaves of the small blue tree to heal his injury. Otherwise, he would lose his leg permanently and it would never heal. Seeing that Xiao Jian had entered the base, the robots immediately surrounded the door. The robot with the cylinder aimed it at the base's door and fired a beam of light. This beam was 10 times thicker than those from the laser guns. The door slowly turned a dark red where the beam hit it. Xiao Jian sat by the door, feeling a wave of heat. He took out his water bottle and sprayed the door. Immediately, it hissed, and white steam rose in plumes. Outside the base, the other robots seemed to have received instructions. They turned their laser guns and started shooting at the door. The door instantly turned red, then white, with smoke rising from it. It wouldn't take long before it melted. Just as Xiao Jian stared at the door, at a loss as to what to do, his power of insight suddenly activated. The robot with the large laser gun, being the closest to the door, was enveloped in the light shield of his power of insight. But the shield couldn't stop the laser beam. The beam continued to hit the door. The base door was already starting to warp. If the base was breached, he would have to leave. But his severed leg was still outside. His consciousness immediately transformed into a small hand and grabbed the cylinder from the robot, pulling it to the side. The laser power of the cylinder was more than 10 times stronger than the other guns. Only by taking it down could he save the door. When Xiao Jian pulled at the cylinder, the robot almost lost its grip. It quickly reacted, however, and tightened its hold. The robot's cylinder was once again aimed at the door, which began to glow brightly. The air around it was distorted. The base door was already melting. Xiao Jian was instantly alarmed. The little hand kept pulling at the laser cannon, but even within the light sphere of his power of insight, the robot's immense strength was too much for his little hand to overcome. The robot's eyes remained fixed on the door, its laser cannon firing. It didn't seem aware of the little hand that was struggling with the laser cannon. Xiao Jian watched the robot, thinking desperately for a countermeasure. His consciousness was too weak. Compared to the massive mechanical strength, it was like an ant competing with an elephant. He had no chance at all. The advantage of his power of insight was its control over the microworld, like bacteria within the body, capable of being ubiquitous. Using the power of insight to compete with the robot's strength was using his weakness against their strength. He observed the light sphere, searching for a way to break this stalemate. At the edge of the sphere, a long, rectangular block caught his eye. This block was the infection source that he'd obtained after hacking the base system's chat channel. The robots could think and move autonomously because of their control system. If he destroyed their system, they would just be scrap metal. With this realization, Xiao Jian immediately transformed his consciousness into a point of light and drilled it into the robot's eye. Inside the robot's eye, he saw numerous wires extending deep into its head. Xiao Jian was delighted. He was familiar with these wires. They were used to connect function modules to each other to transfer data, just like in the infection source. Following these wires, he reached their end, where they connected to a sealed metal box. The metal box was like a phantom in the light sphere. His consciousness entered it without any obstruction. The metal box was pitch black, appearing to be a solid mass without any openings. However, the point of light could move around inside it. Xiao Jian was a bit perplexed. This was completely different from the logic structure he had seen on the workbench in the pendant space. The wires from the robot's eyes led into this box. These wires were supposed to connect to the functional modules, but why couldn't he find the system's function modules in the box? Perhaps the contents of the metal box were too small, and his point of light was not able to see its structure clearly? After some thought, Xiao Jian began to shrink the light sphere, using the metal box as the center. Immediately, the metal box rapidly enlarged, and the scene inside became clearer. Finally, when he had shrunk the light sphere to only encompass the metal box, he saw that it was filled with many neatly arranged black boxes. These boxes were connected to each other by a network of wires. The box at the very center, in particular, was several times larger than the others, and all the other boxes appeared to be connected to it. That box must be the robot system's processing center. Xiao Jian shrunk the light sphere again, then entered the box. Inside the box, he finally saw the familiar functional modules. They were the same square blocks he had seen in the chat channel modules, except there were far more of them. Xiao Jian didn't know what the function of each of the blocks was. Just then, a laser beam suddenly pierced into the base, passing through Xiao Jian's arm. Ah! Xiao Jian groaned again. His severed leg was still bleeding, and now he had another new wound on his arm. His face had turned pale, and beads of sweat dripped like rain. He was dizzy. His pendant was still in the cave, though. He glanced at his severed leg lying outside the base. If he entered the pendant space, he might never have a chance to retrieve it. He was not sure whether the injuries he sustained here would affect himself in the real world. He couldn't risk it. He picked up the water bottle and poured all the icy water on his head, trying to stay conscious. He focused his attention back on the light sphere. Without hesitation, he transformed his consciousness into a small hand, grabbed several wires, and yanked them out. The robot firing the laser cannon at the base door suddenly shuddered. Its once agile eyes suddenly became dull. Its body grew rigid. The laser cannon was still firing, but it slowly began to deviate. The other robot's laser guns also deviated at the same time. This slow deviation happened to widen the damage on the base door. Finally, the door couldn't withstand it and collapsed with a poof. Xiao Jian didn't have time to think. He grabbed a few more wires and pulled them out with force. The robot holding the laser cannon shuddered again. It seemed to have lost control of its limbs. The beam from the laser cannon shifted out past the base door. The other robot's laser guns also shifted away. Chapter 313. The Bald-Headed Soul-Devouring Spirit. Xiao Jian seized this opportunity. He staggered up and lunged for his severed leg outside the base. As soon as he grabbed his severed leg, the robot with the laser cannon suddenly sparked from its head and exploded with a bang. The surface of the laser cannon in its hand was also covered in arcs of electricity. After a blinding flash, it melted into a puddle of molten steel. Xiao Jian was stunned. The robot had activated its self-destruct program. At that moment, the other dozens of robots finally broke free of their control. They turned their eyes on Xiao Jian. Their laser guns were also aimed at his one remaining leg. Instantly, about 20 beams of light shot at Xiao Jian almost simultaneously. The area where Xiao Jian stood erupted in blinding light. The smoke and dust that rose obscured everyone's vision. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, carried away by the wind. Xiao Jian was gone, and all that remained was a large pit melted by the laser beams. Inside the pendant space, Xiao Jian was crawling toward the blue tree by the water. The instant he entered the pendant space, a laser beam pierced his thigh, burning a bloody hole. His thigh bone was already broken in several places. If he had been a fraction of a second slower, the laser beam would have cut off his leg, leaving it outside. Both of his legs were disabled. His body was also injured in many places, making him look like a tattered sack, bleeding everywhere. His one remaining hand was clutching his severed leg. He crawled across the green grass, across the bridge over the water, leaving a trail of blood. This time, he didn't dare wade through the pond, fearing that he would pass out in the water. He had nearly fainted several times as he crawled, but his rational mind told him that he couldn't pass out. To stay awake, he bit his lip and then bit his tongue. The blood flowing from his wounds was decreasing not because they were healing, but because his blood pressure had reached its lowest point, leaving no blood to flow. Finally, he reached the blue tree. His one functional hand grabbed the trunk, trying to stand up and pluck a leaf. But his one leg that hadn't been cut off had a broken bone. It couldn't support his weight at all. Suddenly, he felt the world spin. Then, everything turned pitch black. His body went limp, and he collapsed under the tree. Xiao Jian stood alone in the darkness. He felt the ground trembling slightly, as if a sleeping beast were awakening. A pungent sulfur smell filled the air, making it difficult for him to breathe. Suddenly, a red light flashed in the distance, like lightning tearing through the silence of the night. It illuminated everything around him. Where the light reached, thick smoke and steam filled the air, creating a mysterious and dangerous scene. Then, a fiery column of lava rose from the darkness like a fire dragon, surging upwards towards the sky. The lava column burned in the air, emitting a dazzling light. The rumbling sound shook the entire valley, as if the earth were trembling. That lava sounded like war drums, awakening a beast deep within the earth's core. Endless fire dragons began to surge, answering the call. With a series of loud explosions, more volcanoes erupted in succession. Flames shot into the sky, like a grand festival. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be engulfed in flames. The molten lava flowed across the ground, burning everything in its path. In this apocalyptic scene, fire and darkness intertwined, forming a painting of doomsday. Lava had already reached Xiao Jian's feet. He ran frantically towards a spot of light. The light wasn't the fiery red of lava. It was a golden light. Only there was no billowing smoke or soaring lava. Xiao Jian got closer to the light. He saw that it was a paradise, with green forests and bright sunshine. He even saw Fuguo running toward him, shouting, young master! But just as Xiao Jian was about to grab his hands, a soul-devouring spirit suddenly emerged from behind Fuguo. Xiao Jian was instantly alarmed, and he cried out, Fuguo, run! But instead, Fuguo turned to face the soul-devouring spirit, shouting, young master, you run, I'll hold it off for you. Fuguo began fighting the soul-devouring spirit. After only a few exchanges, Fuguo was knocked to the ground. Even when he was down, Fuguo tightly held onto the soul-devouring spirit's legs. The soul-devouring spirit couldn't break free from Fuguo's grip and used its soul-devouring skill, but Fuguo still didn't give up, shouting, young master, run! Xiao Jian's heart was in excruciating pain. He cried out, no, Fuguo, no. Under the blue tree in the pendant space, Xiao Jian lay on the ground, still muttering, no, Fuguo, no. He was covered in sweat and blood, which ran like a stream and stuck to the blue tree. The blue tree sensed the blood and began to release a glow from its crown, transforming into fluttering butterflies that surrounded Xiao Jian. Driven by the butterflies, his severed limb was perfectly reattached to his leg and began to heal at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Outside the pendant space, before the base that Xiao Jian had left behind, the emaciated spirit held up a terminal, scanned the base. Its face changed. The terminal showed that the base still had a master. It walked to the crater melted by the laser beam and crouched down, searching carefully. The emaciated spirit looked surprised. The base hadn't turned into an unowned property. This meant that Xiao Jian wasn't dead, but the crater was empty. Hadn't he been vaporized by the laser beam? The emaciated spirit summoned a robot and ordered it to enter the base through the ruined door. The control system of the base that Xiao Jian left was destroyed, and its defense system had completely failed. Anyone could come in and go out without any obstruction. The robot searched through the base, but found no sign of Xiao Jian. Only then did the emaciated spirit cautiously enter the base. The base was empty. There wasn't even a bottle of drinking water. The emaciated spirit's face grew dark. It was so angry it could have spat blood. It roared, "That cunning thing has escaped again." That base was just an auxiliary base. It looked at the robots outside. The robots' laser cannons had self-destructed. The laser guns they held wouldn't be able to break the base's doors. The emaciated spirit still didn't know why the robot with the laser cannon had suddenly activated its self-destruct program. At that moment, golden light suddenly shone in its eyes, scanning the surrounding area. But still, it didn't find anything, and there was no sign of Xiao Jian. The emaciated spirit's body suddenly trembled. A white mist surged out from its head. As if drawn by a mysterious force, it gathered into an incredibly pale, bald head. The eye sockets of this bald head were like light bulbs, emitting a blinding white light. There was no visible pupil, and its mouth was as deep as a bottomless abyss, frightening to look at. It stared coldly at the emaciated spirit, and with a low and raspy voice, it asked, "You can't even control a human who hasn't even begun to cultivate? What use are you?" That voice was like a spell from the depths of hell, slow and deep, bringing a sense of heavy oppression. Chapter 314. The Bald-Headed Spirit's Possession. The emaciated spirit's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, Master, spare me, spare me. Would you give me some more time? I will definitely find him." He had sent out all the robots to search separately. Like hunting dogs, they could find where Xiao Jian was hiding by his scent. But Xiao Jian had vanished like a ghost. He left no clues, disappearing without a trace. Earlier, when the 20 robots fired at Xiao Jian simultaneously, the massive energy had melted and vaporized the rocks on the ground. The smoke and dust had obscured everyone's vision. Even the robots hadn't seen how Xiao Jian disappeared. But the emaciated spirit knew that Xiao Jian was still alive. The base he had left behind still had a master. In fact, the emaciated spirit had already given up hope of finding Xiao Jian. What he had just said was merely to appease his master, hoping for a miracle. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold voice sounded again. What good would finding him do? Without the laser cannon, even if you found him, how would you break down the base door? The emaciated spirit was speechless. Even if he could find Xiao Jian, what could he do if he hid inside the base and refused to come out? The emaciated spirit was in a panic, continuously kowtowing, fearing that his master would suddenly devour his soul. In his confusion, he suddenly thought of those close to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian's biggest flaw was that he was too emotional. If they could capture those close to him, they could force Xiao Jian to obey. He couldn't wait to say, "Master, Xiao Jian has 2 women and an ugly horse. As long as we capture them, Xiao Jian will definitely come out." The bald head snorted, looking at the emaciated spirit with the eyes of a fool. I know that, but they are all in the base. How do you capture them?" The bald head's voice grew colder, clearly losing patience. The emaciated spirit was instantly speechless. The problem returned to how to breach the base door. Unless his master devoured him and possessed his body, there was no other way. Because only by possessing his body and devouring his soul would his master's cultivation not decrease. The emaciated spirit was completely beside himself with fear. His body kept shaking. He felt that he was doomed today and could only beg for mercy. "Master, spare me. I will definitely find a way." The bald head's deep voice, like the summons of death, sounded again. The way is for me to devour your soul, then capture Xiao Jian. His special body will be mine. The bald head's laughter became even more deep and sinister, cold and maniacal, like a sound echoing from outer space, reverberating in the space and shaking the very core of the soul. The emaciated spirit sensed impending doom. Frightened, he tried to flee, but his body, gripped by terror, lost control. With a thud, he fell back to the ground. He could only crawl forward on his hands, still frantically crying out, "Master, spare." Before he could even finish begging, the bald head transformed into white mist and rushed toward the emaciated spirit, disappearing into his body. The emaciated spirit let out a terrible scream. It was the kind of scream that seemed to come from the depths of his soul, causing chills down the spine. In an instant, the scream ceased, and the surroundings became eerily silent. The emaciated spirit slowly stood up. He calmly dusted off his clothes, completely different from the panicked man he had been moments ago. Then, he slowly turned his head, looked at the mining field, then lifted his head to look at the sky. A blinding white light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a cloud of white mist appeared in the sky, like a white cloud rolling and slowly solidifying into a giant bald head. The head's pupil-less eyes emitted a yellow beam, like a searchlight, scanning the ground below. The yellow beam passed through the area near the mining field, and the base that was placed in the mining field became transparent, like glass. Then, the The bald head swept towards the marsh area. The marsh planting area was already empty. No one was there. The bald head began to expand the search range. The yellow beam swept through the marshland inch by inch, passed over the mutated elf tribe's settlement, and reached the green lands. A sinister smile appeared on the bald head's face. There was no such green land in the emaciated spirit's memories. Soon, it saw the pond in the greenlands and the small island in the center of the pond. The small island was lush and green. The wheat had grown to over a foot high. Dense fruit trees were interspersed with the saplings of the spherical seeds, swaying in the wind. The lush canopy provided a pleasant shade, which was extremely refreshing. In the forest, there was an expanded base. Beneath the fruit trees in front of the base stood a delicate little girl, like a porcelain doll. She was holding a water bucket and staring blankly at the sky. The water bucket was already tilted, and water dripped out, soaking her clothes. She didn't even notice. Little Tuanzi had no idea what had happened. It was not until she saw a big hand suddenly grab at her from the sky that she woke up. She rushed towards the base in a panic. But before little Tuanzi could enter the base, the hand grabbed her, brought her to the mining field, and then brutally tossed her from tens of feet into the air to the ground. A cloud of dust rose from where she had hit. She was knocked unconscious. At that moment, Warner was kneeling on the floor of the base's main hall, her hands tightly clasped together, tears sparkling in her eyes. She anxiously prayed in her heart, hoping that heaven would protect her and not let that terrible monster find Xiao Jian. Warner had learned about what was happening outside from the chat channel. However, as a purine body, she was naturally weak. She didn't know how to help Xiao Jian and could only place her hope in prayer, hoping that heaven would protect Xiao Jian and keep him safe. Suddenly, a spatial hand grabbed Warner's base. The base shook violently, throwing her against the metal walls, before she fell back onto the floor. Terrified, she looked through the window outside the base and saw white clouds rushing past. The base was traveling through the sky before falling again. She felt that the ground was getting closer and closer, and the surrounding scenery was rapidly growing larger. Finally, she saw the mining field in the canyon. The base landed smoothly, without the violent crash she had expected. The bald head didn't intend to kill her. He intended to use the girls to force Xiao Jian to appear. The emaciated spirit couldn't find Xiao Jian, and up until this point, it had not found Xiao Jian's trace either. After the base landed smoothly, Warner struggled to get up. The jolting of the base had injured her arm and head. She couldn't lift her hands to clasp them together, so she fell onto the floor, putting her hands together on the ground. Although the pain was unbearable, she still persevered and continued to pray for heaven's protection. Chapter 315. Warner's suicide jump. Blood flowed from her head, mixing with tears and blurring her vision. It stained the floor red, but she didn't bother to wipe it away. She did not care about her own safety. She only hoped that Xiao Jian would escape this disaster, that he would be safe. Xiao Jian's safety was more important to her than anything else. The bald head in the sky didn't stop there. It continued to search the surrounding area again and again, but still could not find Xiao Jian. It wrinkled its bald brow and muttered to itself, "Does this ant have some sort of stealth ability? How can I not find him?" Then, it opened its dark mouth and let out a deafening shout towards the ground. "Xiao Jian, if you don't come out, not only will the people here die because of you, but your friends and your women will die one by one." The deep voice continued to echo in the space, causing the earth to tremble. The people hiding in the base were all shaking in fear. After the bald head finished speaking, it casually picked up a base from the mining field and threw it down from the sky. With a crack, the base hit the ground, and the hard rock was crushed, leaving behind a huge pit. Immediately, rocks mixed with dust flew in every direction, like an enormous bomb that had suddenly exploded. A base that had fallen like that could not withstand the impact. It collapsed into a flat disk of metal. The people in the base didn't even have time to scream before they were crushed into a pile of meat. At this moment, Xiao Jian was unaware of the changes happening outside. He was lying under the blue tree, still unconscious. The glow from the crown of the tree was still repairing his wounds. Almost all of the blood in his body had drained, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, without the slightest hint of color. His heart beat only every so often and could stop at any time. His breathing was extremely weak, but he was still calling Fugue's name. The external injuries on his body had long since healed, but the emptiness in his body needed to be gradually replenished. The glow of the blue tree could only accelerate the rate at which it replenished. In the chat channel, The messages of accusation and curses against Xiao Jian never stopped. Xiao Jian, you piece of trash, you're not human. Are you trying to make us all die with you? There were also many pleading voices mixed in. Spirit Lord, Xiao Jian is the one who opposes you. It's not our fault. Please, spare us. Spirit Lord, as long as you spare me, I am willing to help you find Xiao Jian. They even helped the soul-devouring spirit come up with ideas. They did not know that if Xiao Jian died, the soul-devouring spirit would still not spare them. Spirit Lord, you can kill his woman, but don't kill us. I want to report, the people on the hill are in the same group as Xiao Jian. Spirit Lord, you can kill them. Yes, that garbage king is Xiao Jian's lackey. Spirit Lord, go and kill him. We also hate Xiao Jian. He controls the resources here, and we are all starving to death. These people were hoping that the soul-devouring spirit would kill Xiao Jian, so they could take his resources. They believed that as long as Xiao Jian died, they would eventually find the source of the local crops. Unfortunately, the bald head, or rather, the emaciated spirit, did not even bother to look at the chat channel. Its soul was still in the sky. Its body was just an empty shell without a soul. Otherwise, Garbage King and the others living on the hill would have certainly suffered a catastrophe. The bald head continued to do as it pleased, grabbing a base near the mining field every hour and smashing it to the ground. In the pendant space, Xiao Jian finally woke up. He didn't rush to leave the pendant space. He didn't know what had happened outside, but he was sure that the robots were still looking for him. He entered the metal building, opened the chat channel on the workbench, and sent a message to Garbage King. Garbage King, what's the situation now? Is everything okay at the mining field? Garbage King replied immediately, Brother Xiao Jian, is that you? Where are you? Don't tell me your location. You absolutely must not come out. Something big has happened. Xiao Jian's heart immediately sank. He quickly asked, what happened? I'm in a cave, recovering from my injuries. I don't know what's going on outside. Garbage King replied, Oh, Brother Xiao Jian, it looks like we're doomed. I don't know how it happened, but that emaciated soul-devouring spirit has suddenly become very powerful. Wanner and Little Tuanzi have been captured. Little Tuanzi is currently in a life-and-death situation. Little Tuanzi had visited the mining field with Ugly Horse, so Garbage King had seen her before. He knew who she was. When Xiao Jian saw this message, he suddenly stood up and ran toward the exit at full speed. In the cave, Xiao Jian picked up the laser gun and the terminal that had fallen on the ground. He had left his pendant here. Items that could not be brought into the pendant space were left here. Just as Xiao Jian was taking the pendant out of the rock crevice and hanging it around his neck, he heard a deep voice coming from outside the cave. Xiao Jian, since you won't come out, then I'll kill this woman first. Hearing the other party's words, Xiao Jian was filled with terror. He rushed towards the cave entrance. Through the opening, he saw a dark hand grabbing a base. The door of the base suddenly opened, and Wanner stood in the doorway of the base, shouting, Brother Xiao Jian, don't come out. Don't fall for its trap. At this moment, Wanner saw Xiao Jian running out of the cave through the cave entrance. She was immediately shocked. Brother Xiao Jian, don't come out. Don't come out. Don't save me. I'll be your woman again in my next life. Then, she suddenly jumped down from the base. At this life and death moment, she could not drag Xiao Jian down with her. She knew that if she didn't die, Xiao Jian would come out to rescue her. Even if he couldn't save her, he would still come out. Wanner, no. But what Wanner did not expect was that even if she jumped down from the base, knowing that she would die, Xiao Jian would still rush out of the cave. He ran, heedless of the danger, towards the direction where Wanner had fallen. But no matter how fast he was still no match for Wanner's speed in falling. As she fell, Wanner saw Xiao Jian rushing out of the cave. She was both happy and horrified. She chose to jump from the base to kill herself because she didn't want to become a burden to Xiao Jian. She didn't want Xiao Jian to risk his life for her. She had already sensed the power of the bald head. That power was something Xiao Jian could not contend with. She cried out in horror, Don't go. Thud. Wanner's body crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Her cry abruptly stopped. Wanner! Xiao Jian's cry was heartrending. At that moment, he didn't care about the bald head in the sky, nor the emaciated spirit's body on the ground. He rushed towards Wanner without any regard for himself. When he was only a few meters away, he launched himself forward, his knees crashing heavily onto the ground, bloodying them. Xiao Jian held Wanner in his arms and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Wanner stared at Xiao Jian, and lifted her trembling arm, trying to wipe away the tears on his face. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. She felt her eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Her arm suddenly went limp and fell. "Waner!" Xiao Jian cried out and grabbed Waner's hand, pressing it to his face, and began to sob. "Waner, I will definitely avenge you." Chapter 316. The Emaciated Spirit's Terrifying Defense. Xiao Jian placed Waner's body down, turned his head to look at the emaciated spirit not far away. He clenched his teeth and clenched his fist, his eyes full of hatred. "You bastard, even if I destroy this body, I will never let you possess it." He lifted his laser gun, pressed the fire button, and the laser beam passed through the dust, forming a straight line of light. The emaciated spirit did not move. His soul had left his body and was still in the sky, quietly looking down at Xiao Jian. The bald head was still lamenting the suicide of the Purine body girl. That was a Purine body. What a waste. The bald head didn't want to kill Waner. It didn't lift Waner's base into the air like it did the other bases. Its goal was only to scare Xiao Jian and force him to appear. It only had these two women as bargaining chips. If it killed them all, Xiao Jian wouldn't show himself even more. As for the others in the mining field, it didn't think Xiao Jian cared whether they lived or died. After all, as soon as he appeared, his life would be in danger. Moreover, Waner was a Purine body. Purine bodies were extremely rare. There might only be a few in an entire realm. The soul-devouring spirit's true form was a soul, and a Purine body was of great help to the soul. It didn't want to waste her like that. Of course, a Purine body was several levels below Xiao Jian's special physique. Its subordinate, the real emaciated spirit, only knew that Xiao Jian had special abilities, but did not know the importance of those abilities. It only guessed that Xiao Jian's ability was likely the power of insight after it heard the emaciated spirit mention it. Of course, it wouldn't tell the emaciated idiot about the power of insight. It hadn't seen the power of insight before, but it had heard people say that it was a unique ability that could decompose fundamental particles. That was all it knew about the ability, but it knew that if it possessed this ability, its future would be limitless. That was why it tried everything to use the emaciated spirit to come here. It had to possess Xiao Jian's body, devour his soul, and obtain his power of insight. At this moment, it was just floating quietly in the air, watching Xiao Jian crazily using his laser gun to shoot at the emaciated spirit's body. No, it should be said that it was the bald head's body. It didn't care about Xiao Jian's madness. As long as Xiao Jian showed himself, he would have nowhere to run. To the bald head, Xiao Jian was not even an ant. It could easily crush him with a single finger. It also wasn't worried that Xiao Jian would destroy its body. It was very interested to see what the power of insight looked like. It didn't hurry back into the body and allowed the laser beam to sweep across its body. If this were in the past, the emaciated spirit's body would have long been cut to pieces. But now, the laser beam only set its clothes on fire and caused a wisp of smoke. Its body, and even its hair, had not been damaged in the slightest. Xiao Jian was desperate. The laser gun couldn't even break its defenses. Even if the enemy just stood there without moving, he couldn't kill it. That's right, he still had his power of insight. Xiao Jian immediately used the light sphere of his power of insight to cover the emaciated spirit's body. This time, the light sphere covered Xiao Jian as well. As soon as the light sphere covered him, he felt his body suddenly lighten. He was actually floating. The emaciated spirit's body still didn't move. Xiao Jian clenched his fist and rushed towards it. His body was like that of an immortal, flying through the air like lightning. The bald head in space didn't make a move and allowed Xiao Jian to do what he wanted. It wanted to see how the power of insight was used and what was so miraculous about it. Others couldn't see the light sphere of Xiao Jian's power of insight, but it could. When Xiao Jian covered himself in the light sphere, it didn't feel anything strange. In fact, it thought that that was how the power of insight should be used. It wasn't worried that Xiao Jian would destroy its body. Even if its body was just an empty shell without a soul, it wasn't something a mere mortal could move. Xiao Jian's fist landed solidly on the emaciated spirit's head. It felt like hitting a steel ball. With a crack, his finger joints shattered instantly. The emaciated spirit's head only twisted slightly. It didn't even leave a mark. The laser beam didn't hurt it. How could Xiao Jian's flesh and blood possibly harm it? The bald head in space was still watching Xiao Jian's performance quietly without making a sound. It was not until Xiao Jian's consciousness had drilled into his body's head and moved into its mind that it began to panic. It hadn't expected that within the light sphere of the power of insight, Xiao Jian's consciousness could enter its brain without any obstacles, as if it were entering an empty place. Even cultivators who were several levels higher than it couldn't intrude into its brain so easily. The bald head suddenly roared and transformed into a white mist, rushing toward Xiao Jian's light sphere. It had to drive Xiao Jian's consciousness out of his mind. It didn't know what Xiao Jian might do inside. Its core was in its brain. If he destroyed it, it would be in trouble. When Xiao Jian's consciousness entered the opponent's mind, he discovered that there were two cores inside. He was familiar with the emerald green core. It must be the original core of the emaciated spirit. The other core, which was yellow, was several times larger than the emerald green one. That must be the bald head's core, right? Without a word, Xiao Jian transformed his consciousness into a small hand and immediately grabbed for the yellow core. Based on his experience, if he destroyed its core, the bald head in space would explode from a lack of energy. As soon as his consciousness approached the golden core, the core suddenly emitted a yellow light. Xiao Jian's body suddenly shuddered. A sharp pain hit him, like a burning sensation of the soul, which was unbearable. The small hand formed by his consciousness also dissipated. He had experienced this pain in the depths of his soul in the pendant space. When he hacked the authentication module of the infection source, a strand of his soul had been injected into the module. It had felt like that. However, that had been a tearing pain, while this was a burning pain. He even felt that his soul had lost a piece. Luckily, it had happened within his power of insight's light sphere. Otherwise, if he was outside, he would either die or become an idiot. He didn't dare to approach the yellow core anymore. Just getting close to it had damaged his soul. If he were to touch it, he had no idea what would happen. Since he couldn't touch the yellow core, he then looked at the emerald green core. This core belonged to the original emaciated spirit. It shouldn't harm him. He condensed a small hand again and reached towards the emerald green core. This time, the core didn't react, even when he was holding it. Okay, everyone, give some recommendations. Remember to add a review and suggest some books. Chapter 317. Antimatter Particle Cluster. Even when he held the core, no matter how hard he tried, it didn't budge. The opponent's head seemed to be made of steel. Although his consciousness could move freely within it, he couldn't shake the structure inside. The core was the same. He could hold it, but he couldn't pry it out, let alone move it. This wasn't because the core was too heavy, but because it was buried deep within the brain. He couldn't damage the brain tissue, so naturally he couldn't move anything inside. Just as he was at a loss, the bald head rushed into the light sphere of his power of insight. Surprisingly, after the bald head entered the light sphere, it suddenly shrank and its speed became extremely slow. Its every move was like slow motion. As soon as the bald head entered the light sphere, it felt that something was wrong. From the outside, this light sphere didn't seem that big, but after entering it, it realized that this was actually a separate space. Moreover, it seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. Every action required a large amount of energy to complete. It tried to rush towards Xiao Jian's body, but found that it couldn't catch up at all. It started to regret its decision. It shouldn't have rashly entered the light sphere. Now, it seemed to be trapped inside it. It didn't feel any resistance when it came in, but now that it wanted to get out, the barrier of the light sphere was like a rubber ball, soft, but impossible to break through. Xiao Jian didn't know why the bald head was following him so slowly. He assumed the bald head was still toying with him, but his physical body was completely outmatched against the bald head. The bald head was made of condensed soul. Physical attacks would not harm it at all, and might even allow it to possess him. Xiao Jian had no way to deal with the bald head. He could only run around in the light sphere, trying to keep it from getting close. The bald head couldn't get out, and it couldn't catch Xiao Jian, so it turned around and rushed towards its physical body. As long as it entered its physical body, it would have a way to break this damned light sphere. Xiao Jian was immediately alarmed. His consciousness hand was still deep in its mind, holding onto the green core. If he waited for the bald head to enter its body, he would have no hope left. He suddenly thought of the pendant space. He seemed to be able to enter the pendant space without any obstruction. Xiao Jian's consciousness hand tightly grabbed the core and transferred towards the pendant. He felt a flash, and his consciousness hand instantly left the mind and entered the pendant space. But this time, his body didn't enter with him. It was just his consciousness hand, holding a core, pinned to the ground and unable to move. In the light sphere of his power of insight, his consciousness hand could easily lift objects that were bigger than this core. Once he left the light sphere, he couldn't even pick up a leaf. Just as he was feeling lost, the core he was holding suddenly slipped from his control and floated in the air. Xiao Jian was instantly furious. His consciousness hand transformed into a small figure and rushed towards the core. His hands reached out to grab the floating core, but grabbed nothing. The core had disappeared without a trace. Xiao Jian was discouraged. Needless to say, the pendant space had once again confiscated the core. He put his hands on his hips, opened his mouth, and was about to curse. He had risked his life to obtain a core, and it was inexplicably taken away. Was there any honor among thieves? Unfortunately, the little figure was just a manifestation of his consciousness and couldn't produce any sound. In the end, he could only give it the middle finger, and then left the pendant space without looking back. He had no time to waste here in the pendant space. He didn't know what to do about the bald head outside. The core he had brought out was the original core of the emaciated spirit, which wouldn't cause any harm to the bald head. The bald head immediately sensed that Xiao Jian had stolen the core. It was filled with insane rage. It roared, "Ah, Xiao Jian, you little ant, you actually stole my core. I will make all your women pay the price." What Xiao Jian had taken was the original core, which would not harm it at the moment. However, it would need it to leave this space when it returned. Without the core, its level would seriously decline after it returned. After speaking, the bald head quickly rushed towards its physical body and plunged headfirst into it. Its body instantly came to life. It turned its head towards Xiao Jian, its eyes flashing with yellow light, an almost palpable murderous aura. Xiao Jian shuddered with just a single glance. It was as if his body was locked in place, and he felt his soul was about to leave his body. After the bald head entered the body, it didn't attack Xiao Jian. Even though it had a body, its speed in the light sphere of power of insight was still not enough to catch Xiao Jian. It twisted its hands around each other. A dark smoke emerged from its palms. Between its two palms, a dark sphere formed. This dark sphere was so black that it made people's hearts tremble. Xiao Jian had never seen anything so black before. The square object he had received with the manufacturing machine's transfer device in the industrial ruins was already extremely black, but this black sphere was many times blacker than that square object. This black sphere was like a black hole in space, seemingly able to devour everything in the world. Even light couldn't escape it. The surrounding air was absorbed by it, creating a howling whirlwind. Xiao Jian opened his mouth wide, panting heavily, but he could not breathe any air. His face flushed purple, and he felt lightheaded. This black sphere was definitely not a black hole. Xiao Jian didn't feel the powerful gravity of a black hole. It's an antimatter particle cluster. Xiao Jian suddenly understood. The soul-devouring spirits came from an antimatter universe. This was a conclusion Xiao Jian had reached a long time ago. He also recalled the scene of the soul-devouring spirits' souls exploding. Their souls carried large amounts of antimatter particles. Once those antimatter particles lost their energy support, they would lose control and neutralize the surrounding matter, creating a complete void, which would then cause an explosion. When they devoured human souls, the human's physical body disappeared without a trace. It had also been neutralized by antimatter particles. Antimatter particles were an invincible existence in this matter-filled universe. Any matter that came into contact with them would be neutralized and disappear without a trace. Watching the black sphere grow bigger and bigger, Xiao Jian's heart sank to the bottom. He was at a loss, not knowing how to deal with this situation. Little Tuanzi was still lying on the ground, motionless. He didn't know how she was doing. Xiao Jian touched the pendant on his chest. He was very hesitant. He could hide in the pendant space, but what about little Tuanzi and Ugly Horse? Garbage King and the people in the mining field would be killed one by the soul-devouring spirits. Just as Xiao Jian was hesitating, the emaciated spirit, its hands cupping the black sphere, suddenly thrust it towards the barrier of his power of insight. With a muffled boom, sparks flew out. The light sphere suddenly shattered, creating a pitch-black void. Xiao Jian, his consciousness in the form of a small figure, and one of his arms fell directly into the void and instantly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 318. The gray-clothed woman appears again. A tremendous internal pressure suddenly formed in his head, forcing blood out of his 7 orifices. His body, no longer supported by the light sphere, fell to the ground with a thud. His soul was injured, one of his arms was completely gone, his mind was severely injured, and his head was bleeding from all 7 orifices. He was a horrifying sight. Gaga! The unconscious little Tuanzi was suddenly awakened by the deep sonic boom. She opened her eyes and saw Xiao Jian in the pool of blood. Little Tuanzi was instantly alarmed. Ever since she had been with Xiao Jian, she had never seen him suffer such serious injuries. She felt an unbearable pain in her heart. Without caring about the emaciated spirit that was getting closer, she jumped up and rushed towards Xiao Jian. She wanted to protect her Gaga. She had to take Gaga away before the emaciated spirit could. She didn't think about whether or not she was a match for the emaciated spirit. Meanwhile, Ugly Horse, who had recovered in the cave, also saw the horrible state of Xiao Jian and saw the emaciated soul-devouring spirit walking towards Xiao Jian, who was lying on the ground. It immediately rushed out of the cave and charged towards the emaciated spirit. Seeing that little Tuanzi had picked up Xiao Jian, it shouted, "Tuan Tuan, Gaga, go." At this moment, Garbage King was not far away. When he saw that Xiao Jian was in danger, he stopped hiding and rushed towards the emaciated spirit. In his heart, everyone here could die except for Xiao Jian. He knew that the food Xiao Jian had distributed wasn't from this space. He never inquired about Xiao Jian's secrets, but that didn't mean he didn't know. Only Xiao Jian could bring supplies in here. Without him, no one here could survive. Garbage King ran while shooting arrows at the emaciated spirit, but they just fell to the ground after hitting the spirit without having any effect. As he passed by Xiao Jian, he didn't stop. He shouted to little Tuanzi, who was holding Xiao Jian, "Tuanzi, take Xiao Jian away and hide in the cave." Garbage King had always assumed that Xiao Jian was healing in the cave. He knew nothing about Xiao Jian's pendant space. Seeing that arrows were ineffective against the emaciated spirit, he abandoned his bow and rushed towards the emaciated spirit with his bare hands. Garbage King wanted to use his body to hold the emaciated spirit back. He wanted to use his life to buy them some time. As long as he could hold the emaciated spirit for a moment, little Tuanzi would have a chance to take Xiao Jian into the cave. Ugly Horse, who had rushed out of the cave, used its fastest speed to slam into the emaciated spirit. Even the mighty emaciated spirit was knocked back several steps. Ugly Horse seemed to have gone mad. Regardless of the danger, it rushed towards the emaciated spirit again. It used its one claw to tightly grasp the emaciated spirit and opened its mouth to bite the emaciated spirit's head. With a snap, Ugly Horse's perfect set of teeth shattered and flew out, but it didn't loosen its bite. It continued to bite the emaciated spirit's head. The emaciated spirit was also enraged by Ugly Horse's madness. It slapped Ugly Horse's head. Ugly Horse's head was instantly cracked open. Then, the emaciated spirit grabbed Ugly Horse's claw that was holding onto it, and with a gentle tug, it ripped off Ugly Horse's only claw and tossed it to the ground. Only then did Ugly Horse's broken body fall lifelessly to the ground. Little Tuanzi was carrying Xiao Jian and leaping quickly towards the cave to the north. She didn't look back. She only wanted to take Xiao Jian away from here as quickly as possible. She didn't know that her brother, Ugly Horse, had already been killed by the emaciated spirit. After shaking off Ugly Horse's grasp, the emaciated spirit was about to chase after little Tuanzi when Garbage King rushed towards it. Garbage King also didn't have a way to deal with the emaciated spirit. His only goal was to buy time. Just as the emaciated spirit lifted its foot, he launched himself forward and wrapped his arms around the spirit's legs. He kept shouting loudly, "Tuanzi, run! Run!" Garbage King's attack power was even less than that of Ugly Horse. Ugly Horse had at least managed to bite the emaciated spirit. But other than hugging it, Garbage King had no other methods of attack. The emaciated spirit didn't care that its legs were being hugged. It just kicked its leg and sent Garbage King flying. His cries also abruptly stopped. Garbage King's body was snapped in half by the kick, and he spat out a stream of blood, mixed with broken pieces of internal organs. His head and feet were folded together in a strange position. He was curled up on the ground and was no longer moving. Little Tuanzi was still carrying Xiao Jian without turning back. She had reached the edge of the cliff. The cave on the cliff was right in front of her. Ugly Horse and Garbage King had sacrificed their lives to buy only a short amount of time. The emaciated spirit's speed was many times faster than that of Little Tuanzi. Just as Little Tuanzi was about to leap up and jump into the cave, the emaciated spirit was already behind her. It swung its hand and slapped Little Tuanzi on the back. Little Tuanzi's small body was propelled by a tremendous force into the cliff in front. Xiao Jian, who was in her arms, was also knocked to the ground. Thud. Little Tuanzi's weak and helpless body smashed into the hard cliff, leaving a streak of blood before she slid down. She stared at Xiao Jian on the ground with wide eyes. She reached out to grab him with her arms. She called out with a muffled voice, Ga. As she called out, a string of blood bubbles emerged from her mouth. Just as she was about to grab Xiao Jian, her arms suddenly went limp and fell. In the pendant space, a woman in gray suddenly opened her eyes and said, "This trash, what trouble has he gotten into again?" With a wave of her hand, Xiao Jian was brought into the pendant space. In an instant, she was in front of Xiao Jian, holding him in her arms. Looking at his horrific injuries, she was instantly furious. Who did this? How did they manage to hurt you like this? Her brows furrowed, and her sharp gaze was like a sword, scanning beyond the pendant. When she saw the emaciated spirit looking around and searching for Xiao Jian, her eyes flashed with a fierce light. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. A strong sense of anger filled the air. The gray-clothed woman reached out and grabbed a red fruit from the blue tree and put it into Xiao Jian's mouth. As soon as the fruit entered his mouth, it dissolved into a liquid and flowed into his body. Instantly, a light shone from Xiao Jian's body, enveloping him in it. Xiao Jian's arm grew back quickly. His face began to turn rosy, and his breathing gradually stabilized. But Xiao Jian did not wake up. The light sphere of his power of insight had been shattered by the soul-devouring spirit. His consciousness was neutralized by antimatter particles, and his soul was severely damaged. The fruit from the blue tree could restore his body, but it couldn't repair his soul injuries. Those kinds of injuries could only be healed by resting over time. The gray-clothed woman's figure swayed, and she plunged into Xiao Jian's body. Xiao Jian swayed and stood up. The gray-clothed woman controlled Xiao Jian's body and left the pendant space. The emaciated spirit, seeing that Xiao Jian had reappeared, was overjoyed and instantly appeared in front of him. It was about to reach out and grab Xiao Jian, but Xiao Jian's hand was faster. He grabbed its hair and slammed it to the ground as easily as if he was tossing a rag. But the force of the slam was very powerful. The hard rock was cracked, leaving a groove in the earth. "You pathetic loser. Was it you who beat my little trash like this?" Before the emaciated spirit could climb out of the groove, Xiao Jian stepped on its body. The emaciated spirit spewed out a mouthful of blood. Its eyes bulged unnaturally. It looked at Xiao Jian in terror. How could the man who was so vulnerable moments ago suddenly become so strong? Chapter 319. The gray-clothed woman abuses the emaciated spirit. "You know you're not Xiao Jian. Who are you?" Xiao Jian completely ignored its question. The anger in her eyes had not subsided. She said to herself, "Only I can scold and beat my little trash. You're just a loser. Who gave you the right to bully him? You probably don't know, do you? You soul-devouring spirits are just pigs raised by your master, pigs specifically raised to cultivate cores for humans. You're just a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Your yellow core is barely worth harvesting, so today, I will take it." The emaciated spirit looked at Xiao Jian in terror. It propped its hands up behind it, pushing off the ground with its legs, and kept retreating. Compared to Xiao Jian's terrifying strength, it was even more terrified by what Xiao Jian had just said. It couldn't believe it was true. They were a low-level species from an antimatter universe. When their master invaded the positive universe, they were brought here to remove obstacles. That's right, this human was definitely spouting nonsense. They were their master's vanguard, not pigs used to cultivate cores. It shouted loudly, "No, that's not true. Who are you? You're talking nonsense. We are our master's vanguard. We are the vanguard that paves the way for our master." Xiao Jian kicked the emaciated spirit, sending it flying out of the groove and slamming into the cliff wall, creating a hole and trapping it inside. To say that you are pigs is to think highly of you. In reality, you are not even as good as pigs. Would your master use low-level creatures like you as the vanguard? Stop dreaming. Your existence is merely to provide humans with cores and accelerate their cultivation speed. The emaciated spirit was filled with extreme panic. It didn't dare listen anymore and roared, "Don't try to sow discord here. I won't believe you." As it said that, its hands twisted and turned, and black smoke poured out from its palms, gradually forming a black sphere. It used the antimatter particles again. Xiao Jian snorted coldly and waved her arm. A white light enveloped the emaciated spirit. The emaciated spirit's actions stopped instantly, as if an animation had been suddenly paused. Its twisted hands, the black mist pouring out of its palms, and even its breathing were completely frozen in time. Xiao Jian reached out and grabbed. The black sphere that had been gathering in its palms fell into her hands and suddenly disappeared without a trace. The white light that had enveloped the emaciated spirit also dissipated, and the emaciated spirit returned to normal. It looked at its empty palms, its eyes suddenly showing a look of terror. Even after being beaten so miserably before, it hadn't felt so afraid. Its powerful body and its terrifying recovery speed meant that those flesh wounds were nothing to it. But at this moment, it felt fear. Its body trembled involuntarily, and its lips were uncontrollably quivering. You are a guardian. You were hiding here. No, you're just a wisp of a soul, a negative emotion. No, Xiao Jian didn't wait for it to finish speaking and reached out to grab its head. A yellow core was brutally pulled from the emaciated spirit's mind. Without the support of the core, the emaciated spirit's hair turned white quickly, wrinkles appeared on its face, and its skin rapidly aged, causing its teeth to fall out. In just a few breaths, it had turned into a withered old man. Then, with a bang, its physical body suddenly disappeared. Its clothes flew away into the distance with a gust of cold wind. Xiao Jian's body swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. The gray-clothed woman was only a wisp of a soul, and the time skill had almost exhausted all of her energy. She raised her hand, looked at the yellow core in her hand, and with a flash of movement, disappeared from her spot. When Xiao Jian woke up, he found himself leaning against the blue tree. He felt like he had something in his mouth. He spat it out into his palm and saw that it was a strange fruit pit. He stared at the pit, then looked at his own hand. Wasn't my arm gone? Unbelievingly, he waved his arm, and then, still uneasy, raised his other hand, studying it closely. Haha, I'm not dreaming, am I? He raised his hand and slapped himself on the face, leaving 5 finger marks on his face. Ouch, damn it. I'm actually still alive. My missing arm has even grown back, but back then, I clearly felt like I was dying. He looked at the pit in his hand. Could it be it that saved me? He subconsciously looked at the blue tree and saw a remaining fruit stem. Xiao Jian looked at the pit in his hand again and said to himself in confusion, can the blue tree's fruit reshape a body? He didn't know how he had gotten into the pendant space, how long he had been unconscious, or that little Tuanzi and the others had already died to save him. Xiao Jian only remembered that Wanner had jumped from the sky to die in order to prevent him from coming out. Since this kind of fruit could reshape the body, then perhaps Wanner could still be saved. He immediately picked a fruit from the blue tree and left the pendant space. Xiao Jian wanted to sneak out and see if he could steal Wanner's body without the emaciated spirit noticing. The place he came out of the pendant space was right next to little Tuanzi. Suddenly, seeing little Tuanzi lying on the ground, his heart felt like it had been struck by a hammer. Tuanzi, what happened to you? Xiao Jian rushed over. He didn't know what happened after he lost consciousness. He picked up little Tuanzi and placed her in his lap. He tested her breath. She had stopped breathing. Then, he felt for her pulse. He didn't feel even the slightest movement. Xiao Jian's heart was shattered. He looked up, but couldn't see any sign of the emaciated spirit. He roared loudly, "Ah, you bald-headed scum, get out here. I'm going to fight you to the death." There was no response. The people in the base were still hiding and trembling. No one dared to face Xiao Jian. The battle between Xiao Jian and the emaciated spirit was still fresh in their minds. Of course, no one knew that the Xiao Jian who had appeared later wasn't actually him, but the gray-clothed woman. Xiao Jian roared madly, looking around, trying to find the emaciated spirit to fight it. It was impossible to find the emaciated spirit. Its body had already exploded, and even its clothes had been carried away by the wind. Unable to find the emaciated spirit, Xiao Jian then saw Ugly Horse and Garbage King in the pool of blood. At this time, one of the archers under Garbage King hesitantly walked up to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian grabbed his clothes and furiously lifted him up, yelling, "Tell me quickly, what exactly happened here? Why are Garbage King, Ugly Horse, and Little Tuanzi all dead? Where did the soul-devouring spirit go?" The archer couldn't breathe from being held up by Xiao Jian. His face was flushed red, and he could only make "huh" sounds in his throat. He couldn't speak. Xiao Jian put down the archer and squatted down, pulling at his own hair and crying loudly. The fruit of the blue tree that he was holding in his hand fell to the ground, but he didn't notice. Chapter 320, Saving the Dead. The archer took a few big breaths and then told Xiao Jian what happened afterward. After listening, Xiao Jian looked at the archer with wide eyes and asked in confusion, "You're saying I was the one who killed the emaciated spirit?" The archer looked at Xiao Jian strangely. He retreated a few steps in fear and nodded. He felt like Xiao Jian had gone mad. He had forgotten what he had done only moments before. Xiao Jian calmed down at this moment. He had inexplicably entered the pendant space, and then he had recovered from his injuries for no reason. Someone must have been helping him. Thinking of his injuries, Xiao Jian suddenly remembered that he came out to save Wanner. After seeing little Tuanzi and the others die, he lost his reason for a moment and had completely forgotten about the blue tree fruit. Xiao Jian raised his hand to look, but the fruit he had brought out was nowhere to be found. Just as he was about to enter the pendant space again to pick a fruit, he saw little Tuanzi next to him being enveloped in a ball of light. Xiao Jian rubbed his eyes and quickly took little Tuanzi into his arms. At this moment, the external injuries on little Tuanzi's body had already healed, and the color was gradually returning to her pale face. Xiao Jian grabbed her wrist and was overjoyed to feel her pulse, which had actually started to beat again. Though her pulse was still weak, he could clearly feel it. This blue tree was truly heaven-defying. Its leaves could heal wounds quickly, and its fruit could actually bring the dead back to life and reshape bodies. Soon, little Tuanzi's breathing had gradually become stable, but she had not yet woken up. Xiao Jian carried little Tuanzi into Wanner's base and placed her on the bed. Then, he went out and carried Wanner and Ugly Horse into the base as well. He went into the pendant space again, plucked some fruit from the blue tree, and fed it to them. Garbage King was still lying outside. When Xiao Jian came out, the archers under Garbage King had all come to that side. They went up to Xiao Jian, bowed to him, and silently moved to Garbage King's body, lifting him up. At this time, many people came out of the base. They didn't speak and knelt before Xiao Jian. It wasn't until the archers had brought back Garbage King's body that some people in the crowd began to cry. Xiao Jian looked at the kneeling crowd and sighed. He took off his ring, expanded his base, and carried Garbage King inside. Wanner's base didn't have Garbage King's access permissions. Xiao Jian didn't want to heal Garbage King in front of everyone, which might reveal the secret of the blue tree. It was better to have as few people know about this heaven-defying item as possible. The first archer who came out had only seen little Tuanzi being covered by a ball of light. He didn't know that that ball of light was from a fruit. Of the people who were killed by the emaciated spirit, Garbage King's injuries were the most severe. His bones were almost completely broken. His body was curled into a ball of flesh. His head, the back of his neck, and his heels were all folded together. His internal organs were probably minced into a paste. Xiao Jian wasn't sure if the blue tree's fruit could restore his life. Xiao Jian put him on the bed. He not only fed him a fruit, but also plucked a handful of the blue tree's leaves and placed them on his body. In between, Xiao Jian went out to check on little Tuanzi and the others. Although they hadn't yet woken up, their injuries had fully healed. They were no longer in danger. Meanwhile, the people kneeling outside had not gotten up, and more people had come out of the base to join them. Xiao Jian didn't quite understand why they were kneeling. Did they want to thank him for saving them? Or were they asking for forgiveness for their mistakes? Or was it purely to mourn the dead Garbage King? Regardless of the reason, Xiao Jian felt gratified. Perhaps the unknown space could get back on track and start developing properly. Xiao Jian stayed by Garbage King's side. His injuries were the most severe, but he was the first to wake up. This was perhaps due to the effect of the blue tree's leaves, or perhaps it was because of Garbage King's own physique. The first thing he did when he woke up was to jump up from the bed. Without any understanding of what was going on, he grabbed Xiao Jian's legs. He was still shouting, "Tuanzi, run! Run!" Xiao Jian felt a pang of sadness. He reached out to help Garbage King up, hugged him in his arms, and patted him on the back. Choked with emotion, he said, "Good brother. It's me. It's Xiao Jian." Garbage King lifted his head, quietly looked at Xiao Jian, his eyes showing tears. Xiao Jian thought he had understood, but then he said something that made him laugh and cry. "Brother Xiao, why are you here too? Are we all dead?" Xiao Jian patted him on the shoulder, helped him sit on the bed, and said, "Garbage King, thank you for saving my life. We're all still alive. That emaciated spirit is completely dead now." Garbage King was stunned for a moment. He wiped away the tears in his eyes, looked at Xiao Jian again, and said sheepishly, "Oh, there was some sand in my eyes." Then, he asked in surprise, "Brother, so, you're the one who saved me? Did you kill that emaciated spirit?" Xiao Jian took out a water bottle, handed it to Garbage King, and said, "Drink some water first. You're just seriously injured." You'll recover after a few days of rest. Xiao Jian couldn't reveal the pendant space, and since he wasn't sure about how he had killed the emaciated spirit, he could only answer him vaguely. Garbage King didn't ask any more questions. He knew Xiao Jian had many secrets. As long as Xiao Jian didn't speak, he wouldn't ask. Then, Xiao Jian said, Garbage King, there are still a lot of people kneeling outside. Why don't you go and tell them not to kneel anymore? Garbage King thought for a moment and said, Brother, I've just suffered a serious injury. It's not appropriate for me to show my face right now, is it? In fact, it wasn't accurate to say that he had just been seriously injured. He had actually been dead. Xiao Jian nodded. It was indeed inappropriate for someone who had died to suddenly appear alive and well in front of everyone. He walked out of the base and glanced at the crowd. Everyone from the mining field had probably come here. Xiao Jian didn't know what to say, and in the end, he could only say, Everyone, please go back. Garbage King is out of danger and will recover soon. He ignored their surprised gazes, waved his hand, and walked towards Warner's base. Little Tuanzi, Warner, an ugly horse seemed to be sleeping soundly. Xiao Jian didn't disturb them. He sat alone, thinking about how he had killed the emaciated spirit. According to the archer, the one who killed the emaciated spirit was definitely him, but he didn't seem to have any memory of it. Then, it could only mean that his body was being controlled by someone. He suddenly remembered that in the metal building of the industrial ruins, he had also returned to the base inexplicably and had fallen, covered in injuries. That time, it was clear that someone was controlling his body and walking back. But who was this person who was controlling his body?